Chapter 292. When Qin Tao scolded, even though his words were filled with strong emotions, his voice was not loud. When Zhuo Xiaomao shouted, even though it did not contain much emotion, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Because of this, the other children and the teachers all heard it. Qin Tao was thinking about why the words the child shouted sounded a little strange. When he looked up, he saw 3 young female teachers coming over. If this was at any other time, Qin Tao would be very happy to see this. Kindergarten teachers were too loving and worthy of deep communication. However, the situation was not right now. Qin Tao was not so stupid that he could not distinguish the situation. Looking at the 3 female teachers whose faces were full of anger and thinking about the little brat's words, a bad premonition arose. Teacher Xiaobai originally saw Zhuo Kitten talking to her brother Black as usual, so she did not interfere. They were already used to this kind of situation, and the child's guardian also had a tacit attitude. Qin Tao's appearance made the teachers wary. Seeing that Zhuo Kitten and the black cat beside her did not do anything, they just watched. However, they did not expect to hear Zhuo Kitten shout such a thing. They thought that with Zhuo Kitten's obedience, she would definitely not know this kind of swear words. It was most likely that the strange man who taught her this, so they ran over angrily. Teacher Xiaobai did not wrongly accuse people when the matter was not clear. She even asked Zhuo Kitten what happened just now. Zhuo Kitten very honestly and very carefully repeated Qin Tao's words just now. After hearing this, the 3 teachers were furious. How could this be? How could he say such things in front of the children? The 3 female teachers in charge of watching the children were like hens protecting their chicks. They looked like they wanted to teach Qin Tao a lesson. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Tao immediately slipped away. After Qin Tao ran away, the 3 teachers even told the security guard that if the man was seen on the surveillance camera approaching the kindergarten, he would be immediately expelled. It was better not to let such a dangerous person get close to the children. If he learned any bad habits, it would be troublesome. Children at this age were full of curiosity and had a strong ability to imitate and learn. The parents trusted them and sent their children here, so they had to take responsibility. Therefore, they had to guard against him. Looking at Qin Tao's back, Xing Tan shook his beard. Regardless of whether or not he was tricked, Qin Tao was indeed an idiot. Zhuo Kitten was pulled over by the 3 teachers to persuade him to forget what he had just said and to stay away from such dangerous people. Xing Tan did not go over, nor did he stay at the kindergarten. He was prepared to find a place to sleep. Xing Tan's favorite place was a place not far from the east courtyard. It was beside the small road that led to the east courtyard and was not far from the main road. Standing at a high place, he could see the cars and pedestrians on the main road of the campus. He could also see the buildings of the east courtyard. Xing Tan chose a Chinese parasol tree that was suitable for sleeping and climbed up. He lay on the branch and took a short nap. When he woke up, he smelled smoke. He lowered his head and saw a middle-aged man sitting on the edge of the flower bed. He looked like he had some background. The professional suit he was wearing was expensive, and he looked like he was someone with a high position. While Xing Tan was observing the person below seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to look at Xing Tan. He saw the black cat lying on the tree staring at him, but he didn't think much of it. After a glance, he lowered his head and continued to smoke, frowning in thought. But in less than 2 minutes, he looked up again and saw the black cat yawning while continuing to stare at him. The middle-aged man wiped his face. He did not feel anything on his face. Why was the black cat staring at him? He wanted to ignore it, but the presence of the cat was too strong. He felt a little strange. He was already full of worries and was more upset. Now, he could not calm down to think about things. Xing Tan stared at the person. He felt that the person looked familiar, so he looked at him carefully. When the person raised his head, Xing Tan remembered who he looked like. The way he was frowning was very similar to Qin Tao's. Could it be Qin Tao's father? Or Qin Tao's relative? He was rich, looked like Qin Tao, and appeared at a time when Qin Tao was in trouble. Jing Tan could not help but suspect the relationship between this person and Qin Tao. Because of this, Jing Tan kept staring at the person, wanting to be sure. Just as the middle-aged man was being stared at, a car passed by on the side road and slowly came to a stop. The car window opened and Fong Xiaokong's face was revealed. "Hey, third brother Qin, aren't you in Pearl City? Why are you in Chuhua?" Fong Xiaokong asked. He just felt that the person on the side of the road looked like someone. When he got closer, it was true. The two of them were the third in the generation in the family. Their families had some friendship. However, Fong Xiaokong was younger, so Fong Xiaokong always called him third brother Qin. Qin. Could it be? Jing Tan thought. Oh, it's third brother Fong. The man looked at Fong Xiaokong and was not very surprised. He knew that Fong Xiaokong also had some assets in Chuhua. That little bastard came to hide in Chuhua. "I came over to tie him up," the man said. Fong Xiaokong understood. Although he did not take the initiative to investigate those matters, he had heard about it. He knew that the little bastard of Qin San's family had caused some trouble. He did not ask what the matter was. He only said, "Be gentle with the child. Don't always beat him." Qin Tao's father was a capable man when he was in the army. Later, he relied on his family's connections to do business. Unfortunately, he was powerless when it came to educating his child. Every time he thought about Qin Tao's childhood, Qin Tao's father would have a headache. "The boy is different from the girl. He won't be obedient unless I beat him," Qin Tao's father said. "You beat him for so many years. Has he been obedient?" Fong Xiaokong asked. Qin Tao's father did not say anything. He just kept smoking. After a while, he did not want to continue the topic of how to educate the child. Qin Tao's father asked Fong Xiaokong, "What are you doing here?" "Looking for someone." "Looking for an expert?" Fong Xiaokong shook his head. "It's about the child. I need to find someone to fix something." Fong Xiaokong did not want to say much about this. He was full of tears when he thought about it. Back then, due to Fong Mingming's request, Fong Xiaokong had asked Qing Zhong to make a cat carriage for Demi. Although Demi was much smarter than other cats, it was not in a special situation like Jing Tan's. The intelligence gap was still there. Therefore, Demi's cat carriage was later changed into a children's carriage. The cat was squatting in the carriage, the remote control was in the hands of the person, and the person controlled the remote control to make the carriage carry the cat. At first, Fong Xiaokong saw that Fong Mengmeng and Demi were having so much fun. He felt quite proud that he had made a good toy for his daughter. However, when he saw Demi sitting in the carriage like a master while his precious daughter was running behind the cat carriage, panting, he was immediately unhappy. His heart ached. Unfortunately, no matter how he persuaded Fong Mengmeng, she would not listen. The little girl even thought that it was quite fun and she could even exercise by running. The third master Fong regretted getting the cat carriage. Unfortunately, he had asked Qing Zhong to make Demi's cat carriage of good quality. It did not break even after running in the pond a few times. Therefore, Fong Xiaokong loosened a more important screw when Fong Xiaokong was not paying attention. The next time Demi's cat carriage started running, it stopped moving in less than 2 minutes. Even if Fong Xiaokong put the screw back in after that, it would not help. Originally, Fong Xiaokong was quite happy. With the cat carriage broken, his daughter did not have to run behind the cat carriage all day. However, for the next few days, Fong Mengmeng pestered the third master Fong to fix it. The third master Fong said that it was fine and that he would fix it when he was free. It was obviously perfunctory. However, the third Master Fong did not expect that in addition to the pressure from his daughter, there was also the resentment from Demi. Demi was still very obedient. It did not make a fuss or scratch people. However, it would always appear silently beside Fong Xiaokong and look at him quietly. When it was time to eat, Demi, who was not picky about food, would quietly squat at the side and stare at Fong Xiaokong until Fong Xiaokong's appetite decreased. At night, when Fong Xiaokong woke up to go to the toilet, he saw Demi squatting in front of the door and looking at him. The reflection of the cat's eyes was like two light bulbs in the dark. At first sight, Fong Xiaokong was so shocked that his sleepiness dissipated. When he came out of the toilet, he found Demi squatting at the door of the toilet and looking at him in the same way. On the weekend morning, Fong Xiaokong rarely slept in, so he lazed in bed. His wife woke up early to buy groceries, so the door was not closed. Fong Xiaokong felt that something was wrong around him. He opened his eyes slightly and found Demi squatting at the head of the bed, looking at him quietly. "I can't live like this anymore." It was rare for the third Master Fong to have time to go home to accompany his wife and children. However, he encountered this kind of situation. The third Master Fong felt that Demi's gaze was terrifying. He really didn't know where Demi learned this from. In the end, Fong Xiaokong, under the pressure of his daughter and Demi, brought the broken cat cart to Chuhua City. While he was dealing with the matters here, he also brought the cat cart over to fix it. Now, Fong Xiaokong took the broken cat cart to find Qingzhong. He would return to Beijing after it was fixed. Otherwise, he would not be able to eat or sleep well when he returned. Hearing Fong Xiaokong's answer, Qin Tao's father made a sound of acknowledgement and was not interested in asking more. He threw the cigarette butt into the trash can at the side, then exhaled a long breath and looked up at the black cat on the tree. Fong Xiaokong was only paying attention to Qin Tao's father just now. Only now did he see Jing Tan. "Yo, where's black charcoal? You're sleeping here. That's great. Since you're not at home, I'll go directly to the Institute of Biological Sciences and give it to your father." Every time Fong Xiaokong came here, he would bring some small gifts or Beijing specialties. If Jing Tan was at home, he would directly send it home. If not, he would send it to Jiao Pa. "Fong San, do you know this cat?" Qin Tao's father asked. "Yes, I do. It's a cat owned by a professor at the Institute of Biological Sciences. We have some friendship." Qin Tao's father only thought that Fong Xiaokong's friendship referred to the friendship between Fong San and Professor Jiao. He did not think of the cat at all. "Oh right, Brother Qin, you came here to find Qin Tao. That kid should be with Air Mao, right? If you don't know the way, you can ask this cat for help. It knows the way." Since he had found this place, how could Qin Tao's father not know the way? He had investigated Air Mao's residence thoroughly. It was just a matter of face and his temperament that he had not thought of a way to find Qin Tao. Fong Xiaokong knew in his heart that he was just giving Qin Tao an idea to give him an easy way out. "Black charcoal, take this uncle to Air Mao's place and help him. I have to hurry and find someone. It's best if we can fix it before they go on vacation." After saying that, Fong Xiaokong closed the window and drove away. Jing Tan gave Fong Xiaokong the middle finger in his heart. He then jumped down from the tree, looked at Qin Tao's father, and walked towards the courtyard. When Qin Tao's father heard Fong Xiaokong call him uncle, he was not very happy. Fong Sen always had a sharp tongue, but could this cat lead the way? Chapter 293. Jing Tan brought Qin Tao's father to the eastern courtyard. He knew that there were other people following them. When they turned the corner, Jing Tan caught a glimpse of Qin Tao's father making a hand gesture to those people, probably telling them not to follow. When they entered the courtyard, the security guard stopped Qin Tao's father and asked him what was going on. "I'm here to look for someone." A friend asked the cat to lead the way. Qin Tao's father pointed at the black cat in front of him. The security guard had a look of realization. Oh, black charcoal's guest. Then he didn't say anything else. Qin Tao's father looked at the black cat in front of him that didn't even stop walking. He thought to himself, could a cat be so persuasive? This was the first time he had seen it. Looking at the old houses in the courtyard, Qin Tao's father didn't understand. He heard that the second son of the Wang family was renting a house here. The house was so old and small, how could he live comfortably? If it was his son, he definitely wouldn't live here. Although he had always doubted Fang Xiaokong's words and doubted that the black cat could cooperate and lead the way, it really wasn't wrong on the way here. When they reached Building B, Qin Tao's father didn't have time to think about what to do. He saw the cat that led the way in front of him jump up and rub against the security guard. With a click, the door opened. Qin Tao's father, before the door closed, Qin Tao's father hurried into the building, went upstairs, and stopped in front of Mao's door on the 3rd floor. Zheng Tan looked at Qin Tao's father. He wasn't stupid and knew that this person should know the place. Otherwise, why would he stop here after going up to the 3rd floor? But this person stood in front of the door and didn't knock or make a sound. He looked very conflicted. Qin Tao really didn't know what this person was thinking. Mao's door wasn't usually closed. But recently, after Qin Tao came over, the two of them had something to discuss in private, so it was closed. After waiting for a long time and seeing that Qin Tao's father didn't move, Zheng Tan couldn't help it. Wasn't it just knocking on the door? Was there a need to be so conflicted? How indecisive. Thus, just as Qin Tao's father was thinking about what kind of tone he should use when they meet later to avoid a fight, he saw the black cat jump up and slap the security door, making a bang sound. Father Qin's heart was immediately in his throat, but he no longer looked conflicted on the surface. Instead, he pulled a long face, as if he was here to collect a debt. This made Zheng Tan quite speechless. In fact, Mr. Qin didn't deliberately put on a look of wanting to collect a debt. It was just a reflex. Perhaps he didn't even know what kind of expression he had on his face. In the room, Mao was talking to Qin Tao about the results of further investigation and countermeasures. Hearing the door open, he went to open the door with slippers and a particularly childish cartoon cotton pajamas with a bird's nest hairstyle. Usually, it would be the black cat who knocked on the door in this way, so Mao didn't think too much about it. When the door opened and he saw the person at the door, Mao forcefully swallowed the words that he wanted to say to Zheng Tan. His face twitched, and he thought to himself, it's over. That's stupid. Qin Tao originally wanted to ask Mao why that stupid cat was here, but when he looked up and saw his father standing at the door, he changed the word cat to goods before he could finish his sentence. He even said to Father Qin in a very bad tone, "What are you doing here? Why are you so free? Is your company bankrupt?" Mao stood at the door and covered his face. Although he wanted to have a good talk with Qin Tao, Father Qin's face immediately darkened when he heard that. He said sternly, "Are you done? If you're done, then go back." Zheng Tan stood behind Mao and saw the father and son arguing. Just when Mao and Zheng Tan thought that the two were going to start fighting, one was thinking about how to stop them and the other was thinking about escaping immediately. Father Qin was silent for a while. Then, he asked Qin Tao to go out and talk. At first, Qin Tao didn't want to go out. He suspected that if he went out, he would be tied up by his father's bodyguards. Although he already had the intention to go back, he definitely didn't want to go back in such a humiliating way. After confronting Father Qin for 3 minutes, Qin Tao still followed them out. There were many things that couldn't be avoided even if one wanted to. If they really wanted to tie someone up, hiding here would still bring them back. After the father and son went downstairs, Mao said to Zheng Tan, "Black Coal, please go and take a look. If you see that something is wrong, come and find me immediately. Mao didn't dare to casually follow them. When Qin Tao's father left, he gave Mao a warning look, telling Mao not to interfere. Based on Mao's understanding of Qin Tao's father, there was an 80% chance that he would beat him up. When it came to fighting, Qin Tao wasn't as good as his father. Although Qin Tao looked strong, it was all from training in the gym. It was all for the sake of picking up girls. It was all for show. On the other hand, Father Qin used to be a real fighter. Therefore, since young, Qin Tao couldn't resist his father even if he wanted to. Thinking about Qin Tao, who was probably going to suffer another tragedy, Mao shook his head and went back to the house to see if there were any relevant drugs. Zheng Tan was already curious. After hearing Mao's words, he immediately followed. The father and son walked along the path that Zheng Tan had met Father Qin. Neither of them spoke. The bodyguards following them were also stopped by Father Qin. They didn't continue to follow and left some space for the father and son to talk in private. After discovering this, Qin Tao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't have to be tied up for the time being. The two of them kept silent and walked forward one after the other. Zheng Tan followed behind and wondered if the two of them had forgotten where they were going. They walked until they reached the side of a forest. At this time, there was no one else here. He could see if there were other people nearby. Qin Tao didn't want to walk anymore and stopped by a tree. If you want to say something, just say it. It's tiring to walk. In order to get rid of the effects of the drugs as much as possible, Qin Tao cooperated with the people that Mao found to treat him for a few days. He got tired easily, but his mood was much better. He wasn't as irritable as before. Father Qin didn't know the reason. He was just dissatisfied with Qin Tao's poor physical strength. He thought that Qin Tao's performance was the result of excessive indulgence. The words that came out of his mouth weren't very nice. Therefore, Zheng Tan saw the two of them start to quarrel again. There were no outsiders around, so the two of them quarreled whenever they wanted to. They didn't have to worry about anything. Zheng Tan squatted on a tree not far away and watched the two of them fight. After a few words, Qin Tao fought back and accused his father of following him. Otherwise, how could he have found Mao? Father Qin denied it as he beat him up. He didn't follow him. He was only brought there by a cat. Just as Mao expected, Qin Tao was basically being beaten up by his father. There was no other way. There was a difference in strength. However, Zheng Tan saw that although Qin Tao's father seemed to be beating him fiercely, every hit only hurt a little. He didn't really break Qin Tao's bones or suffer internal injuries. He didn't know if Qin Tao's father had the principle of not hitting a child in the face. There really wasn't any trace of being beaten on Qin Tao's face. Zheng Tan looked at the father and son and thought, this should be considered domestic violence, right? Qin Tao probably suffered domestic violence since he was young. How pitiful. When Qin Tao's father was beating him, he hesitated because Qin Tao said that he had found the culprit. He was pushed hard by Qin Tao. When he stepped back, he coincidentally stepped on a protruding lawn tile. He twisted his leg and fell to the ground. Qin Tao panted, his face full of anger. Father Qin didn't get up from the ground. He just sat there with a dark face. The scene quieted down again. Only the sound of Qin Tao's heavy breathing could be heard. Father Qin knew that Qin Tao was telling the truth when he said that he had found the culprit. Although Qin Tao was angry now, he wasn't in a manic state like before. It was just that he couldn't bring himself to lose face and twisted his leg. He couldn't get up, so he just sat there with a cold face. Just when Zheng Tan thought that the situation would continue like this, Qin Tao moved. He walked to Father Qin, who was sitting on the ground, turned his back to his father, and squatted down. Come up. Father Qin obviously didn't expect Qin Tao to do this. He was stunned for a moment. Hurry up, the bell has rung. There will be students coming over later. Are you still going to sit there and wait for them to laugh at you? Qin Tao said impatiently. Father Qin's face was full of suspicion. His first reaction was that this kid was up to something. But when he looked at Qin Tao in front of him, he still got up. He supported himself with the leg that wasn't twisted and then leaned on Qin Tao's back. F***CK. What did you eat? You're so heavy. Qin Tao cursed as he got up. He started to walk with unsteady steps. Can you do it? Father Qin asked. Cut the crap. Don't fall when you can't carry me. People will laugh at you. You're still afraid of losing face. Didn't you say that you've lost all your face because of me? Qin Tao sneered. Right, let's make a deal. I'll carry you out today. You don't have to send people to watch me. You're so stupid. How can I be at ease if I don't arrange some people for you? You see, that time when you sent people away, something happened, and you still blame me. I sent people to protect you, and you said in public that I interfered with your private life and violated your privacy. You didn't find the reason why you were set up, and you slandered me. You don't know how to appreciate good intentions. If you don't have the intelligence, don't talk about self-esteem. The business world is like a battlefield, and benefits are like a sharp blade. Don't think that I'm just saying it. You should learn from your mistakes. How can you be so stupid? If you were half as smart as Wang Erxiao, I wouldn't bother with your trivial matters. Father Qin still wasn't appeased. He slapped Qin Tao's head. You're so stupid. Xingtian saw it clearly. Although Father Qin's movements were vigorous, he didn't use much strength when he slapped Qin Tao's head. As for the Wang Erxiao that Father Qin mentioned, he seemed to be referring to Mao. Qin Tao staggered as he spoke while panting. I'm warning you. If you slap my head again, I'll leave you here. Really, the older you get, the more annoying you are. You're even more annoying when you're old. That won't happen. When I'm old, I definitely won't be as annoying as you are. You won't understand until you're my age. You won't know what it's like to be old until you're old. You should let Grandpa hear what you just said. I wonder if Grandpa will whip you out. Hey, I suddenly remembered that you can call someone to come and carry you. I didn't bring my phone. Bullshit. I saw it just now. In the winter, the leaves on some deciduous trees had withered and become sparse. There were also some evergreen trees in the forest. A small path passed through the intertwined yellow and green forest. Xingtian lay on a tree and watched Qin Tao carry his father on his back and stagger forward along the green lawn tiles. Suddenly, Xingtian felt that Qin Tao wasn't pitiful anymore. Instead, he felt a little envious. Beep beep beep, the familiar sound of a horn drew Xingtian's attention. He looked over. Professor Zhao, who had just finished reporting his account at the finance department and was about to take the shortcut home, passed by on his scooter. He glanced around and saw the black cat on the tree. Black charcoal, what are you looking at? Chapter 294. It was said that doing the same thing every day at the same routine would make time pass very quickly. Xingtian thought so too. Eating, sleeping, walking, and occasionally watching the fun and eavesdropping on some gossip. When he looked at the calendar again, he realized that the days had passed without him noticing. Xingtian lay on top of a tall sycamore tree on the main road of the school. The dense leaves blocked the sunlight from above. It wasn't hot, and the breeze made him sleepy. From the new year to the start of school, until the summer break, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Speaking of which, many things had happened in the past half a year. Mao and Gong Qin got married. Although they bought another house in Chuhua City, they still lived in the courtyard most of the time. Black rice had always been brought along. Even though many people in Mao's family objected, Gong Qin and Mao didn't mind. Now, wherever Mao and his wife went, black rice followed. The good thing was that black rice didn't go out much. Whether it was in the courtyard or in the house Mao bought, it was still used to it and didn't make a fuss. Little Pomelo participated in the preliminary round of the Cup of Hope in mid-March. Then, she entered the finals in April and won the first prize. Little Pomelo put the medal and certificate in a drawer. She didn't take them out to show off. There were many children in the courtyard who had won similar prizes. Even if it wasn't the Cup of Hope, there were other competitions. Zhao Yuan and the others had also won some competitions, but they weren't in the mathematics category. There were students from the 4th grade to the 6th grade who participated in similar competitions. The 4th grade students' main purpose was to train and prepare for other examinations in the future. The 5th grade students' goal was slightly higher. As for the 6th grade students like Little Pomelo, most of their participation in the competition was combined with the junior high school entrance examination. In the recruitment of some key high schools, medals from competitions such as the Cup of Hope were considered as important stepping stones. A medal from a competition would undoubtedly give one a huge advantage in the junior high school entrance examination. It was also because of this that many parents began to enroll their children in all kinds of tutoring classes when they were still in 2nd or 3rd grade, regardless of whether their children were willing or not. Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, and Jiao Yuan did not spend much time teaching their children. Whether it was Jiao Yuan or Little Pomelo, the two children were very hardworking. When Jiao Yuan won the award, many schools called to recruit him. Jiao Yuan felt that those schools were too far away, too troublesome, and did not have much freedom. Therefore, he, Suan, and the others all chose the nearest school. This time, it was the same for Little Pomelo. Speaking of Little Pomelo entering middle school, it was time to talk about Jiao Yuan entering high school. In the blink of an eye, the two children who were still in elementary school when Jingtan came were now in middle school. Jiao Yuan and the rest sent their friends to Tsinghua University-affiliated high school. However, they would have to stay on campus in the future. The affiliated high school was a little far from here. By then, Jingtan would no longer hear the voices of Jiao Yuan and the others who were going through puberty. For Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan, this was a significant summer break. Jiao Pa had already made arrangements for this summer break. Jingtan eavesdropped on Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma's conversation one night. They were talking about the summer break. During this holiday, Jiao Pa would bring Jiao Yuan and Little Pomelo to Nanhua City and Nanqing to play. Since the second half of last year, Yuan Ziyi had been flying back and forth between Nanhua City and Tsinghua City. He had decided to open a branch company in Nanhua City. Now that he had a foundation and confidence, he could return to Nanhua City and make use of the connections left behind by his old man. It wouldn't be too difficult to set up a branch company, but it would be difficult to travel back and forth. After the new year, Yuan Ziyi came to visit. Jingtan noticed that Yuan Ziyi had lost a lot of weight and was also a lot darker. However, he was in good spirits and was full of fighting spirit. After the new year, every time he flew to Nanhua City, he would go to various colleges and universities to recruit talents. He heard that he had signed a lot of good seedlings for this year's graduation season. This time, Jiao Pa went to Nanhua City not only to check on the situation of the branch, but also to run a few projects with Yuan Ziyi. He also wanted to visit a few teachers from the past. All these years, Jiao Pa had only contacted them via email or phone. He did not visit them personally. This time, he also wanted to visit a few of them. They were all good friends with Yuan Ziyi's father. They were old professors who took good care of Jiao Pa and Yuan Ziyi. Of course, there were also some classmates that he had not seen for a few years, so he wanted to visit them. When Jingtan knew that he had to go to Nanhua City and Nanqing, he felt very complicated. He thought that he would never go there again. He did not expect that he would have the opportunity to go there again. When he went there, he was completely passive. There were all kinds of dangers and he had to wander around. He was almost chopped up and made into soup. This time, it was different. He went there with the Zhao family for fun. When he thought about it, Xing Tan was looking forward to it. He jumped down from the tree and ran towards the courtyard. Xing Tan saw that in the shade of the courtyard, a few children were surrounding a middle-aged teacher. They were asking him something. Among the children standing there were little Pomelo, her classmates Yulisha and Xiaxian. They were probably discussing the questions they encountered during the competition. Xing Tan knew the teacher. He taught mathematics and liked to give lessons to the children in the courtyard. Sometimes, when he was enjoying the shade in the courtyard, he would discuss with the middle school students the various solutions to certain questions in a competition. Many of the solutions were difficult to come up with, and the children learned a lot from his lectures. However, when many of the children in the courtyard were asked if they would choose mathematics in the future, they would basically say no. The reason was that there was no Nobel Prize for mathematics. Xing Tan had once heard the children talk about the reason. The Nobel Prize had been awarded for physics, chemistry, physiology, medicine, and other fields, but there was no award for mathematics, which was an important subject. There were several rumors about this, but the children in the courtyard were more inclined to the first one. That was, Nobel had been poached by a mathematician, and Nobel's love life had been thwarted. Although this explanation wasn't considered credible, it would always be brought up first every time it was mentioned. Everyone had a gossipy heart. When they saw Xing Tan, little Pomelo greeted the others and went home with Xing Tan. Now that many schools were on holiday, they had not yet left for Nanhua City. The main reason was because of the Zhao Pa. Since they were going to be away for a month, the Zhao Pa had to arrange things here first. He had more and more graduate students and doctoral students under him. The projects and tasks on hand had to be assigned. Many of the graduate students did not have summer holidays, but the Zhao Pa was not very strict. As long as they were efficient, had a reasonable schedule, and completed the tasks on time, they could still have a holiday if they wanted to. However, since it was summer, most students preferred to stay in the air-conditioned study room and do experiments in the lab. Then, they would go to the study room of their research group to enjoy the air conditioning and surf the net. They would also throw a watermelon into the ice machine and wait for the ice to be served. Axan and the others were like that. Before Xing Tan left with the Zhao family, he met Zhuo Xiaomao. That little brat would be brought around to play during the holidays. This time, he followed Zhang and the others to the north to avoid the summer heat. Zhang brought a few students to a research institute in the north for a project exchange. Zhuo Xiaomao simply followed them to play. In the middle of July, the Zhao Pa arranged the things at hand and drove the family to Nanhua City. Xing Tan moved his neck. He was not used to wearing the cat tag all day long. But in Nanhua City and other places, he had to be careful. On the way, he saw a few restaurants that served cat and dog meat. Not only Xing Tan, but the rest of the Zhao family also reminded Xing Tan a few times. In the past, they always told Xing Tan not to cause trouble wherever he went. This time, they told Xing Tan not to wander around. Yuan Zi had a duplex apartment in Nanhua City. But after he went to Chuhua City to develop his business, he rented out the apartment. Last year, he came back and renovated the apartment. He wanted to live in it. After he opened a branch office here, he would definitely travel frequently. This way, he would have a place to stay. There are a lot of empty rooms. You guys can stay as you see fit. Yuan Zi gave a bunch of keys to the Zhao Pa. His wife and children did not come with him. Living alone was quite empty and lonely. But now, there were more people. When Yuan Ziyi and the Jiao Pa went to discuss the branch office here, the Jiao Ma brought the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo to tidy up the room. Jing Tan walked around the house and found a black cat statue in the place where the god of wealth statue was supposed to be. What was even worse was that the cat had a cat tag around its neck. The cat tag had the words, black charcoal, engraved on it. Every time Yuan Ziyi went to the Jiao family and saw Jing Tan, he would worship the statue. At first, Jing Tan would throw a tantrum and want to kick Yuan Ziyi. But after a while, he became numb to it and ignored it. But when he thought about Yuan Ziyi burning incense and worshipping the cat statue, Jing Tan felt uncomfortable. He could only sigh. There were so many funny people. After dinner, Yuan Ziyi and the Jiao Pa drove to the University of Nanhua. Today, they had an appointment with two of their old classmates. They were both teachers at the University of Nanhua. After the sun went down, there was a road near the University of Nanhua near the river. In the evening, there were many people there. Many universities gave people the feeling that they were hidden in the city. Tsinghua University was like this, and so was the University of Nanhua. The campus was very quiet. But when they came out, they could see the bustling city at night. Jiao Pa and a few of his old classmates were chatting. They expressed their thoughts about being teachers over the years. They also asked Yuan Ziyi to talk about what it was like to be a boss. Nowadays, the pressure on the teachers is increasing. Research funding and teaching work are like the sword of Damocles hanging over every teacher's head. The pressure of survival makes ordinary teachers like us work hard every day to survive. Snatching class hours, competing for projects, writing papers, and guarding against some people's dirty tricks. It's so tiring. No wonder people say that if you can focus on your own experiments when you're a student, you won't have the chance to do so when you're a teacher, said one of Jiao Pa's classmates. Jing Tan and the Jiao Ma stayed not far away. They were enjoying the river breeze and looking at the night scenery. He could hear the Jiao Pa and the others talking. It seemed that the two Jiao Pa's classmates were only associate professors now. They had achieved a lot, but unfortunately, they failed several times when they applied for the position of professor. One of them even said that if old Master Yuan was still alive, they might have been promoted a long time ago. It wasn't easy for anyone. Everyone had their own difficulties. In comparison, Jiao Pa and Yuan Ziyi were doing better. One of them was promoted to professor, and his research was progressing smoothly. The other started a company and made a lot of money. While he was thinking, Jing Tan suddenly felt something hit his head. It didn't hurt. It was just a soft ball-shaped toy. Jing Tan looked around. His gaze stopped on a 5 or 6-year-old boy. The boy was holding a bag. Inside the bag were a few egg-sized ball-shaped toys. There were all kinds of cartoon characters printed on them. They were similar to the ball that hit Jing Tan. Chapter 295. Jing Tan hated dealing with children this age the most. It was impossible to reason with them. Even if you could, Jing Tan couldn't. If you didn't cooperate with them or retaliate, they would cry in front of you and call for their parents. In comparison, Jing Tan felt that Chua Kitten was easier to deal with. Although Jing Tan found it troublesome, he wasn't the kind of person who would sit there and wait to be hit. When the kid reached into the bag, Jing Tan was prepared to be thrown. Sure enough, a round object was thrown at him. The throw was quite accurate. It seemed that the kid played with this kind of thing a lot. Jing Tan raised his hand and swatted the small ball that was about to hit his head back. Then, he looked at the kid not far away. After the ball was swatted away, the kid didn't cry. Instead, his eyes lit up and he became more energetic. He reached into the bag and threw another ball at Zhang Ziyan. After swatting away 3 balls in a row, Jing Tan didn't want to play with the kid anymore. Jiao Ma brought the 2 kids to watch Jing Tan play with the ball. Just now, they wanted to go over and stop the kid, but seeing that the ball was very soft and didn't hurt when hit, and that their cat was playing with it so happily, they didn't stop him. Now, seeing that their cat was completely uninterested, the kid obviously wasn't done playing. Jiao Ma was afraid that the kid would come over and provoke their cat, so she got up from the stone bench next to her and prepared to talk to the kid. Before Jiao Ma could walk over, someone called the kid's name. It seemed to be the kid's parents. A couple walked over. The woman went to pull the kid who was about to walk over to Jing Tan. The man looked at Jing Tan and paused. Then, his gaze swept over to Jiao Ma and her group. He seemed a little confused and unsure. He went forward and asked, "Are you from Professor Zhao's family?" Jiao Ma looked at the person in front of her. He was a little unfamiliar. Even if she had seen him before, she wouldn't have any impression of him. However, seeing that this person didn't seem difficult to get along with, she smiled politely and replied. When the man heard this, he knew that he was not mistaken. The smile on his face deepened. "It really is you." Jing Tan thought the man looked familiar, but he couldn't recall who he was. Now that he heard the man introduce himself to Jiao Ma, he remembered that he had met this man named Jing Xian when he went back to his hometown in Jiao Pa for Chinese New Year. This man even gave Jiao Pa a business card. Jing Tan remembered this man because he worked in Nanqing and also because he had the same surname as Jing Tan. Now that he thought about it, it was fate that brought them together. Jing Xian brought his wife and child to Nanhua City to attend a relative's wedding. He didn't expect to bump into someone from the Zhao family. Every year, he would go back to his hometown to pay his respects. Except for that one time when he bumped into someone from the Zhao family, he always came and went in a hurry. He didn't bring the elderly or children with him. However, he had heard about the Zhao family. After all, Professor Zhao was one of the more frequently praised by the elderly in that area. In the hearts of some of the more traditional elders, a university professor had a higher status than some businessmen. Therefore, whenever there was a famous person in the surrounding villages, Jing Xian would hear about Professor Zhao. It was just that he had never met him. Jing Xian had a good memory. Even if he didn't remember what the people from the Zhao family looked like, he still remembered the special black cat that always hung out with the Zhao family. One of the reasons why his child especially liked to play with cats after returning to Nanqing was because the black cat in the Zhao family left an impression on his child. From Jiao Ma, Jing Xian knew that Professor Zhao was also nearby. Jing Xian decided to stay here for a while and wait for Professor Zhao to come back so that they could chat. After all, they were from the same hometown. In Nanhua City, it wasn't difficult to meet people from the same hometown. However, it wasn't so easy to meet people from the same hometown who had some social status. Since they all knew each other and were from the same hometown, Jing Xian asked his wife and children to come over and sit for a while. Jing Xian's son, the little kid who threw the ball at Jing Tan, kept staring at Jing Tan. It seemed like he was constantly thinking of taking the ball out of the bag to play with Jing Tan. Jing Tan ignored him. He didn't even look at the little kid. With Jiao Ma, Jiao Yuan, and little Pomelo here, he wasn't afraid that the kid would throw things at him. Not long after, the Jiao Pa and the others walked over while chatting. Jing Tan didn't expect that Yuan Ziyi and Jing Xian also knew each other. As soon as they met, they greeted each other with Mr. Yuan and Mr. Jing. Knowing that Jing Xian and the Jiao Pa were from the same hometown, Yuan Ziyi was happy. With this level of relationship, and seeing that Jing Xian didn't have any intention of alienating him, there should still be room for negotiation for the business deal that didn't go through last week. Thinking about this, Yuan Ziyi looked at the black cat that was squatting by the river and enjoying the night view. Just now, Jing Xian had said that they were going to go back directly. However, when they turned around, they realized that their child had run away. When they came over, they realized that their child was playing with the Zhao family's cat. Only then did they recognize the Zhao family. Thinking about this, Yuan Zi sighed in his heart. He was indeed a lucky star. Therefore, when Yuan Zi was happy, he started shaking. His intermittent amnesia acted up, and he forgot Jing Tan's name. When he introduced Jing Tan to his former university classmates, he said, "This is Ming Xing's moneymaker." This made the Jiao Pa's university classmates think that Jing Tan's name was moneymaker. They even said that this name was more down-to-earth. Compared to the various foreign pet names around, the name moneymaker did sound more local. However, after listening to the Jiao Pa's explanation, they realized that Jing Tan's real cat name was. The two people looked at Jing Tan and said, "Oh, Black Charcoal's name is more down-to-earth." Knowing that the Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi would be staying in Nanhua City for a while, the two university classmates weren't in a hurry. They even invited a few classmates who worked here to gather. After they left, Yuan Zi started to discuss the business deal that they didn't manage to complete last time with Jing Xian. Coincidentally, the Jiao Pa was also here. The Jiao Pa also had shares in the company, so he could give more suggestions. This time, Jing Xian's tone was much more casual. It wasn't as formal and businesslike as it was when he talked to Yuan Zi last time. It was obvious that he had an attitude of, "This matter is negotiable." This surprised the Jiao Pa a little. After all, for many businessmen, friendship was friendship, business was business. It was very separate. Today, Jing Xian showed this attitude in order to get acquainted with the Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi. Although Jing Xian came from a humble background, he was still quite capable to be able to work his way up to where he was now. When he first met the Jiao family, Jing Xian worked for them in a high-ranking position. Later, he became his own boss. His company was in Nanqing. After 2 years, the company had been running quite well. Otherwise, Yuan Zi wouldn't have approached him. He also had his own way of dealing with people. "I'm going back to Nanqing tomorrow. I can't leave the company. Why don't Professor Jiao and Mr. Yuan come to Nanqing for a meal?" Jing Xian said. "Sure, we'll make a trip to Nanqing next week. I just don't know if Mr. Jing will be free then," Yuan Zi said with a smile. "You have to make time even if you don't have time. I'll wait for you in Nanqing then." Jing Xian's phone rang. He didn't continue chatting with the Jiao Pa and the others. After saying goodbye, he took out his phone to talk to someone. At the same time, he also called his wife and children to leave. Jing Tan had been listening since they talked about Nanqing. When he heard Jing Xian mention the place where his company was, Jing Tan was very familiar with it. It was an area filled with commercial office buildings. Jing Tan used to go there often in the past because Jing Tan's father's company was also in that area. Therefore, Jing Tan decided to be thick-skinned and go there with the Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi when the time came. Jiao Ma and the two children wouldn't stay in Nanqing for long. After playing in Nanhua City for a few days, Jing Tan was absent-minded. Jiao Ma thought that Jing Tan was not acclimatized to the place. Little did she know that Jing Tan was already very familiar with this place. Although he used to live in Nanqing, he had been to Nanhua City many times. How could he not be acclimatized? It was just that Jing Tan's heart was always thinking about going to Nanqing. Every day, he counted the days with his fingers. Finally, it was the day of departure. Jing Tan was so excited the night before that he didn't sleep. He didn't sleep in the car either. He just looked at the familiar scenery outside the window. The last time he came to Nanqing as a cat, Jing Tan was a vagrant. He secretly took a pickup truck and sneaked out of the car. He couldn't see the light of day. He was so dirty that he didn't have a good place to take a bath. He took a cold bath in a fish pond in the neighborhood. At that time, he didn't have an ID card. Jing Tan even snatched a noble and elegant Persian cat's cat tag and wore it himself. Thinking back to his vagrant life, he was really careful at every step. He was really frightened by the experience and knowledge of the cat meat restaurants. At that time, Jingtan was almost chopped up and made into soup. But now, Jingtan appeared in this city openly. Looking at the streets of Nanqing, Jingtan suddenly wanted to shout, "I'm back." Unfortunately, he couldn't. In Nanqing, they could only stay in a hotel. Jingtan started his days of hiding in the backpack again. Fortunately, he only had to do it twice a day. On the second day of their arrival in Nanqing, Jiao Ma took the two children to find a classmate that she had contacted. She asked Jingtan to come with her. Jingtan turned his head and didn't want to go. He pretended not to hear Jiao Ma's words and stayed in Yuan Ziyi's car. The Jiao Pa's car might be driven by Jiao Ma, but Yuan Ziyi would definitely drive to Jingxian's company. So, Jingtan lay in Yuan Ziyi's car. Oh, it doesn't want to go. Later, it can follow us to eat a big meal. Nanqing is not so bad that there's no restaurant for pets. Yuan Ziyi didn't care. Besides, he was quite happy about this situation. It meant that he might be lucky today. The Jiao Ma had no choice, and the Jiao Pa didn't say anything, so they let Jingtan do what he wanted. Jingxian didn't have any objection to the Jiao Pa taking Jingtan. After the three finished talking, it was time for dinner. After looking at his watch, Jingxian said to the Jiao Pa and Yuan Ziyi, "Today, I'll take you to a good place. The dishes there will definitely make you forget to go back. Oh, you can also bring pets there. It's okay as long as you take care of them." Jingxian took the Jiao Pa and the others to a restaurant with a quaint architectural style, not a five-star hotel or a high-end Western restaurant. Jingxian's car was in front, and he took them to the parking lot. Guqin House. Yuan Ziyi pointed to the three words at the door of the restaurant and said to the Jiao Pa next to him, "Am I right?" "Yes, it's Guqin House," the Jiao Pa replied. Jingxian smiled. Many people think that Guqin House is a place to learn Guqin when they hear it. In addition, this place looks very stylish, so most people who come here for the first time will misunderstand. In fact, this is a place to eat. As for the name, Guqin is actually the name of the proprietress here. I heard that her ancestors were imperial chefs and have ancestral secret recipes. Anyway, I think the stir-fried cabbage here is better than other places. After eating it, I feel that other places don't taste the same. This place is often full. Every time, you have to book a few days in advance. Fortunately, I know the owner here and asked him to save a seat for me. Jingxian took the Jiao Pa and Yuan Ziyi inside, and recommended the food here. Chapter 296. Although the Guqin House was a shop where pets could be brought in, it was also particular. Only people who booked a separate private room upstairs could bring in pets. Otherwise, there were so many tables downstairs and so many guests. If you brought in a pet, even if some people didn't mind, more guests would still have opinions. There would be people who would question the hygiene. Even if many areas were blocked by screens, the effect was limited after all. Therefore, Jingxian took Jiao Pa and Yuan Ziyi directly upstairs and went to the reserved private room. It was difficult to book a seat in the Guqin House. It could be imagined how difficult it was to book a private room. Of course, the cost of a private room was many times higher than the lobby below. Because I know them, I can enjoy a discount every time I come here. After a pause, Jingxian said with some pride, "It is also more preferential than the members." The people in the private room next door were quarreling for some reason. The noise was very loud, and they couldn't hear it clearly. However, this also showed that the soundproofing effect here was good. When the window was pulled, the door was closed, and the air conditioner was turned on. As long as they didn't yell, the people next door couldn't hear it. The bamboo-like menu was delivered. Jingxian introduced the signature dishes and specialties here to Jiao Pa and Yuan Ziyi. As for Jingtan, He sat on a small chair next to the window and looked at the people coming and going downstairs outside the window. The quarrel next door became more intense. A Guqin house dining bowl was thrown out and fell to the ground on the first floor, breaking into pieces. Jing Tan remembered this place. His father often came here before. Every time he came, he would not be alone. Sometimes he would bring several lovers, and sometimes he would come with some acquaintances from the mall. Of course, the former was mostly the case. The integrity was just like the ceramic bowl thrown out by the guests in the private room next door and smashed to the ground. It was broken into pieces. Jing Tan also came here twice. One time was to eat here, and the other time was to slap his father's little lover. Complaining about his father's glorious deeds, in his heart, Jing Tan thought about the time when he came here to catch the adulterers. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched. Jing Tan remembered why he felt strange when he came here and heard the name of the Guqin house. He had a deep impression of this place, not because his father and his lovers often came here for dinner. After all, his father had many places to show his lovers how romantic they were. Lovers with different temperaments and styles would be brought to different places to have fun. Jing Tan had a deep impression of this place because he remembered what he had seen when he came to quarrel with his father. It wasn't anything good, and he couldn't remember the exact time. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Jing Tan felt that his luck would not be so good. It was rare for him to come here, so how could he coincidentally encounter such a thing? Yawning, Jing Tan leaned against the window and continued to look down. His ears were also listening to the Jiao Pa's conversation. Jing Xian was lamenting that there were many rich young people in South City. As the saying went, young people were rich. Regardless of whether they were rich because they had a gold-like father or not, the truth was the truth. The three people at the table had also reached a certain age and had more experience. When they talked about it, they were quite emotional. They were just chatting and laughing. They did not have too much sour grapes. Jing Xian, who had low academic qualifications, had struggled from the bottom when he first came to South City. He had seen many kinds of people. Speaking of which, when he was young, he had also envied those young people who were surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women. At that time, he and some people who came to work in a group stood by the roadside, wearing street stalls and smoking cheap cigarettes. Watching those young people who enjoyed a high-end lifestyle drive by in luxury cars, envy was certain, and jealousy was also certain. Speaking of the phrase, young people are rich, at that time, they only had one thought when they went south: youth had long become a thing of the past. Wealth was in the future. But now, Jing Xian was obviously a positive example of inspirational success. He had obtained his education through some means. Money, he was earning it, and the momentum was good. When people experienced some things and reached a certain height, their vision was different, and their state of mind was also different. Jing Tan was recalling his prodigal life in the past with Jing Xian's words. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of familiar figures on the first floor. A middle-aged man, who was Jing Tan's biological father, a hot girl, who was Jing Tan's biological father's lover. Although he knew what his biological father was like and had seen a lot of it before, he still could not help but be angry when he saw this scene. Downstairs, Jing Tan's father walked into the Guqin house with the girl in his arms. Jing Tan leaned his head against the window and stared at the two people angrily until they disappeared. Moneymaker, what are you looking at? Yuan Ziyi elbowed the Jiao Pa, pointed his chin in the direction of Jing Tan, and then got up to look out the window. The Jiao Pa and Jing Xian also looked downstairs curiously, but at this time, Jing Tan's father had already entered the store with his lover. When the Jiao Pa and the others came over, they only saw a big black dog coming out of an SUV downstairs. Oh, are you looking at it? That's Chairman Shu's beloved dog, a Great Dane named Mars, Jing Xian explained. At the same time, he also talked about Chairman Shu and some of his business dealings with Chairman Shu. That's not right. Yuan Ziyi's focus was not on Chairman Shu and how awesome his company was, but on the Great Dane. My friend also has a Great Dane, but it doesn't look like this. How is it different? The Jiaopa had some understanding of cats because he had a cat at home. As for dog breeds, he only knew a little about them. Jing Tan's attention was also diverted by their conversation, and he looked at the Great Dane. Unfortunately, he didn't know much about dogs, and the only breeds he was familiar with were the ones he had seen before, such as the Saint Bernard Huaxianwu, the bullhead terrier Niu Zhuangzhuang, the Chihuahua that always barked at the sheriff, and the three-bloodline Sahara. He might have seen the Great Dane before, but Jing Tan didn't pay attention and didn't have an impression of it. Staring at the Great Dane downstairs, Yuan Ziyi clapped his hands. I know, it's the ears. I knew it. My friend's Great Dane has erect ears, and it looks energetic and powerful. This one is different. Look at its neck, it's a little short. Oh. Jing Xian suddenly understood. Because he had business dealings with Chairman Shu, he had spent time to understand him. He knew that Chairman Shu liked dogs, so he had done some research on dogs. Now that he heard from Yuan Ziyi, Jing Xian also knew the reason. That's because Chairman Shu's Great Dane hasn't had ear-clipping surgery, Jing Xian explained. Ear-clipping surgery? Well, it's just like how some dogs have their tails clipped. Many people also consider bringing their dogs to have their ears trimmed because of certain breeds of dogs. Originally, the ears of Great Danes are drooping. After the ears are clipped, they will grow into something like an erect shape. So, CEO Yuan, your friend's Great Danes should have had their ears clipped before. Tail clipping and ear clipping were very common among dogs. Some were done for the needs of the dog breed, such as to facilitate fighting or hunting. Many modern dog breeds had their tails clipped and ears clipped for aesthetic reasons. Sometimes, after getting used to seeing dogs with cropped ears and tails, people would habitually think that these dogs look like that. For example, in the eyes of some laymen, a Doberman with drooping ears and a long tail was not a proper Doberman. If you suddenly saw a Doberman with a drooping ear and a long tail on the street and told them that this was a purebred dog, they would definitely say, "Nonsense, are you kidding me?" Some breeders who had not had such surgery were too embarrassed to upload photos on the internet because they would be criticized. If they took the dog out for a walk, they would be pointed at, which was quite embarrassing. Now, some countries have banned this kind of surgery for dogs, but there are no restrictions in China. Now, there are many people in China who are arguing about this kind of surgery. One side says that cutting ears and tails is for the good of the dog, to prevent ear mites and other ear diseases, and to improve hearing, etc. The other side cites some examples to refute, saying that it is not humane. In short, there is a lot of debate. Chairman Shu is the latter kind of person, so he did not have ear-clipping surgery for his Great Dane. Jing Xian did not finish his words. Many people had advised Chairman Shu to have his Great Dane's ears clipped, but they were all scolded away by Chairman Shu. Because of this reason, many people had been scolded by Chairman Shu, but Jing Xian could not say it here. Every time he thought about it, he felt it was very funny. Chairman Shu was really interesting. Listening to Jing Xian's words, Jing Tan was glad that he did not become a dog breed that needed to have its tail clipped and ears clipped. Sure enough, being a local still had its advantages. The dishes in the Guqin house were really good. No wonder Jing Xian praised it so much. The owner of the Guqin house knew that Jing Xian had brought a friend over, so he specially sent a bowl of noodle soup. He did not know how it was made, but it was really memorable. It was worthy of the 3 or 4 digits price on the menu. The food was really good, but unfortunately, Jing Tan was a little absent-minded while eating. He was thinking about which private room his irresponsible father was having dinner with his little lover. He wondered if he should go there to have a look and make things worse. After eating and drinking, the three people chatted for a while before they were ready to leave. Jing Tan stayed in the backpack of the Jiao Pa. When he went out of the private room, Jing Tan saw people coming out of the opposite private room. It was his father and his little lover. Jing Tan took a deep breath and held his breath so that he did not rush out and slap the two people. However, he stared at the two people in a bad way, so when the two people went out and met Jing Tan's cat eyes, their hearts jumped. However, they knew that pets could be brought in here, and they had seen several people bring cats and dogs with them, so they did not say anything. Jing Tan's father's little lover could not stand the look. She held Jing Tan's father's arm and urged him to leave quickly. Jing Tan's father also felt a little cold in his heart. He always felt that the black cat's eyes were very strange, which made him feel guilty. Urged by the little lover in his arms, he did not want to stay here any longer, so he quickly strode away. Jing Xian was pulled aside by the owner of the Guqin house and said a few words. It could be seen that this person had a good relationship with Jing Xian. He also gave Father Jiao and Yuan Zi a VIP card each. Because of the delay, the three people of Jiao Pa walked behind Jing Tan's father. The private room that Jing Xian booked was 212, which was still some distance from the stairs. When he was walking towards the stairs, a person came up the stairs. Seeing this person, Jing Xian frowned, but did not say anything. Obviously, he knew this person, but he did not greet him. Jiao Pa's eyes paused on the person. Although the person looked very calm on the surface, perhaps it was intuition, he always felt that there was something wrong with this person. Chapter 297. The man didn't look at Jing Xian and the Jiao Pa and walked straight ahead. After passing by the man, Jing Xian looked back and was about to leave with the Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi downstairs. Jing Tan stayed in the backpack on the Jiao Pa's back. He kept looking at the man and saw the man walk to the door of room 215. The door of the room opened and a woman in her 30s came out. The woman was smiling at first, but after seeing the man at the door, her smile immediately faded. She frowned and asked, "Why are you here? Have you settled the matter over there?" Before the woman could finish her words, the man at the door grabbed her by the throat and pressed her against the wall. "Even you want to betray me?" the man almost shouted. Jing Tan felt that the man's mood was a little strange. He was too calm just now, but now it seemed that all his anger had burst out. It was terrifying. Someone from room 215 also came out and tried to persuade the man. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Instead, he was kicked to the side by the man. Even the waiter who came to persuade him was slapped to the ground. At this time, the people around realized that something was wrong. Some came up to stop it, while others quickly hid in the room to take refuge. The sound insulation of the Guqin house's private rooms was really good. So much so that an unexpected incident happened in the corridor, but many people in the private rooms didn't know what happened. Several young men went up to stop the man who seemed to have gone crazy, but they didn't expect the man to pull out a folding knife. A folding knife more than 20 centimeters long. Jing Tan didn't think that this guy usually carried it with him. He probably already had the idea of doing something here when he came here. When people went crazy, they could do anything. One of the first two people to stop the fight had his arm cut, and the other was stabbed in the shoulder. This was the result of their quick movements and dodging in time. Otherwise, their injuries would have been more serious. When they heard the quarrel, Yuan Zi and the others stopped and turned to look. Yuan Zi and the Jiao Pa wanted to go over to help, but they were stopped by Jing Xian. Jing Xian knew the man's background. He used to be a gangster with some ability. Later, he made a fortune because of some things. His business was doing well, but recently, he was cheated by his competitors. His company went bankrupt and he became paranoid. People like the Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi who didn't have much fighting power were looking for trouble. Moreover, the other party's mood was not right. Jing Xian guessed that the man was probably going to go all out and didn't care about anything else. It was better not to go. Jing Xian pulled Yuan Ziyi and the Jiao Pa to the edge of the stairs and prepared to go downstairs. He didn't pay attention to the situation over there. He only knew that there was a fight over there based on the sound. There were also several guards of the Guqin house on the second floor. Jing Xian and the other two didn't see the situation over there, but Jing Tan had been paying attention. Although the guards of the Guqin house were not masters of fighting, the three of them barely had the upper hand against one person. Of course, this didn't mean that the guards here were weak. After all, they had some considerations and were somewhat restrained. The other party was completely crazy, stabbing whoever he saw. A guard found an opportunity to kick the knife in the man's hand. The man reacted quickly and dodged a little. However, his arm was hit. His hand was numb and the knife flew out. The knife flew through the gap between Yuan Ziyi and the Jiao Pa. Jing Tan originally stretched his neck to look over there. When the knife flew past him, it almost brushed his ear. Jing Tan could feel the cold metal trembling from the few hairs on the tip of his ear. Because of the knife that was thrown over, the three people who had just stepped down the stairs paused. The cold sweat on Yuan Ziyi's forehead came down. Looking at the traces left by the folding knife on the handrail of the stairs, one could imagine what would have happened if the knife had been thrown over. F***ck. Yuan Ziyi cursed. His voice was still trembling. He didn't know whether to say that he was unlucky or lucky. The Jiao Pa was about to comfort Yuan Ziyi when he found that his back was light. He didn't have time to say more to Yuan Ziyi. He turned around and saw his cat running straight to the scuffle over there at a fast speed. Black charcoal. After Jing Tan recovered from the fact that the knife had almost cut off his ear, the anger that had been suppressed because of his father suddenly flared up. Without thinking about anything else, he jumped out of his backpack and rushed over with a belly full of anger. He didn't even care about the Jiao Pa's shout. Chairman Shu, who was eating with his friends in room 216, rinsed his mouth with mouthwash. He opened the door and was about to go to the washroom. He didn't expect to see a man covered in blood being kicked in the back by a black cat. Pooh! He was so agitated that he spat out the mouthwash that he was rinsing. If it were a normal person, they would probably scream and close the door to escape or suspect that they had opened the door the wrong way. After all, they didn't know what was happening outside the room. There was even blues music playing in the room to adjust the atmosphere. The room was full of harmony. Who would have thought that they would see such a bloody and violent scene as soon as they opened the door? However, as Jing Xian said, Chairman Shu was quite an interesting person. He was a bit different. Therefore, when the people in the other rooms screamed and closed the door to escape, Chairman Shu was shocked. He rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Mars, go!" Mars wasn't the only one who went. Chairman Shu also planned to go personally. It seemed that he and his pet would work together to get rid of this person. Unfortunately, before Chairman Shu's feet could completely step out of the room, and before Mars could rush out, the person who had been kicked to the ground by Jing Tan was already subdued. There were also security guards below. From what they said, the police were probably arriving soon. The person and the dog that were about to go up didn't even have the chance to use their strength. After that kick, Jing Tan felt much better. Seeing that the person was subdued by the security guards, he knew that the situation was under control. He prepared to go back to the Jiao Pa. As soon as he turned around, Jing Tan saw a black dog's face. That dog's face was half the length of Jing Tan's body. Jing Tan, the Jiao Pa had already run over here. There was still worry on his face. He didn't expect that his cat would be so bold to rush up. When he saw his cat rushing over, his heart was almost in his throat. Now that the matter was resolved, the Jiao Pa looked at the cat running towards him and wanted to go back and teach it a lesson. Unexpectedly, the Jiao Pa, who was ready to welcome his cat running over and jumping into his arms, found that he was wrong, very wrong. Jing Tan ran directly past the Jiao Pa and was quite fast. He went straight to the stairs and then ran downstairs to the door of the Guqin house. He didn't pay attention to the Jiao Pa, who had already stretched out his arms. The Jiao Pa, on the other side, Yuan Zi saw this and shouted, "Ming Xing, hurry, your moneymaker was scared away by that dog." Originally, Mars was going to sniff Jing Tan out of curiosity and greet him like a dog. He didn't expect Jing Tan to run away directly. He tilted his head and looked at the owner, Chairman Shu, who was standing next to him. He seemed to be very confused. The fight didn't happen, and he didn't get any credit. Instead, he was accused of scaring away the cat. However, Chairman Shu couldn't refute. What Yuan Zi said was also what everyone thought. Otherwise, why would the cat suddenly turn around and run away? In fact, Yuan Zi and the others guessed wrong. The reason why Jing Tan immediately turned around and ran was not that he was afraid of the big dog. He was very clear about whether the animals that approached him had good intentions or bad intentions. The big dog named Mars had good intentions in its eyes. It must have seen a lot of other animals and got along well with cats. He wasn't afraid that the Jiao Pa would blame him, but he remembered something. He remembered that when he quarreled with his father at the Guqin house, he also encountered this kind of thing. However, when he came over that time, there were already a lot of police cars and ambulances at the entrance of the Guqin house. The people who were carried out had a lot of blood on them. The adults and children were still in shock. If this incident was the one he encountered back then at this time, Jing Tan, who lived in this time and space, should also be driving over. It was very likely that he was at the entrance of the Guqin house at this time. Thinking of this, Jing Tan didn't have the mind to care about anything else. He ran out directly. When Jing Tan came to the door, there were already police cars there. There were a lot of people around. Jing Tan's father was shouting something in one direction. His expression was very bad. Yes, he must be here. Jing Tan ran over there. Because there were too many people around, Jing Tan directly jumped from a parked car next to him and then looked for the figure and the familiar body. He found the car, but unfortunately, when Jing Tan looked over, he only saw the door that was forcefully closed. It was that car. That was a car that Jing Tan's father bought for Jing Tan on his birthday. It wasn't that he cherished his son so much. He just wanted to shut Jing Tan's mouth and let Jing Tan mind his own business. Usually, this car was driven by a special driver. After all, Jing Tan was still a minor like Zhao Yuan at this time. Seeing the car drive away, Jing Tan immediately chased after it. He wanted to shout, "King, wait for me," but unfortunately, he couldn't shout. He could only chase in that direction. When Jiao Pa came out of the Guqin house and squeezed through the crowd to look out, he saw his cat crossing the road in front of the Guqin house. There were a lot of cars coming and going on the road. Jiao Pa was so shocked that his face turned pale and he broke out in a cold sweat. After seeing Jing Tan safely pass by, his hanging heart was still not at ease. Moreover, he soon found that he couldn't find the black cat. Jing Tan ran. He couldn't see the person in the driver's seat in the car. When he was about to catch up, the car that had already driven past the intersection and onto a wider street accelerated, widening the distance between the two. Jing Tan couldn't pin his hopes on the cars on the road that he didn't know where to go. He could only rely on himself. While running on the sidewalk next to him, he recalled where he went after quarreling with his father at the Guqin house, but he didn't have any impression at the moment. He also thought about where he would go when he was in a bad mood. In order to catch up with the car that was getting farther and farther away, Jing Tan also took a shortcut. He used to drive around here often and was familiar with the terrain here. So, even if he hadn't been here in recent years, he could still remember some things. Coming out of the intersection of a small road, Jingtan just saw the familiar car passing by. He didn't have time to rest and continued to chase. Jingtan didn't know what kind of mentality he had. He just wanted to see it with his own eyes. Fake. Real. Dream. Not a dream. Chapter 298. The car in front of him was driving very fast. Although Jingtan's physique was a little special compared to other cats, it was not a supercat, nor was it a god. Even if it took a shortcut, it only narrowed the distance a little. Once it took a straight line, Jingtan continued to be left behind. After chasing for so long, his physical strength was close to its limit. His whole body felt like it was on fire, and it was very uncomfortable. Jingtan saw that the intersection in front of him was about to turn red. He calculated that the car in front of him should be able to hit the red light when it arrived there. Trying to ignore the discomfort in his body, Jingtan chased while staring at the intersection. There were several times when he almost bumped into people. There were a few passers-by on the sidewalk who were pointing at Jingtan's back. He did not know what they were saying, but Jingtan did not pay attention. Anyway, it was not anything good. There was a pet dog on the sidewalk. The big dog seemed to have smelled something, or maybe it was preparing to pee. It was sniffing around the trash can, and its body happened to be in front of Jingtan. When Jingtan ran over, he jumped directly over the big dog's back. The big dog was about to look back at its owner, but found that Jingtan had jumped over its back like the wind. It was stunned, then pulled the leash and roared in the direction where Jingtan was running, as if it was venting its dissatisfaction. Jingtan was too lazy to pay attention to it. His eyes were fixed on the monitor at the intersection in front of him. He looked at the countdown, praying that the red light would turn red quickly. He had to stop that car. The car overtook a few cars and drove toward the intersection. It seemed like it was going to rush through the intersection before the red light came on. It did not care about the yellow light at all. The number on the timer was decreasing. Jingtan hoped that it would reach the end of the countdown and light up the red light. Jingtan's prayer probably worked. When the familiar car in front of him was about to reach the intersection, the red light turned red. Jingtan was happy. However, the next moment, Jingtan saw that the familiar car did not slow down at all, nor did it mean to stop. It rushed straight past. If it weren't for the fact that there weren't many cars at the intersection at this time, and the pedestrians on both sides of the road hadn't taken a few steps, it might have led to a tragedy. At this moment, Jingtan felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. He had almost forgotten what his temperament was like back then. She had a bad temper, was full of herself, and was a complete idiot. She even drove over the speed limit and ran red lights when she was underage. Now that he thought about it, Jingtan really wanted to slap her a few times. After letting out a sigh of relief, exhaustion and a burning pain swept over her body. Jingtan had no choice but to slow down. She jogged, then walked slowly. Step by step, she arrived at the crossroad. The changing traffic lights, all kinds of people, all kinds of popular and luxurious cars driving on the road, and the tall buildings around the intersection, the vast army of buildings blocking the distant scenery. Standing at the intersection, Jingtan watched as the familiar car sped away and disappeared from sight. Jingtan felt that God was like an old man with a bad taste. Every time he was close to the target, God would stretch out a finger to flick him away, and then continue to watch the fun from the side. It was like this 3 years ago, and it was the same this time. It was maddening. Jingtan suddenly wanted to scream like a lunatic. In fact, Jingtan did just that. He raised a cat paw, gave a non-standard middle finger to the sky, and then howled. He didn't know which idiot driver pressed the horn almost at the same time, but the long line of cars that had started to slow down because of the green light completely suppressed Jingtan's howl. Pedestrians came and went, and people rushed to cross the road. Someone kicked Jingtan, but Jing Tan didn't have the mood to retaliate. The other party seemed to be in a hurry, and probably didn't notice Jing Tan. Even if they did, it was just a cat. Why should they care about this lunatic? There were too many pedestrians here. After Jing Tan finished howling, he didn't have the strength to howl a second time. He walked to the front of a restaurant on the side of the road, where there was an open space and shade. Jing Tan now only felt tired and depressed. He walked over listlessly, ready to rest in the shade for a while. Pitter-patter. The water drops scattered around Jing Tan, drenching his head and body. Jing Tan slowly raised his head expressionlessly and looked up. On the second floor of the restaurant, someone was watering a few pots of plants on the railing. "Ah, there's a cat down there. Go away." The man put up the watering can and waved his hand to let Jing Tan quickly move away. Jing Tan cursed in his heart, **ck this bad luck. He got up and walked to a tree next to him, jumped on a wooden stool under the tree, and lay on it, looking at the world that was tilted 90 degrees, motionless. He was too lazy to move. A sparrow flew over from nowhere and landed on the tree above. Jing Tan looked at it from the corner of his eyes, jumped on the tree twice, and then flew away, disappearing around the corner. Lying on the wooden stool, Jing Tan felt more and more tired, and his head was a little dizzy. He didn't know if it was because he wasn't used to looking at the world from this angle, or because he had overused his physical strength. He wanted to rest more, sleep, and solve his troubles when he woke up. Other than that, he didn't want to do anything now. With his eyes closed, Jing Tan listened to the movement of the surrounding cars and pedestrians. Just as Jing Tan was about to fall asleep, he heard footsteps approaching. It didn't sound like an adult, and the other party probably didn't have any bad intentions. Since that was the case, Jing Tan didn't bother to open his eyes and continued to sleep. The footsteps stopped next to him, and there was the sweet smell of strawberries. Then, Jing Tan felt the person sitting on the wooden stool. A pair of hands with the sweet smell of strawberries was placed on Jing Tan's head and gently stroked it. Jing Tan opened his eyes and looked over. A little girl about 4 years old was sitting on the same wooden stool, half a palm's distance away from Jing Tan's head. At this moment, the little girl was holding a strawberry ice cream cone in one hand, and the other hand was on Jing Tan's head. She was biting the ice cream, and her eyes were curiously looking at Jing Tan. There was some melted pink ice cream on the little hand on Jing Tan's head, and it was smeared on Jing Tan's body along with the movement of the hand. Jing Tan shook his beard and took a deep breath. Forget it, seeing that the child's eyes were pure and not teasing, and that it wasn't intentional, he didn't care. Just as Jing Tan was about to ignore the child and close his eyes to continue sleeping, his nose was touched. When he opened his eyes, the half-melted ice cream was placed in front of Jing Tan. "Do you want to eat it?" the little girl asked. She was using the familiar Nanqing dialect, and she was a native of Nanqing. It was familiar, but at the same time, it felt a little unfamiliar. Probably because he was used to listening to Mandarin and Chuhua dialect in Chuhua City, most of the people he interacted with after coming to Nanqing and Nanqing spoke Mandarin. Seeing Jing Tan staring at the ice cream, the little girl pushed the ice cream in front of Jing Tan. The melted ice cream almost touched Jing Tan's nose, and Jing Tan dodged it. Seeing Jing Tan's dodging action, the little girl was puzzled. "This is very delicious." Jing Tan looked at the little girl, and then looked at the half-melted ice cream that had been bitten a few times. He thought for a while, and then bit the sharp corner at the bottom of the ice cream cone. When it was first made, the bottom of the cone couldn't touch the ice cream, but now the ice cream was half-melted, and the melted liquid flowed to the bottom of the cone. Jing Tan also ate some when he bit it. It was cold and had the sweetness of strawberries. It was said that cats couldn't taste sweetness, and it was said that the colors in a cat's eyes weren't that rich. Jing Tan didn't know why he could taste the sweetness and see the colorful colors. He took it as God's compensation for him. He had turned into a cat for no reason, so he had to be compensated. The little girl laughed a few times and took a bite of the ice cream. She ate the top, and then handed the ice cream in front of Jingtan. Jingtan nibbled at the bottom of the cone. The girl and the cat ate, and Jingtan's gloomy mood dissipated a little. The little girl's mouth was covered in ice cream, and Jingtan wasn't any better. When he bit the ice cream a few times, the melted liquid dripped onto the bridge of his nose or the parts of his mouth that his tongue couldn't touch, and the surrounding fur was stuck together. As they were eating, the little girl's parents came out of the shop and asked her to come over. They were ready to leave. The little girl got down from the stool and reluctantly looked at the unfinished ice cream in her hand. She handed it to Jingtan and said, "Here, you can have it." Jingtan pushed her hand away, got up, and jumped onto the tree. The little girl's parents urged her again. The little girl looked up at Jingtan, waved her hand, and said, "Bye-bye." Jingtan also raised his hand and made a goodbye gesture. However, he was on the tree, and there were leaves in the way. Except for the child under the tree, no one else could see him. After the little girl left, Jingtan scooped up a leaf and used it to wipe her mouth casually. Although it couldn't wipe off the ice cream that was sticking to her body that was about to dry, it was better to wipe it off. At least, she didn't look so pathetic. After eating some ice cream, Jingtan's spirit was better, and his throat didn't hurt so much. He looked at the intersection not far away, jumped down from the tree, and walked back. As he walked back, Jingtan saw a police car driving by. Because of the red light, there was a traffic jam in front, so the cars didn't drive very fast. Jingtan walked back along the sidewalk, not far from the police car in the driveway. After seeing the police car, Jingtan looked over there and saw a familiar person sitting in the back seat of a police car not far from him. He had kicked this person in the back not long ago. These police cars did come from the Guqin house. The knife-wielding man was also handcuffed and taken away, and Jingtan happened to bump into him. The expressionless person in the car was actually still thinking about the kick in the back at the Guqin house, which directly led to his capture. He didn't see it. He only heard that it was actually a black cat that kicked him. He was prepared for people, but if it was a cat that walked and ran almost silently, he couldn't do anything. However, how could a cat have so much strength? Others didn't know, but he knew best as the person involved. As he was thinking, he turned his head to look out the window, and his pupils shrank. It was said that meeting a black cat represented bad luck. Why did he meet a black cat again? The man looked at the black cat on the sidewalk outside the window and was cursing all the black cats in the world in his heart. He saw the cat on the sidewalk raise a paw, open it, and then put away 3 of the 4 more obvious toes, leaving the middle toe. Was that a middle finger? The man thought. A cat's paw could be bent into a middle finger. No, why did it give him a middle finger? The man was stunned. He wanted to confirm it again, but the car had already driven away. He intended to turn his head and look back, but was stopped by the police next to him. Chapter 299. The crowd around the Guqin house had basically dispersed. The store could only be closed temporarily. The owner was still busy. Jing Xian greeted the Jiao Pa and Yuan Ziyi and went to help the owner of the Guqin house. Although there were no serious injuries this time, the impact was not good. There were many places that needed to be cleaned up. The Jiao Pa and Yuan Ziyi stayed in the car. The car was parked in the parking lot of the Guqin house. It was not far from the door of the Guqin house. If Jingtan came back, he would see it at a glance. "It's been almost 2 hours, right?" asked Yuan Ziyi. "Well, there are still 10 minutes to 2 hours." The Jiao Pa looked at the phone and said. Jingtan ran away. The Jiao Pa did not tell the Jiao Ma and the others for the time being, fearing that they would be worried. Moreover, Jingtan had a record of running around. The Jiao Pa felt that Jingtan must have found something and ran away. It should not be the dog's problem. There were so many dogs in the compound, and his cat got along well with them. Moreover, Chairman Shu's dog was friendly. It would not run away because of a dog. His cat should be considered a rational type. However, the scene at the time was really a bit chaotic. The Jiao Pa was not sure what the reason was. Therefore, he planned that if the cat did not come back in 2 hours, he could only ask someone to help with a large-scale search. There was another car parked next to Yuan Ziyi's car. It was Chairman Shu's SUV. Chairman Shu was now a little guilty. He felt that his dog should have scared the cat away and they couldn't catch up. However, the cat had the courage to rush over and kick the attacker. Why did it run away after seeing his dog? Was the cat afraid of dogs? In any case, Chairman Shu felt that he should be responsible for Professor Zhao's missing cat. He also said that he would call his friends to help find it, but Professor Zhao told him to wait first, so he called his assistant a few times to postpone some things and waited here with the 2 people. He was still thinking that the cat had been scared away for so long. Could it come back by itself? While Chairman Shu was thinking, he heard Yuan Ziyi's surprised cry from the car next door. "Look, Moneymaker is back. Hey, Moneymaker, over here, over here." Oh, he really came back. Chairman Shu rolled down the car window and looked over. Mars, who was in the front passenger seat, also looked over. Jing Tan was walking step by step to the Guqin house. He was too tired and thirsty. When he walked, he opened his mouth and gasped. When he saw the store of the Guqin house, he was relieved. He finally arrived. He had already seen Yuan Ziyi's car parked there. Yuan Ziyi even rolled down the car window and waved at them, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know. The door of the back seat had also been opened. The Jiao Pa was sitting there. Because of the light in the car, Jing Tan couldn't see the Jiao Pa's face clearly. But based on his understanding of the Jiao Pa was definitely not in a good mood. The calmer he was, the more guilty Jing Tan felt. But he couldn't explain why he suddenly ran away. "Oh, be careful, watch the car," Yuan Ziyi shouted over there. The Jiao Pa in the car looked calmer. Of course, he was just watching. 2 hours ago, he was really scared by Jing Tan running across the road. Now that he thought about it, he still had a lingering fear. Jing Tan was too lazy to pay attention to Yuan Ziyi. There were no traffic lights here. He saw that there weren't many cars before he went over. Woof, woof. In Chairman Shu's car, Mars also saw Jing Tan. It barked twice, probably to express its excitement and curiosity. Chairman Shu and Yuan Ziyi's hearts were in their mouths again. They were afraid that the cat would run away again. But when they turned their heads, they found that the cat wasn't affected at all. It was still calmly crossing the road. Chairman Shu covered Mars's mouth and looked at the black cat that ran across the road and jumped into the car next to them. Could it be that he was wrong? That cat wasn't afraid of Mars. Thinking about it, Chairman Shu got out of the car and knocked on Yuan Ziyi's car window. In the car, Jing Tan looked at the Jiao Pa's calm face and thought to himself, oh no, he's going to flip out. It's very scary when the Jiao Pa flips out. Will I be grounded for a long time? It seems that being grounded is considered a light punishment, but I don't know how long it will be. Jing Tan was glad that the Jiao Pa rarely fought, so he wasn't worried about being beaten up. Even if he was beaten up, he wouldn't be badly beaten, right? As he was thinking, Jing Tan heard Chairman Shu talking to Yuan Ziyi. Chairman Shu said that it was rare for them to meet each other. His dog seemed to have made a mistake. In order to apologize, Chairman Shu invited Yuan Ziyi and the Jiao Pa to have a cup of afternoon tea and have a chat. Yuan Ziyi had nothing to worry about because of Jing Tan's return. This person's nerves were strong. He had forgotten the frightening scene of almost being stabbed by a knife at the Guqin house. Now that he saw Chairman Shu come over, he began to have other ideas. After all, Yuan Zi was a businessman. At that time, when Jing Xian introduced Chairman Shu to them, Yuan Zi only heard a little. They were still far from Chairman Shu. Now that it was rare for such a person to take the initiative to invite them, Yuan Zi naturally raised both hands in agreement. The Jiao Pa, who had a lot to say and wanted to have a good chat with Jing Tan, could only continue to hold back his words. Since the other party invited him, of course, he had to give some face. The Jiao Pa was not a person who didn't know anything. However, as the saying goes, the spirit rises at the first spurt, and the second spurt will weaken. When there is a chance to lecture, I don't know how much deterrence it will have. Forget it, it's good that you can come back. The Jiao Pa sighed and signaled that Yuan Zi could go. Seeing that the Jiao Pa didn't mean to have a good chat for the time being, Jing Tan was relieved. He was really grateful to Chairman Shu. He appeared at the right time. Chairman Shu took them to a very stylish restaurant. It was a little far from the city center, and the area was quite large. Yuan Zi looked at the restaurant in front of him, wondering how much it would cost to eat here. When they arrived, there were people coming out of the restaurant. Yuan Zi saw clearly that they were a few celebrities. Yuan Zi could recognize one of them at a glance even if she was wearing a big pair of sunglasses. That was the woman who had a poster on Yuan Zi's bedside wall when he was in college. Yuan Zi wasn't making a fuss. Whether it was in the past or now, Yuan Zi was considered a knowledgeable person. He was just thinking that since there were celebrities coming to eat here, the security must be very good. When he came in from the outer door, he had this feeling. Now, he was even more certain. Can we really bring cats in here? The Jiao Pa asked. Generally speaking, dogs were easier to take care of. Cats, on the other hand, were not so cooperative, especially when there were some celebrities here. Many celebrities seemed to be very close to cats in public, but not in private. After all, cats were easy to scratch, and the celebrities' faces were very valuable. Just now, when a celebrity passed by them, he frowned when he saw the cat poking its head out of the car, but he quickly covered it up. The Jiao Pa happened to catch that moment. Yuan Zi paused and said, "In theory, it shouldn't be allowed." He had been to a similar place before. Although there was no sign that said pets were not allowed to enter, the people who went there in private knew what to do. The word "in theory" was used well. Many times, this word directly told you that the things on the surface were bullshit. Generally, people who could bring pets in were not afraid to say it. This was called privilege. For example, Chairman Shu was casually coming out of the car with his beloved dog. Who cares? Someone will take care of it. What are we afraid of? Yuan Zi thought it through. The dishes here are not necessarily worse than those in the Guqin house, but the security here is much stronger. You don't have to worry about encountering that kind of thing again, Chairman Shu said as he walked in. The waiters here were very familiar with Chairman Shu. They greeted him but did not lead the way. Chairman Shu was very familiar with this place. Every time he went in, he could go wherever he wanted. When he needed service, he would call. At other times, they didn't have to be courteous over there. Walking further in, Jing Tan saw a yard. The layout of the rockery and pond was also very exquisite. It looked very comfortable. There were a few single rooms near the yard. Only a few friends of the owner would come here. This place was not open to the public. In the courtyard, there was a pond with no fish. A big dog was lying on the edge of the pond with its head on the steps, snoring loudly. When it heard the noise, it immediately opened its eyes and looked over. When it saw Mars and Chairman Shu, it jumped out of the pond and wagged its tail happily. It was also a Great Dane. It was as black as Mars and about the same size. However, this was just a dog that had undergone ear-cutting surgery. Its ears were very beautiful and it looked very energetic and powerful. In comparison, it was easy to distinguish it from Mars. Chairman Shu told Zhao Pa that this dog was called Tofu and was Mars's brother. It had a good temper, but it had a fierce face. When it was named, the owner of this restaurant was thinking about a dish about tofu. Chairman Shu urged him to name the dog. The man directly said, Tofu. Jing Tan gave a sympathetic look to the big dog. A tall and powerful black dog called Tofu. If you just listened to the name and didn't look at the dog, you would think that this dog was soft and easy to bully. A water column sprayed up from the pond. It was not high, about half a meter. As soon as they saw the water spray over there, the two dog brothers immediately ran over there and jumped into the pond. I don't know if it's because dogs born in summer like to play with water. Mars and Tofu like to play with water, especially when it's hot in summer. When other dogs are crowded in the air-conditioned room, they will look for a pond. The pond in the yard was specially built for Tofu to play with. Chairman Shu looked at the pond and smiled. There was a water purification system in the pond and there were always people taking care of it. Therefore, even if there were dogs playing in it, the pond still looked very clean. Chairman Shu chose a single room near the pond. From here, he could see the situation in the pond. Jing Tan leaned against the window and watched Mars and Tofu jump into the pool to play with the water column. He was a little tempted by the sight of Mars and Tofu. It was inconvenient to clean up on the way here. Zhao Pa only used paper towels and mineral water to wipe off the ice cream on Jing Tan's face. This made Jing Tan look a little better. However, Jing Tan felt that the strawberry smell was still there. It was sticky and itchy. After looking at it for a while, he jumped down from the window and jumped over. Splash! Suddenly, there was an outsider. The two dogs that were playing happily suddenly retreated to the edge of the pond. Seeing that it was Jing Tan, Mars swam towards the water column again. However, Jing Tan kicked it away and occupied the water column alone. Why was it at the water column? It was because the water from the pond was purified by the water purification system. It was cleaner. Hey, that cat is so fun. He was discussing the financial market liquidity crisis with Yuan Ziyi. After seeing this scene at the pool, Chairman Shu changed the topic 180 degrees. This made Yuan Ziyi, who was waiting for Chairman Shu to continue, twitch her face. Father Zhao watched as his cat pushed the two big dogs away. Then, it stretched out its paws at the water column and calmly washed its hair. He covered his face. Chapter 300. After washing his hair and taking a shower, Jing Tan came out of the pool and stayed under the shade of the tree for a while. He waited until his hair was almost dry before returning to the private room. This made it useless for the Zhao Pa to find a towel. Yuan Ziyi raised his hand and closed the window. The air conditioner in the room was blowing, and he could feel the hot wind blowing in from outside. When he first came in, he didn't close the window. When he was about to close the window, Jing Tan had already jumped out, so the window had been left ajar. Now, it was really closed. Your cat is really brave. Fortunately, Mars and Tofu have been trained, and they have more contact with small animals. They usually don't bite people, and they are kind to cats and dogs. Chairman Shu said to the Zhao Pa. The Zhao Pa didn't comment and just smiled. Jing Tan snorted at Chairman Shu's words. He knew that Mars and Tofu were kind and didn't show any hostility. That was why he dared to go there. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't be stupid enough to provoke those ferocious and untrained big guys. Was he tired of living? Yuan Ziyi next to him had finally turned the topic back to the changes in the financial market and wanted to hear more of Chairman Shu's views. Now that Jing Tan came back, Chairman Shu changed the topic again. Yuan Zi had to cough and winked at the Jiaopa, indicating to quickly change the topic. It was rare to have such an opportunity to learn more. After talking about the changes in the financial market for a while, the topic changed to what happened at the Guqin house not long ago, and also talked about the person who committed the crime. He has nothing now. Naturally, his actions are more extreme. Yuan Zi said. Nothing. Chairman Shu smiled and said with a bit of sarcasm, he doesn't have nothing. At least he is still sick, very sick. It could be seen that Chairman Shu didn't think highly of the person's behavior and was very contemptuous. Probably people in that kind of situation wouldn't be calm, right? The higher you stand, the more painful it is to fall, Yuan Zi said. Xing Tan glanced at Chairman Shu. He felt that this person seemed to be more interested in cats than people. He had probably encountered some bad things in the past. When Xing Tan was walking around a while ago, he heard someone say, "The more people you know, the better you think pets are." It was not uncommon for people to treat others well, only to be stabbed in the back in the end. That was why some people were becoming more and more extreme. However, Xing Tan felt that Chairman Shu wasn't as simple as he looked. Just like Fang Xiaokong, he didn't look very reliable usually, but he could really carry a big company and make great achievements. If he could be seen through so easily, he wouldn't be someone who had been fighting on the battlefield for more than 20 years. As they chatted, they started talking about Chuhua City. Chairman Shu sighed. Chuhua City is a good place. A friend of mine is planning to open a shop there. Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi's hearts skipped a beat. Here it comes. Yuan Zi's company and Chairman Shu's company basically didn't have much business interaction. Previously, they thought that Chairman Shu invited them to a place like this for tea and chat. Sure enough, there was another reason. The friend that Chairman Shu was talking about was the owner of this shop. Although this place looked very high-end, the owner came from a humble background and didn't study much. When he didn't even finish junior high school, he traveled all over the country to learn the cooking skills of various places and figured out many dishes. Later, when Nanjing began to develop rapidly, he came to this city to open a shop. By chance, he met Chairman Shu and some others. With their help, he opened this relatively high-end shop. However, the owner's first shop had never been closed. Now, it was famous among the people of Nanjing. All these years, he had been thinking about cooking and didn't have the time to manage the shop. Now that he was free and didn't have to worry about money, he wanted to open other branches in other places in the country. Coincidentally, Chairman Shu found out that Professor Jiao and Yuan Zi were from Chuhua City when he talked to them about how his dog had scared the other party's cat away. Chairman Shu also took this opportunity to ask around. Most of his business was actually overseas. In China, he only knew a little about Beijing, Pearl City, and Nanjing. He wasn't familiar with other places. Yuan Zi and Jiao Pa chatted with Chairman Shu about the current development of Chuhua City. During the conversation, they found that Chairman Shu wasn't completely ignorant about Chuhua City. Several famous companies and local people in Chuhua City could give their opinions. At this moment, the door of the private room opened. A man in his 40s walked in. He wasn't dressed very well. He was wearing a tank top and shorts. There was also the smell of food on his body. Looking at how casual this man was when he greeted Chairman Shu, and how close Tofu and Mars were to this man, Xing Tan guessed that this man should be the owner of the shop that Chairman Shu was talking about. When this man came in, he brought Mars and Tofu with him. The fur of these two dogs was already dry. Not long after Xing Tan returned to the private room, the two dogs were taken away from the pool. Because Great Danes had short hair, compared to other long-haired breeds, they were more afraid of the cold and not the heat. However, in the summer, when the sun was hot and the temperature was high, Great Danes would feel hot and dry. Some of them might even suffer from heatstroke. Therefore, Tofu spent most of his time in the air-conditioned room. He would only go to the pool to play when his owner was busy. As soon as they entered the room, the two dogs, who were panting with their mouths wide open, became much quieter. The coolness of the room made them feel very comfortable. Tofu even came over to the chair that Jingtan was squatting on and sniffed it. Seeing that Jingtan didn't pay attention to it, it went back to sit next to the man who just came in. As for Mars, it had already run to Chairman Shu's side. Jingtan wasn't interested in the conversation between Zhao Pa and Chairman Shu. He stared at Tofu's ears and then glanced at Mars's ears. He then looked at the four people who were introducing themselves to each other. Jingtan jumped off the chair and walked over to Tofu. Since no one was looking at him, he was bored sitting there by himself. Tofu was tired from playing with the water. It lay on the floor and licked its nose in the cool room. Then, it closed its eyes and began to take a nap. When Jingtan jumped off the chair, Tofu's ears moved. However, it didn't open its eyes. When Jingtan walked in front of it, it slowly opened its eyes. When it saw Jingtan, it didn't raise its head. It only looked up at Jingtan. Jingtan stared at Tofu's eyes. He felt that Tofu was in a good mood. It didn't show any signs of alienation or warning. Therefore, he moved closer and looked at Tofu's ears. He was curious about how Tofu cut its ears. As Jingtan moved closer, Tofu raised its head. It opened its mouth and stuck its tongue out. It looked at Jingtan. It didn't seem to understand what this cat wanted to do. When Jingtan raised his hand to touch Tofu's ears, Tofu shook its head. It even raised its paw and rubbed its ear. It probably felt itchy because of Jingtan's touch, but it didn't get angry. It didn't growl to warn him. What a good dog. Jingtan thought to himself. The four people at the table were talking about a new dish that the boss of the restaurant had come up with. The boss's surname was Kai. Before this person appeared, Jingtan thought that the boss of the restaurant might have a big head and a thick neck. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. He was close to 50 years old and was quite healthy. He didn't have fat arms or a big belly. He was very easygoing. When they talked about other things, he didn't talk much. However, when they talked about food, he seemed to glow. Chairman Shu jokingly talked about Boss Kai's life before he became rich. Back then, Boss Kai was a peasant who often suffered from hunger. When he left the village to study in the city, he met many people who belittled him. There was once a landlord who said that Boss Kai, who rented a cheap house, was a fly in the countryside. He was born in the latrine and died on the dining table. To put it bluntly, it meant that he was born in a poor family and was uneducated. He only knew how to eat. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully a poor young man. Many people had said this pretentious sentence, but only a few people could realize it. Therefore, every time they talked, Chairman Shu and some of Boss Kai's friends would tease him and say, "When the time comes, you can drive a luxury car worth millions and smash him with millions of cash." In order to prevent Chairman Shu from mentioning the past, Boss Kai talked about the new dishes that he had made in the past few months. Yuan Ziyi listened to him talk about those dishes and kept swallowing. He was also a foodie. When he heard that the food flavor in Nanjing was opened by Boss Kai, his fondness for Boss Kai skyrocketed. When Yuan Ziyi's father, Old Master Yuan, who had passed away, was still alive, he liked the food-flavored dishes very much. Old Master Yuan said that the dishes there were not impetuous. Yuan Ziyi couldn't understand what impetuous or impetuous dishes were about. He only knew how to eat. As for tasting the dishes, that was the job of the gourmet experts. Putting aside the taste, Yuan Ziyi also planned to give Boss Kai more advice because of his relationship with Old Master Yuan. Opening a restaurant was not a simple matter. Just like when Jiao Wei's family opened a small restaurant in Tsinghua University, there were so many problems, not to mention the food flavor, which Yuan Zi thought would definitely be a big business. As the saying went, a strong dragon could not defeat a local snake. There were many local snakes in Tsinghua City. If he wanted to expand the restaurant, he had to consider more factors. This was also one of the reasons why Chairman Shu invited Zhao Pa and Yuan Zi over after knowing their backgrounds. One was a professor who had been teaching in Tsinghua University for a long time, and the other was the boss of a company in Tsinghua City. Even if he couldn't get much useful information from them, it was good to listen more. After all, the information he asked people to collect was not comprehensive. Yuan Zi didn't think that Boss Kai would encounter many difficulties in Tsinghua City. It was enough to take care of some places. Whether he could open a branch or not depended on whether he could retain customers, as long as the quality of the dishes didn't deteriorate. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. I believe in the ability of food flavor. When food flavor opens, I can often eat food-flavored dishes. Even if it's far, I will have to drive there, Yuan Zi said with a smile. It's not far. Isn't Professor Jiao at Tsinghua University? The restaurant I bought is nearby, Boss Kai said. It's called something. Hengwu Square. I looked for it for a long time. I think the newly built Hengwu Square is quite good, so I bought it. Seeing that Professor Jiao and Yuan Zi's expressions suddenly changed, Chairman Shu asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Hengwu Square. Isn't the Yihao's territory? Zhao Pa and Yuan Zi looked at Jing Tan at the same time. Chairman Shu and Boss Kai also looked over. They saw that the black cat was pressing Tofu's head with one paw and flipping Tofu's ears with the other paw. It seemed to be looking at something. There was a saying, kind people are bullied by others, and kind dogs are bullied by cats. Chapter 301. Chairman Shu had always thought that he was good at reading people. He could guess what they were thinking from the subtle changes in their expressions. But now, he was puzzled. When Professor Jiao and Yuan Zi heard Boss Kai mention Hengwu Square just now, their expressions became very hard to understand. He really didn't know how to connect the change in their expressions to the cat and the Hengwu Square. Looking at the subtle expressions of the two men and the black cat, Chairman Shu coughed and said, "Professor Jiao and Mr. Yuan, what do you think of Hengwu Plaza? Can you tell us about it and give us some suggestions? When old Kai goes there, he can avoid some trouble. I heard that the place is quite particular. Of course, some small shops wouldn't cause much trouble. But if one wanted to do something bigger, it would involve some interests. It was inevitable that they would have to negotiate with some people there. For example, the boss behind Hengwu Plaza, Yi Hao. Chairman Shu didn't know much about the local tyrants in China. He didn't have much interaction with Yi Hao. His understanding of Yi Hao was limited to the investigation materials given to him by his assistant. Other than Yi Hao, there were some other non-government forces near Hengwu Plaza. Chairman Shu actually didn't agree with Boss Kai's choice of Hengwu Plaza, but since Boss Kai insisted, he had no choice but to try his best to help. This Hengwu Plaza. Yuan Zi wanted to say something but stopped. He opened his mouth and looked at the Jiao Pa. "Ming Xin, you say it. After all, your family is more familiar with that person." That person, when Jing Tan heard them talking about Hengwu Plaza, he stopped flipping through the tofu and jumped back to the chair next to the Jiao Pa to listen to their conversation. When Yuan Zi was talking, he kept glancing at Jing Tan. Jing Tan didn't know what this guy was thinking. The Jiao Pa thought for a while and said, "I believe Chairman Shu and Boss Kai have done some research on Hengwu Plaza. Although I live at Tsinghua University, I don't go there often. I don't know more about Hengwu Plaza than you two." Chairman Shu picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip of tea. He looked at the Jiao Pa and asked, "You know Yi Hao?" He didn't know much about Hengwu Plaza, but that didn't mean he didn't know the people behind it. I know him, but I'm not familiar with him. The Jiao Pa didn't deny it. There were many things he didn't want to say. After all, it was related to his cat. But Chairman Shu was too smart, and this was the first time they met. They weren't familiar with each other at all. It was impossible for him to say too much. When he heard that the Jiao Pa knew Yi Hao, Chairman Shu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the two people he met by chance were actually related to Hengwu Plaza. From the information given by his assistant, he knew that Yi Hao was much younger than him and wasn't easy to deal with. He was ruthless. This was also why he was worried that Boss Kai would open a store there. Boss Kai wasn't very tactful and easily offended people. In Nanqing, people would give him some face if he helped him. But if he went to Chuhua City, it was hard to say, even if it was just a branch store. Boss Kai would definitely stay there for a while. After all, it was his first branch store. They had been friends for so many years. He didn't want to see Boss Kai fail so soon after he went there. Of course, Chairman Shu could also see that Professor Jiao didn't want to say something. He only wanted to know that Professor Jiao and Yi Hao knew each other. What he meant was whether he could arrange a meeting with Yi Hao at that time. Although Chairman Shu could also meet with Yi Hao and talk with him, it would be better if there was someone he knew to act as the middleman. As for the Jiao Pa, he didn't immediately refuse. He had to ask Yi Hao about the meeting first. In fact, in many cases, Yi Hao's reputation wasn't as good as his cat's. It all depended on whether his cat wanted to help. Jing Tan sat there and yawned a few times. He was bored listening to the four people talk. He couldn't sleep even if he wanted to. Probably seeing that Jing Tan was bored, the Jiao Pa said, "If you're bored, go out for a walk." After saying that, the Jiao Pa remembered Jing Tan's history of running around and causing trouble. He added, "Just stay in the yard. Don't go too far. Otherwise, you'll be grounded." Jing Tan couldn't stand it anymore. It was better to find a shady place to sleep than to stay here and listen to these people talk. It was too noisy here. Seeing that Jing Tan wanted to go out, Boss Kai, who was closest to the door, stood up and opened the door a little to let Jing Tan go out. The Jiao Pa, who was about to stand up and open the window, saw this and sat down again. However, as soon as Jing Tan went out through the door, Tofu followed behind him and squeezed through the door. In the summer, other people's dogs would squeeze into air-conditioned rooms, but this guy wanted to run out and play in the pool when there was time. Boss Kai looked at the shady area in the yard. The sun was slanting in the afternoon, so the pool was not under the sun now. Seeing Tofu squeezing into the gap of the door and whining, Boss Kai opened the door a little to let Tofu out, so that Tofu would not make noise here. Jing Tan and Tofu both went out. Mars looked at Chairman Shu pitifully. Chairman Shu choked and said, "Forget it. Let it go out and play. No one will come to the yard anyway." After the two big dogs went out, they ran straight to the pool. Jing Tan slowly walked to a rockery and jumped on it. It was shady here. Squatting on the rockery, Jing Tan wanted to find a place to sleep. He still hadn't recovered all the energy he used today. When Jing Tan was about to close his eyes and sleep, his ears twitched. He heard a familiar voice. Jing Tan opened her eyes and looked in that direction. She perked up her ears and listened carefully. Ignoring the noise created by the Tofu and Mars, Jing Tan heard a very familiar sound not far from here. Although Jing Tan said it was familiar, it only existed in his memory. He hadn't heard it in the past few years after he became a cat. Now that he heard it again, he could still recognize it immediately. He didn't feel sleepy at all. Immediately, he jumped down from the rockery and climbed up a tree. With the help of the tree, Jing Tan climbed over the walls of the yard. In the private room, Jiao Pa was chatting with Chairman Shu and Boss Kai. From time to time, he would pay attention to the situation outside the yard. He was sitting at an angle where he could see part of the yard through the window. When he saw Jingtan lying on the rockery and about to take a nap, he was relieved. However, when he turned around to chat with Jingtan for a while, he saw the little bastard climb over the wall. The veins on Professor Zhao's forehead bulged. He had just told the little bastard to play in the yard. In the blink of an eye, the little bastard climbed over the wall and ran away. As expected, he had to ground it. Don't worry. I'll ask someone to keep an eye on it. It won't run out of their sight. Other than the private rooms of the clients, there are surveillance cameras in the hallways and other places outside, Chairman Shu said. Zhao Pa wanted to tell Chairman Shu that cats were not like dogs. They couldn't be monitored and when you didn't pay attention, they would disappear. Moreover, his cat had a serious criminal record. However, there were many things that no one would believe even if he told them. Jingtan forgot about Zhao Pa's advice again. He was now looking for the source of the voice. The buildings here weren't very tall. Most of them were 2 or 3 stories high. It was easy to climb over. With Jingtan's rich experience in climbing over walls and buildings, he quickly found the owner of the voice. After all, it wasn't far away. At the end of a long corridor, there was a well-dressed woman who looked to be in her early 30s. She was talking on the phone with an impatient look on her face. Why didn't you look for your own son? What can I say? If he wants money, I'll give him money. If he wants a house, I'll give him a house. How can I not take responsibility? Okay, I'm busy now. I've already arranged everything for this afternoon. I don't have time. Jingtan knew who she was talking to on the phone. He also knew who they were talking about. Although he had thought of many possibilities when he came to Nanqing, he didn't expect to see these 2 people on the same day. 3 hours ago, he saw his own father. Now, he saw his own mother. One always took different lovers to have fun, and the other contacted a few rich wives when she was free to expand her career. Basically, they didn't care much about Jingtan other than giving him money. They were partly responsible for Jingtan's bad personality. He couldn't describe how he felt. He wasn't disappointed or sad. Probably because he knew it would be like this, he didn't have much hope. The person standing in the corridor immediately hung up the phone. She still had the same expression on her face. It was obvious that she was in a bad mood. In Jingtan's memory, he often saw such an impatient expression. Pushing a strand of hair that had been blown by the wind behind her ear, the woman standing there took a deep breath and looked at the scenery around her, trying to adjust her mood. Her gaze swept around and stopped at the circular garden sculpture pool that was more than 1 meter tall and nearly 2 meters in diameter not far from her. There were some water lilies planted in the white round sculpture. The white water lilies were now blooming. The white lotus, the white sculpture pool, and the black cat formed a clear contrast. The woman stood by the corridor and looked at the cat standing by the pool. The black cat sitting by the pool also looked at her quietly. The woman froze. She felt inexplicably guilty when she looked at the cat's eyes. Just then, the door of a private room opened and a woman in her 30s came out. Hey, are you done with the phone call? We're waiting for you. Jingtan's mother's impatience immediately disappeared. She smiled and replied, okay. Look at you guys. She walked into the private room and looked at the pool again. Then, she turned back, walked into the room, and closed the door. The window of the private room was covered by curtains. Jingtan couldn't see the situation inside, but he knew who his mother often hung out with. Retracting her gaze, Jingtan looked at the water lilies in the pond. She raised her hand and touched the flower closest to her. TSK, I'm still inexplicably unhappy. There were a few small fish swimming under the lotus leaves. He didn't know what species they were. After Jingtan finished touching the flower, he began to pat the small fish that swam to the surface of the water to scare them back into the water. The two people who were secretly watching Jingtan because of Boss Kai and Chairman Shu's orders looked at each other. Is it really okay for the cat to do that? It should be okay, right? The boss's son specially brought it back from a trip. I heard that it can't be found locally. Not only is the fish beautiful, but it also doesn't eat leaves like the koi we raised before. It's hard to get more if it's gone. But I didn't see it eat the fish. It looks like the cat is just patting it for fun. Didn't the boss say that as long as it's not a big deal, we can just ignore it? Then we should stop it when it really eats it. Yes. Even if we want to catch a thief, we have to catch the stolen goods. What if we scare it away? It's not easy to catch a cat when it runs away. That's true. When Jingtan didn't want to pat the fish anymore, he jumped into the pool and climbed over the wall. When he passed by the corner where the two people were standing, Jingtan looked at them from above. Two idiots. Catch the stolen goods. Seeing the cat leave, the two people standing there were confused. Why do I feel like the cat was looking down on me? Chapter 302. Jingtan was grounded. At least before he left Nanqing and Nanhua City, he couldn't wander around freely. This was the result of a unanimous vote by the 4 members of the Zhao family. It was quite democratic. Of course, for Jingtan, being grounded didn't have much of an effect on him. He was quite familiar with Nanqing and Nanhua City, so he wasn't like those who came here for the first time. This time, he met his parents, but unfortunately, he couldn't meet the person he wanted to meet the most. Perhaps, this was God's will. No matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to meet his current self. In fact, after calming down and thinking about it, Jingtan also knew that even if he met his current self, there wouldn't be any good results. Jingtan wasn't very friendly to cats in the past. After all, for a long time, he thought that cats were crazy, and no cat would be close to him. Forget it, if he couldn't meet him, then so be it. Old friends were one thing, but the weather was another. Jingtan was also afraid of the heat in the summer, so he was too lazy to go outside. Most of the time, he stayed indoors. Zhao Ma took Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo to play around for a few days before resting. Only Zhao Pa and Yuan Zi went outside a lot. In the middle of August, the Zhao family returned to Chuhua City. There were still a lot of things to do. Although the holiday wasn't over, they had to come back early. Zhao Yuan and the other kids from the courtyard all went to the same high school. Chuhua Affiliated High School was a little far from Chuhua University, and it was a boarding system. Zhao Yuan only came back once a week on weekends, which meant that Jingtan didn't have much time to see Zhao Yuan. Little Pomelo, who was also in junior high school this September, was the same as Zhao Yuan and the others. They were all in junior high school near Chuhua University. Little Pomelo was familiar with the other kids from the western courtyard, so Zhao Pa, Zhao Ma, and the others didn't have to worry. Zhao Ma would be teaching in junior high school for another year. She could have been transferred to Zhao Ma Affiliated High School a long time ago. With Zhao Ma's ability, she had no problem teaching in senior high school. Moreover, she had been a substitute teacher in the past 3 years. She had been teaching in the first year, then in the second year. Sometimes, she would replace teachers who couldn't attend classes for some reason. She was very experienced. Zhao Ma's probation period had ended a long time ago, but she didn't transfer because of Zhao Yuan. This year, Xiong's mother personally came over to persuade Zhao Ma to transfer to Chuhua University as soon as possible. There would be some changes to the policies in the future, and the competition was getting fiercer. Zhao Ma agreed to stay in junior high school for another year, mainly because she was worried about little Pomelo. She would transfer to Chuhua University's affiliated high school next year. Zhao Pa was also a busy man. He had a lot of students and research projects under him. He also had to deal with non-research projects. As a result, Jingtian had more time to be alone. During the day, Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma were not at home. Jiao Yuan came back once a week. Little Pomelo stayed in school for lunch. Jingtian would sometimes go out with Jiao Ma and little Pomelo in the morning. He would send them to school for a walk before coming back. Sometimes, he would follow Jiao Pa to the teacher's cafeteria for breakfast. After breakfast, he would think about how to kill time. In the afternoon, he would hang out with Jiao Wei. Thinking about this kind of life, Jingtian felt that he was bored out of his wits. He really admired Huang and the rest for being able to sleep in the courtyard for an entire day or play with their own tails. They treated him as an imaginary enemy to entertain themselves. Chairman Xu and Boss Kai came to Chuhua City at the end of August and met with Yi Hao. At that time, Jingtian was lying on the sofa next to them. When he turned over and stretched, he forgot to control his claws and scratched a hole in Yi Hao's high-end sofa in Triumph's office. Yi Hao just silently looked at the hole and didn't say anything. At that time, Chairman Xu was quite surprised. He didn't expect Yi Hao to be so tolerant of cats. Chairman Xu, who prided himself on his shrewdness, didn't know how many twists and turns to analyze the reason. Not to mention whether he guessed the truth or not, at least he was very sure of one thing. That black cat was special. Chairman Xu stayed in Chuhua City for a few days before leaving. He was preparing to invest in Chuhua City, so this time he came over just to inspect the city. After finishing his business and inspection, he left. Boss Kai still stayed in Chuhua City. His food taste would open in September when school started. After all, he had already started preparing for it, and the opening was just in time for school to start. After meeting with Yi Hao and receiving Yi Hao's words, he was a lot more relieved. He put more energy into studying the tastes of the people in Chuhua City. He determined a few dishes that were suitable for the style of Chuhua City and decided on a few special prices to test the response. The size of food taste wasn't small in Hengwu Plaza. It was still 2 floors, and the second floor was still mostly private rooms. There was another door in food taste that led to the second floor, where there was a door that separated the restaurant on the second floor from Boss Kai's lounge. Sometimes, Jingtian directly climbed over the second floor and went to Boss Kai's lounge to sleep. Jiao Pa wasn't worried that Jingtian would starve at all. For Jingtian, there were too many places to eat and sleep. Sometimes, the Jiao Pa even told Jingtian not to eat too much. Excess nutrition would also cause trouble. Jiao Ma sighed. Luckily, it was Jingtian. If it were other cats, it would probably be very difficult to raise them. After all, Jiao family members didn't spend a lot of time at home nowadays. Their work schedule wasn't suitable for raising pets. Today, little Pomelo's classmates were celebrating their birthday in the Western compound. Some of their classmates were invited over, so little Pomelo would come back a little later today. Jiao Ma went to the gymnasium to exercise, and the Jiao Pa continued to work hard in the courtyard. Jingtian didn't want to be alone at home watching a melodramatic drama, so he decided to go out for a walk. Jingtian ate too much for dinner, so he didn't want to go too far. So he walked around the campus of Chuhua University. He also went to the woods on the edge of the campus to play a game on his phone. Lu Ba probably had something to do recently, so there were no texts or phone calls to disturb Jingtian. Jingtian was happy to have some peace and quiet. He yawned. It was easy to feel sleepy after a full meal. After playing a game, he was too lazy to move. Jingtian decided to take a short nap here and wait until it was time to go back. Unexpectedly, he overslept. Jingtian had planned to go back at 9 o'clock, but he forgot to set an alarm on his phone. When he woke up, it was already 10:30. Jingtian knew that he would be scolded when he went back. It wasn't easy for him to be grounded after the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo started school. If he went back later today, it would probably make the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma think too much. They would think that Jing Tan came back late again after a few days of being well-behaved. Jing Tan hurriedly got up and planned to walk out of the tree hole. His ears twitched, and he stopped walking. He carefully stuck his head out of the tree hole and looked outside. Someone was coming this way. Generally, no students would come to the forest at this time. After all, it was too late, and accidents could happen easily. The forest was not safe for them. Anyway, the people over there were coming over. Jing Tan decided to take a look first. After all, he had his phone here. Although he didn't think that anyone would climb up the tree to dig out the tree hole, Jing Tan still wanted to be safe. Why would they come to the forest at this time? Judging from their footsteps, they sounded a little sneaky. If they were a young couple, it would be reasonable. However, it seemed that they were two men. It was very dark, but Jing Tan could still see the two people coming over with the help of the moonlight. One of them was about 20 years old, quite young, and the other was about 40 years old. The two of them seemed to be very tired. They were panting, but they were very careful. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly. When they spoke, they also lowered their voices. Jing Tan couldn't hear them clearly. One of them was that their voices were very low, and they spoke quickly. They also had an accent that didn't belong to Chuhua City. Jing Tan could only guess one or two words from what he heard. If there were faint sounds of students passing by along the path that led to the side door at the edge of the forest, the two of them would stop and hide behind a tree or crouch behind a bush. They would wait for the students to leave before they continued walking. This made Jing Tan even more curious. Although the two of them weren't very good at hiding, weren't they being too careful? What kind of shameful things did these two people do? It was obvious that they weren't good people. When the two of them approached the tree that Jing Tan was hiding in, Jing Tan shrunk his head into the hole. He noticed that the older man would look up at the tree above him as he walked. When Jing Tan chose the tree that he was hiding in, it wasn't only because of the tree hole above it, but also because of its concealment. When it wasn't winter, it would be more secure with branches and leaves. Usually, no one would climb this tree for no reason. Until now, no one had discovered this tree hole. There were a few people moving around here, but they didn't climb up the tree. As he was thinking, he heard the older man say something. Jing Tan heard the words, tree, and other words, but he didn't understand the specific meaning. There were people watching from below. Jing Tan didn't stick his head out. He only perked up his ears to hear what the other person was doing. The next moment, Jing Tan felt that someone had climbed up the tree. Jing Tan was shocked. They really climbed up. Did they also want to hide something? Jing Tan cursed in his heart. *CK, if they want to hide something, then just hide it. There are so many trees in the forest, why did these two rats have to choose this one? Originally, Jing Tan didn't plan to do anything, but now, it was no longer up to him. He didn't want these two people to discover the tree hole where he hid something. It was rare to find such a good place to hide something, but someone actually wanted to steal it. Not a chance. Jing Tan didn't immediately react when he noticed that someone had climbed up the tree. Instead, he shrunk into the tree hole to avoid being discovered. Probably because they were afraid of being discovered, the two of them didn't turn on anything like a flashlight. Using the cover of the night, they climbed up bit by bit. Feeling that the person was getting closer and closer, Jing Tan held his breath and quietly bent his hand to pick up a broken branch. The broken part was a little sharp. A pair of hands appeared at the entrance of the tree hole. It seemed to be the younger man. Jing Tan tried to shrink into the tree hole as much as possible. "Hey, uncle, there seems to be a hole." The young man used his hand to test the edge of the hole. He happily lowered his head and said to the vigilant people under the tree. With a hole in the tree, it would be easier to hide things. Jingtan understood this sentence, but the older man under the tree quickly said something that Jingtan didn't quite understand. After the young man lowered his head and finished speaking, he was ready to climb up a little to take a closer look at the hole. However, when he turned his head, before he could continue climbing, a blurry shadow suddenly jumped out of the tree hole. Ha! Jingtan shouted. At the same time, he used the branch in his claws to stab the person's hand. Chapter 303. The tree hole Jingtan was in was still a little high from the ground. When the man fell, he landed on top of the older man. The grass in the forest was thicker, and there were many leaves. The man only screamed when he fell. He probably suffered some fractures and sprains, but his life was not in danger. The older man got up and cursed. Jingtan could not understand what he was saying. He could only guess from the man's tone that it was not anything good. The older man did not feel good being pressed on the ground. He got up and rubbed his shoulders and neck. Seeing that the younger man was still groaning on the ground, he kicked him and scolded him in a low voice. He probably told him to be quiet. He did not want to be discovered. The younger man's voice was indeed much quieter. He slowly got up and rubbed his back and other places. Then he touched his hand and found that the stinging spot on the back of his hand was sticky. It was obviously bleeding. With human eyesight, it was difficult for the young man to realize that the thing that scared him off the tree was actually a cat. At most, he only saw a blurry shadow flash before his eyes. Moreover, Jingtan's shout did not sound like a cat. Therefore, the two men probably thought that the tree hole was occupied by a bird, and the wound on his hand was pecked by a bird. The young man was very angry. He stepped on something hard and bent down to pick it up. It was a stone the size of an egg. He picked it up and threw it at the tree hole where Jingtan was. However, his arm was injured in the fall, so he did not use much strength. The stone only hit the tree trunk. The older man saw this and scolded in a low voice again. He slapped the back of the young man's head, then carefully looked at him and asked something. The young man shook his foot and replied, "No." Jingtan immediately retreated back into the cave after her initial shock. She kept her ears perked up to listen to the commotion below. After the two of them were whispering under the tree, they did not continue to stay under the tree and went to other places. When the two of them were about 10 meters away, Jingtan quietly poked her head out and saw that the two of them had walked to a cluster of low shrubs. Very few people went there. The grass was thicker, and when the temperature was still warm, there were always a lot of mosquitoes there. The two of them were whispering to each other in the bushes. At the same time, Jingtan could hear rustling sounds coming from the bushes. Could it be that the other party fell so badly that he couldn't climb up the tree, so he chose another place to hide his things? Jingtan watched as the two of them busied themselves for a while. He stood up and looked around carefully, as if he was trying to memorize the terrain and the specific location of the place. Then, he left, looking back 3 times with each step he took. When he left, he fiddled with some of the weeds around the bushes to make them look more natural. After the two men walked away, Jingtan listened carefully to his surroundings. When he didn't hear any footsteps, he slid down from the tree and walked towards the bushes. Carefully pushing aside some weeds in front of the bushes, Jingtan sniffed. There was an unusual smell here that was different from the smell of the shrubs. Following the smell, Jingtan stretched out his claws to push aside the bushes. In the dense bushes, there was an inconspicuous small bag. It looked like the bag that the students used to store their MP3 players. The other party tied the bag string to a few branches in the bushes. The string was tied quite securely, probably because they were afraid that it would fall and cause other accidents. Jingtan untied the bag for about half an hour. No wonder the two of them squatted in front of the bushes for so long. After taking the bag out, Xingtian fiddled with the bushes a few more times, straightening out the weeds that had been pushed aside. Then, he carried the bag and ran away. Coming under a tree, Xingtian touched the bag. The bag was very ordinary, and the material didn't seem to be very expensive. This kind of small bag was sold by the students outside for 1 or 2 yuan. Opening the bag, Xingtian looked inside. There were some small hard objects inside. The small ones were about 1 millimeter or even smaller. The bigger ones were about 3 millimeters. Xingtian looked carefully and found that these things looked like diamonds. Diamonds? Fake, right? Xingtian looked at the small particles in the bag. As an illiterate person who couldn't even differentiate between diamonds and crystals, Xingtian felt a lot of pressure. But if it was fake, then why were the two of them so careful? Hiding things in the middle of the night like a thief. But if it was real, then these diamonds were worth a lot of money. Why would the two of them just leave it here? Put the bag back. Thinking about the two style of doing things, Xingtian decided to give them a hard time. He didn't plan to bring this bag back to the Zhao family. It could cause trouble for the Zhao family. So, Xingtian decided to hide this bag somewhere else. Anyway, it was already so late, and no one would see it. I seem to have forgotten something. Looking up at the night sky, Xingtian cursed. Then, he tightened the bag and tied a simple knot. Then, he climbed up the tree hole where he hid the phone. Since the two of them came here to hide things and found this tree hole, Xingtian decided to temporarily move the phone. Xingtian thought about the place where he hid the phone and the bag of real and fake diamonds. After Xingtian hid the things, he looked at his phone. It was 11:40 p.m. He turned off his phone and immediately ran towards the East District compound. Before he entered the compound, Xingtian could see the building where the Zhao family lived. The lights in the living room of the Zhao family on the 5th floor were still on. Xingtian took a deep breath and continued running. He couldn't avoid a scolding. 5th floor, Zhao family living room. Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma were sitting in the living room. The TV was on, but there was no sound at all. It was almost on silent mode. One was expressionless, and the other looked worried. They kept looking at the clock on the wall. Little Pomelo was sitting in front of her desk in her room. She had an exercise book open in front of her, but she was not in the mood to do anything. She was in a daze. Zhao Pa changed the channel with the remote control. It was a horror movie. In the movie, a cat was baring its fangs at a monster. Zhao Pa's face twitched. It was not that he wanted to watch the movie, but the time was displayed in the corner of the channel. Very good. It was 10 minutes to 12 p.m. The door of the Zhao family's house was not closed. The anti-theft door was left ajar. There was a soft click from downstairs. Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma woke up and looked at the door. After a while, a furry paw pushed open the ajar door. A cat head peeked out and looked carefully into the living room. As soon as she saw the black cat's paw, Mama Zhao's worried heart relaxed. Okay, you are finally back. Zhao Ma walked over and lifted Xingtian up. She did not see any injuries on him, so she put Xingtian down. She yawned and went into the bedroom to sleep. Usually, they would be asleep by this time. This time, Father Zhao had a good talk with Xingtian based on what happened in South City. Xingtian squatted on the sofa obediently. Zhao Pa pointed at his forehead and scolded him. Xingtian lowered his head and ears. He knew that he had to be sincere and pretend to be pitiful. Otherwise, he would be scolded even more harshly. Moreover, Xingtian did feel bad about returning home late. His family was waiting for him when he returned home so late. The three of them had to wake up early the next day to go to school and work. He wondered if they would be tired. Xingtian tried to squeeze into little Pomelo's bed but failed. Little Pomelo threw him out of the Jiao Yuan's room. At the same time, the Jiao Pa took back Xingtan's cat tag. Without the cat tag, Xingtan could not open the door downstairs. It was not convenient for him to go in and out. This meant that he was grounded. The duration was 3 days. After 3 days, whether or not the cat tag would be returned would depend on his performance. Therefore, Xingtan could sneak out of the building during these 3 days. In order to get the cat tag back as soon as possible, it was better for him to stay at home. Xingtan thought about how the three of them did not sleep and waited for him in the middle of the night. He did not have any complaints about this. If it was the cat tag, then so be it. He could stay at home and sleep. He could watch TV and secretly play on the computer. He could also go through the cardboard box under Jiao Yuan's bed to find something to relieve his boredom. Xingtan slept on Jiao Yuan's bed for a night. The next day, Xingtan stayed at home and looked for comics and novels in the cardboard box under Jiao Yuan's bed. He did not know when those magazines with beautiful girls were all taken care of by Jiao Yuan. Xingtan had seen the newly bought magazines once. After that, he could not find them. Jiao Yuan, this little brat, had grown up. He was even better at hiding things. While looking through the comics, Xingtan thought about the bag of things he got last night. He really wanted to see how the two people would react when they found out that the bag of things was missing. But, were those things real or fake? Xingtan thought. Suddenly, he remembered that Zhao Ma mentioned something about diamonds a while ago. Xingtan did not pay attention to it at that time. Now that he thought about it carefully, he remembered that Zhao Ma seemed to have seen it in a newspaper. He thought about the approximate date of that day. It should be the Chu University News. Different periodicals were published at different times. Even if Xingtan did not read newspapers, he was already familiar with it after staying in the Zhao family for a few years. Since it was published recently, it was either on Jiao Yuan's desk or next to Jiao Pa's computer. He jumped to Jiao Yuan's desk and looked through it. There were only a few other periodicals. Xingtan did not see the Chu University News. He ran to the master bedroom and looked through the stack of newspapers next to the computer. He pulled out the newspaper. He did not need to look for it. As soon as he opened the newspaper, he saw a big picture. There were 3 diamonds on the picture. They were man-made diamonds made by a laboratory in the School of Chemistry at Tsinghua University that specialized in materials research. According to the description, they were all gemstones. Due to its huge commercial value, the synthesis technology of gem-grade diamond single crystals had been tightly sealed for a long time. There were also some research institutes and commercial organizations in the country that had been exploring and researching it. After the laboratory on campus mastered the core technology of synthesizing high-quality gem-grade diamond single crystals, they displayed their 3 excellent syntheses. 3 different colored gem-grade diamonds, with sizes ranging from 6 to 7 millimeters. Xingtan did not have the patience to read the long academic explanation. He roughly skimmed through it and only understood that these things were made of carbon. Graphite and diamond were brothers, but unfortunately, their value was much higher. A long time ago, Suan jokingly said to Jiao Yuan, "Why is your cat called black charcoal? Just call it graphite." At that time, Xingtan did not understand. Now that he thought about it, he suddenly felt that his name had become a loser. He just did not know when it would become a diamond. The article in the newspaper said that many man-made diamonds had reached the level where they could be mistaken for real. At the same time, it also said that their laboratory had special identification equipment. The voiceover said that they could help identify diamonds, but the payment would be different. Xingtan could not directly run to the laboratory with the suspected diamonds and knock on the door. Chapter 304. During the 3 days that his cat tag was confiscated, he didn't have to worry about his meals. Lunch was delivered by the Jiao Wei. Every time the Jiao Wei came over, he would look at Xingtan with sympathy. After knowing him for so long, the Jiao Wei knew a little about Jingtan. He knew that the cat would feel uncomfortable if he didn't run around, so he had to walk around outside every day, regardless of the distance. Jingtan did behave well for the past 3 days. He didn't show any rebellious emotions or behavior, which was a strong contrast to the cat raised by a teacher in the building next door, who howled all day on the balcony. When he saw the cat in the building next door again, the cat was wearing an Elizabeth collar and didn't howl anymore. Jingtan guessed that something must have happened to the cat, and he looked at Huang for details. Therefore, in comparison, not to mention Jingtan, Sheriff and Depang were 2 of the few cats in the compound that didn't howl at home. Sure enough, it was better to be sensible. Jingtan yawned in boredom on the balcony. Last night, Jingtan had wandered around in front of Father Jiao a few times to make his presence known. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could get his cat tag back as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the Jiao Pa only glanced at Jingtan and didn't say a word. Thinking back on his performance for the past 3 days, Jingtan didn't feel that he did anything wrong. Jingtan thought that he would be grounded for the 4th day, but when he returned to little Pomelo's room, he found the cat tag hanging on the cat tree. His dispirited spirit immediately perked up. He didn't notice it when he woke up last night and this morning. It seemed that the Jiao Pa put it there when he went out. He didn't expect the Jiao Pa to put it there quietly. Jingtan jumped up and put the cat tag back around his neck. He unlocked the door and went out. Sure enough, he didn't move much for the past 3 days. Now that he was outside, he felt much better. Jingtan didn't go anywhere else and went straight to the old tile-roofed housing area. At the beginning of this year, another batch of tile-roofed houses in the old tile-roofed housing area had been marked with a high-risk sign, so that students who were active there would avoid these buildings. In fact, for Jingtan, these few buildings were not bad. It was just like a tile-roofed house that had been marked with a high-risk sign for a few years had become a gathering place for cats. For the cats, as long as it was not torn down or destroyed, it was enough for the cats to toss around inside for a long time. Jingtan didn't hear any news that this area was going to be rejected immediately. Therefore, at least for this year, this place could be used as a good place for Jingtan to hide things. He just had to be wary of those rats and some curious and naughty cats. At this time, there weren't many students moving about in the sturdy tile-roofed houses. Jingtan came to a tile-roofed house with a big cross on it and entered through a broken window. It hadn't been used for a long time, so there was a stale smell inside. There were some traces of spider activity in the corner. There was also a pile of abandoned wooden tables in the room. There were also some discolored rat droppings on the tables that had been there for a long time. Jingtan went over, stopped in front of a table, and opened a drawer there. This drawer was one of the better preserved drawers of these tables. In the drawer were Jingtan's cell phone and the unappraised diamonds that he had brought over that night. Nothing was missing, and there was no smell of other people or cats or dogs. Thinking about the appraisal method that he had seen in the newspaper that day, Jingtan jumped onto a table with a bag and carefully fished out a few large diamonds. Without any other tools, he could only use a few simple methods mentioned in the newspaper to preliminarily appraise them. In terms of weight, hardness, fineness, polishing, and so on, Jingtan roughly looked at them. They were similar to the real diamonds mentioned in the newspaper, but Jingtan was still skeptical. Jingtan couldn't make a more accurate appraisal now, but he heard that many gem-grade synthetic diamonds might not be lower than real diamonds. However, Jingtan speculated that there was probably a new way to reduce the cost from what a professor mentioned in the newspaper had mentioned. There were so many research institutes and companies in the world researching, and there might be new ways to create gem-grade synthetic diamonds that could pass off as real ones. It was just that everyone kept it a secret so that others wouldn't know. After putting the few colorless diamonds back into the bag, Jingtan stuffed the bag and cell phone back into the drawer. After closing the door, he came out of the tile-roofed house. After thinking about it, Xingtan decided to go to the small forest on the edge of the community to check out the situation. 3 days had passed, and he didn't know if the two people who hid the things had come back to take a look. There weren't many people in the small forest at this time, but there were people passing by from time to time on the road from the new student dormitory to the side door. Although Xingtan couldn't see the situation on the road from here, he could tell by the sound of the passing cars. Xingtan didn't run directly but walked slowly. At the same time, he also paid attention to whether anyone was around and carefully identified how many unfamiliar smells were in the air. Xingtan was already very familiar with the smells here, so if there were any unfamiliar smells, he would definitely be able to smell it. In the past 3 days, someone had come to the forest. Xingtan smelled some smells that he had never smelled before, but he couldn't say that it was related to the bag. It could also be a student who came here to have sex. The guard's blackback came to the forest to pee and shit again, and he didn't know which student had drunk too much vomit. When he came to the bushes, the unfamiliar smells were basically gone. Xingtan observed the surrounding grass and there were no obvious dents. Compared to the situation that night, it didn't seem to have changed. He went to the bushes and sniffed, but he didn't find any unusual smells. So, it seems that the two people didn't come back to take a look. So relieved. Or, they couldn't come anymore. Shaking his head, Xingtan didn't think about it. He ran to the tree hole where he hid the phone. It wasn't occupied by birds, and there were no other traces. Except that the phone wasn't here, it was the same as usual. Everything was the same. This made Xingtan, who had some expectations, quite disappointed. On the way back, Xingtan originally planned to go to the Institute of Biological Sciences to report to the Jiao Pa's office. He hadn't been there for a long time, so he wanted to show his presence and let the Jiao Pa know that he didn't run around. However, as he walked, Xingtan turned and ran towards the chemistry department. He saw a person. He had seen that person in the newspaper before. The other picture in the report about gem-grade synthetic diamonds was that person. Although he felt that the bag in his hand might not be related to the person in the chemistry department, Xingtan didn't have anything else to do, so he went over to see if the person had any other emotions. If he lost something valuable, he would be anxious no matter how he tried to hide it. The professor in his 50s just came out of the department. He seemed to be in a good mood, and his smile was sincere. It didn't look like he lost something valuable. There were 2 people walking with the professor. A man in his 30s looked very gentle and gentlemanly, and a 25-year-old tall beauty with mixed-race looks. However, the woman just walked quietly beside them and didn't interrupt. It was the professor and the other man who were talking. Looking at the professor's words and actions, he was quite polite. Someone who could make these professors treat him so politely was definitely not a simple person. It wasn't until they reached a fork in the road that the 3 separated. The professor drove away, and the man and woman continued to walk along the road in front of them. It was more like they were admiring the scenery and architecture here. Xingtan didn't follow them anymore. He went to the Institute of Biological Sciences and walked around the Jiao Pa's office. He was going to sleep there. There were always people looking for the Jiao Pa. Xingtan couldn't stay there, so he went out for a walk and then went to the Jiao Wei's restaurant to eat. After walking around, Xingtan walked into a small path. There was only a stone path through the forest and lawn, and this was the shortcut that the Jiao Wei often took after classes. Xingtan saw that it was almost time and decided to wait for the Jiao Wei here. There was a 1-meter-long wooden chair. Xingtan jumped on it and lay down to sleep. Even if he fell asleep, the Jiao Wei would definitely wake Xingtan up if he passed by. There was no need to worry about missing him. Lying on the chair, Xingtan smelled the fragrance of the flowers in this season. He ignored the noisy birds flying around and closed his eyes to take a nap. Not long after he closed his eyes, Xingtan heard someone walking towards the wooden chair. He opened his eyes a little and looked in that direction. It was the man and woman he saw earlier. The two of them were walking around the campus. Based on their conversation, they were going to find a place to rest. They didn't expect to see Jing Tan lying here. The man and woman had noticed a wooden chair not far away and were planning to sit down and rest for a while. When they got closer, they found a black cat lying in the middle of the chair. From its tail to its head, it took up most of the chair. The remaining space was obviously not enough for the two of them to sit down. Originally, the two of them didn't think much of it when they saw the cat occupying the chair. After all, the cat would definitely run away if they walked over. However, to their surprise, when they got closer, the cat was still lying on the chair. It raised its head slightly and looked at them with half-opened eyes. It looked like it was too lazy to move. Jing Tan turned a deaf ear to the two people's gazes. He was hungry now. The food he ate in the morning was almost digested. He didn't want to go anywhere else and didn't want to sleep on the ground. The two people and the cat looked at each other for about half a minute. Just as the mixed-race beauty was thinking about whether or not to chase them away, Jing Tan yawned and laid down to continue sleeping. He didn't feel much malice from the two people. Since they didn't threaten him, he decided to continue sleeping. The mixed-race beauty who was about to raise her hand saw Jing Tan's sharp teeth when Jing Tan yawned. She paused, adjusted the glasses on her nose, and looked at the person next to her, waiting for him to make a decision. The man looked at Jing Tan. It had a cat tag on it. Obviously, it was a pet cat with an owner. How could it be a stray cat when it was so well raised? Also, looking at this cat, the owner's living conditions should be good. Seeing that the cat on the wooden chair didn't want to give up its seat, he didn't chase it away. He put his hand into his pocket and took out his phone. There was a pendant on the phone. Cats were all interested in this kind of thread-like thing, right? Although Jing Tan's eyes were closed, his ears were listening to the movements of the two people. He noticed that someone was approaching. Jing Tan opened his eyes and saw a string of beautiful pendant. The other end was fastened to the phone in the man's hand. It was a string of transparent beads the size of soybeans. Between each bead was a diamond. Fake, right? Chapter 305. The dangling ornaments made Jing Tan dizzy, so he couldn't see them clearly. Jing Tan stretched out his hand to take a closer look. It did look like the bag of things he had seen before. After staring at it for so long in the morning, even if Jing Tan couldn't tell whether it was real or fake, he felt that it was the same. As Jing Tan was looking at the ornaments, Jiao Wei ran over. They didn't have classes in the morning, so he was only in the library. When it was about time, he planned to go to the restaurant to avoid the rush hour. During this period of time, whenever he ran along this road, he would look at both sides of the road, especially the tall trees that were suitable for cats to sleep on and the wooden chairs on the cobblestone road. Jing Tan was very picky about where to sleep. Sure enough, he didn't have to spend too much effort to find the black cat lying on the chair. Black charcoal. Jiao Wei didn't know the boy and girl, so he just called out Jing Tan's name and waited by the side. When he saw the boy and girl looking over, Jiao Wei smiled and nodded at them without saying anything. He usually didn't talk much. When he saw Jiao Wei, Jing Tan was curious about the identity of the two people, but eating was the most important thing at the moment. Besides, the two people might not really have anything to do with the bag of things, so Jing Tan didn't waste any time. He jumped down from the wooden chair and jogged towards the school gate with Jiao Wei. At noon, after eating at Jiao Wei's restaurant, Jing Tan found a place to rest. Jiao Pa called the restaurant to ask about it, but when he found out that Jing Tan was there, he didn't say anything. At noon, Jiao Pa and a few other teachers had lunch in the cafeteria, so they didn't come over. After sleeping on a tall sycamore tree, Jing Tan decided to go out for a walk. He hadn't left the school gate for a few days. First, he went to Little Pomelo's junior high school to take a look. Then he continued to walk forward until he heard the familiar sound of the arrow and saw the familiar bridge. That old blind man was actually here today. How rare. Over the past year, the blind old man had been coming to the bridge less often. Sometimes, Jingtian would not bump into him even when he was strolling along the bridge. He would only see him when he went to the alley where the blind old man lived. Jingtian was walking in that direction when he noticed a low-key black private car coming to a stop not far from him. Two people got out of the car. It was the man and woman he saw at noon. Jingtian looked at them. The two people who got out of the car also saw Jingtian. Black cat again. Is it popular to raise black cats here? The woman asked. It's the one I saw at noon. The man was a little surprised. Then, he smiled and didn't take it to heart. Different cats had different ways of looking at people. The way the black cat looked at people was very special. However, even if they were the same cat, it was not a big deal to meet them here. It doesn't have a cat tag, the woman said. She was not doubting the opinions of others. She was just voicing her doubts. Generally speaking, pet cats would have cat tags when they were outside. Although there were not many rigid requirements in China, if it was hung in the morning, why did it take it off in the afternoon? Of course, this was only a temporary doubt. Soon, she stopped paying attention to the cat tags. The man and woman looked away from Jingtian. They did not continue to pay attention to Jingtian. They whispered and walked forward. Jingtian was only surprised when he saw the two people. He was too lazy to care about them. He walked his own way and went all the way to the bridge. Then, Jingtian realized that the man and woman had walked up the steps of the overpass like him. After they went up, the two of them stood against the railing in an empty spot. The woman opened her parasol. The sun in this season was not that warm. The man looked at the middle of the bridge. His eyes stopped on the blind old man who was playing the arrow. Thomas, is that old man the person you are looking for? The woman asked. Yes. The woman was about to ask something else. Suddenly, she said, Hey, the black cat is going over. Both of them were very surprised. They had seen cats with big guts, but they had never seen a cat with such big guts. They had never seen a cat that could calmly walk on the overpass with people coming and going, as if the people around it were air. Under the gaze of the two people, the cat walked to the old man who was playing the arrow. It stood beside the box of money as if there was no one else around. It took out 2 coins in a row. Then, it stood under the shade of the umbrella and yawned. The two people were speechless. After a few seconds of silence, the woman said, Thomas, that old man has a good temper. The man didn't say anything, but he was thinking in his heart, if her temper was really good, there wouldn't have been so much bloodshed in the dark back then. People who fought with real swords and spears, especially people like that person over there, definitely couldn't be described as good. It was just that the cat was too bold. Many people had said that many animals avoided the old man. Jingtian yawned. He had just found 2 coins in the old man's box. Every year, when the school started in September, there would always be some students who thought they were smart enough to throw some coins into the box. Little did they know that when they thought others were stupid and played tricks on them, others also thought they were looking for trouble. It was just that many people did not bother to do it. Wasn't there a saying, you are looking at a fool on the bridge, and the fool is looking at you from the surroundings? When Jingtian yawned for the second time, the old man finished his song and began to pack up. This made Jingtian feel a little strange. It wasn't time yet, right? The old man had something to do today and was leaving early. Jingtian was not the only one who thought so. Several vendors on the bridge were also muttering, why did the old man leave so early today? Do we have to pack up early too? Let's pack up. He probably heard some news. To be on the safe side, let's pack up and leave. So, behind the old man, some vendors also began to pack up. Of course, there were also some vendors who saw that business was good and still stayed there. This year, the old man did not come over most of the time. Didn't they still set up their stalls? Jingtan saw the old man pack up and leave. He followed behind him. It had been a long time since he went to the old man's place. He did not know if little Nine was there recently. After a few steps, Jingtan found that the man and woman were also walking not far away. Looking back at them, Jingtan continued to walk. After leaving the bridge for a certain distance, Jingtan saw a fruit vendor quickly pass from behind, running in a hurry. Looking back at the bridge, the vendors on the bridge were hurriedly packing up something. Obviously, there was an inspection, so they quickly packed up and left. Looking at the old man who was walking at a steady pace, Jingtan curled his lips. Passing the business street, he walked into a familiar alley. The man and woman behind him maintained a distance of 6 or 7 meters. Jingtan was surprised. These two knew the blind old man. While Jingtan was surprised, the two behind him were also surprised. Did this cat know the person in front? Wasn't this a normal cat raised by a normal family in a university? Looking at the reaction of the person who opened the door, whether it was seeing the man and woman or Jingtan, there was no extra expression. They really knew each other. After entering the house, Jingtan walked to the living room with familiarity. He jumped onto a chair and sat down. He was much more natural than the two behind him. Uncle Kuan, long time no see. The man bowed slightly to the old man. Jingtan's beard trembled. Uncle Kuan. Although the name was only one word different, compared to the public version of Uncle Kuan that Yi Hao and the others called him, the relationship seemed much closer. It's been 7 years, Tang Imo. Are you planning to enter the domestic market now that you're back? The old man's tone had a rare familiarity. Jingtan couldn't help but look at the guy named Tang Imo. Where did this guy come from? Tang Imo smiled. Yes, but I ran into some trouble when I came back. I couldn't handle it, so I came to you for help. Tang Imo didn't beat around the bush. He was very direct and had the tone of a junior talking to an elder. This showed that he knew the old man's temper very well, and that he was indeed very familiar with the old man. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them didn't look alike, and Yi Hao and the others said that the old man didn't have any biological children, Jingtan would have thought that if they weren't related by blood, then it might be because Tang Imo was his father. Oh. The old man took a sip of tea and didn't say anything else. Tang Imo took a box from the woman next to him and opened it on the table in front of the old man. There were a few diamonds of different shapes in the box. Each of them was more than 5 millimeters in diameter, and the bigger ones were almost a centimeter in diameter. Jingtan didn't know how to evaluate the value of a diamond, so he perked up his ears to listen to their conversation. The old man put down his cup and took the box. His fingers brushed across the diamonds, and he picked one up and touched it. He smiled. Not bad, better than the previous ones. If your father knew, he would be very happy. Jingtan was stunned. From what he heard, could those eye-catching diamonds be fake? Put the graphite and some other materials into a special box, and put the box into a special device similar to a pressure cooker. It simulates the temperature and pressure of the formation of diamonds below the Earth's surface. The graphite changes, and 3 days later, take out the box. Open it, and you will find a diamond crystal. Compared to the natural diamonds that take billions of years to form, these only take a few days to produce. It's much cheaper than the natural diamonds dug out from the mines. However, that's only the technology from 3 years ago. Tang Imo picked one up and looked at the light reflected on it. His eyes were full of confidence. These are the products of the new technology. The cost is slightly higher, and it only takes a few days to produce them. However, they are no different from the natural diamonds that formed naturally under high temperature and pressure more than 1 billion years ago. Furthermore, they can grow. Congratulations. It seems that the jewelry market is going to start another war. The old man's tone didn't change much. The benefits behind this didn't excite him. I remember when your father proposed the plan, he said that once the technology matured, it would have an impact on the market no less than the advent of the Iron Age in the 1950s and the invention of the transistor in the 1940s. Diamonds weren't only used as jewelry. They could also allow computers to operate at a speed that could melt the innards of current computers. They could also penetrate into electronics, machinery, and even firearms and bring about reforms. Although there was still a long way to go before he could reach his goal, and there were still many problems that had yet to be solved, Tang Yimo felt that he had already taken a big step forward. Before that, I would like to ask Uncle Kun to help me find a bag of experimental products that were stolen by rats, Tang Yimo said as he put down the diamond. Chapter 306. Before Tom came here, an assistant brought some experimental products of a new technology over. However, there was an accident midway, causing a small portion of the experimental products to go missing. The accident was accidental. This was the conclusion Tom came to after investigating. However, during the accident, some people took advantage of the opportunity to steal some of the experimental products. Tom didn't want these experimental products to cause unforeseen changes to his plan. Compared to the box Tom just took out, these experimental products were still somewhat lacking. If they were tested by professionals with professional equipment, they would be able to detect the difference between them and natural diamonds. However, Jingtan couldn't tell the difference at all based on the simple identification method described in the newspaper. Knowing this, Jingtan felt a lot better. It wasn't that he wasn't good enough. It was just that these things were difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Of course, if it was like what Tom said, and the final product was no different from a natural diamond, then it wouldn't be considered a fake. It would still be a real diamond, but the price would only be 1/3 of a natural diamond. In any case, what Tom meant was that the experimental subjects weren't worth much to him, so he didn't care about the money. What he cared about was whether there were other conspiracies behind the scenes that could affect his business plan. The thief's method of picking the lock is not like an ordinary thief, Tom said. It was because of this that he came to the old man for help when he couldn't find the target for the time being. After all, most people who had some technical work should have some understanding of it. After hearing Tom's words, the old man nodded. 2 days. He meant that he would contact Tom within 2 days. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Uncle Kun. It seemed that Tom was going to accompany the old man for a meal. Jingtan saw that little Jiu wasn't around, so he didn't want to stay here any longer. The two didn't talk about the diamond anymore. Most of the time, it was Tom talking about his experience and business development over the years. If he continued to stay, Jingtan wouldn't be able to get much useful information, so he simply left. After returning to Tsinghua University, Jingtan didn't run around. He had just been grounded, so he wanted to show off. Therefore, he went straight to the Jiao Pa's office to sleep. When it was time to go home for dinner, they would go home together. The next day, Jingtan ran to the small forest at the edge of the campus to take a look. Unlike the previous time, even though there did not seem to be any changes and no one had stepped on the grass, Jingtan smelled an unfamiliar scent from the bushes. Someone should have been here last night. There were at least 2 people. One of them was one of the 2 people Jingtan saw that day, and the other person's scent was very unfamiliar. Jingtan shouldn't have seen him before. Carefully identifying the scent left behind in the bushes, the person who came last night didn't go to the tree hole where Jingtan used to hide his phone. He didn't even walk there. After coming here to take a look, he walked around the bushes and then ran out. Jingtan stayed in the small forest for a while, then he ran towards the old tiled houses. The weather was good, and the sun was shining. When Jingtan arrived at the old tiled houses, he saw cats napping on the roofs of a few old tiled houses. After seeing Jingtan, the cats were lazy and didn't bother to look at Jingtan. They closed their eyes, licked their paws, and dozed off, doing their own things. Jingtan climbed into the tiled house at an angle where the cats couldn't see him. He didn't want the cats to see him climbing through the window. Cats were very curious, and Jingtan couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't follow Jingtan's footsteps and climb into the house to cause trouble. The house was still the same as when Jingtan came yesterday. He opened the drawer and looked at the bag of things. It was most likely the missing diamonds that Tom was looking for. Why would they bring so many diamonds over? Even if the diamonds were slightly flawed, they were still attractive enough to ordinary people. Jingtan didn't plan to give these things to Tom or the blind old man. He wasn't sure if he would fall into their trap if he did, so he decided to do nothing first. After hiding the things, Jingtan came out of the tiled house. He thought that the two people who stole the diamonds might be the two people he saw that night. However, the way they treated the diamonds didn't seem to be very special. Did they think that the diamonds were fake when they stole them? Shaking his head, Jingtan didn't want to think about it anymore. Let Tom and the others worry about it. He would do what he wanted to do. Walking out of the house, Jingtan climbed onto the roof of the tiled house and jumped from one roof to another. He stretched his body and ran around happily. One of the cats thought that Jingtan was playing with them. It was licking its fur, but when it saw Jingtan doing his parkour, it ran over. Click! There was the sound of a camera. Jingtan jumped onto the roof of a two-story building. The two-story building here was only a little shorter than the three-story building of a new building. Jingtan didn't notice that there was someone there, and he didn't pay much attention to it when he was running. Now that he heard the sound of a camera, he realized that there was someone standing there. The person looked like a graduate student. He was holding a DSLR camera and taking pictures of the cats in the old tiled house. When Jingtan stopped and looked over, the person was taking a few pictures of Jingtan. Other than Jingtan, the person was also taking pictures of other cats and some scenery. After taking pictures, he sat on the edge of a flower bed in the old tiled house area and took out a very thin laptop from his backpack. It was rare to see people using such thin laptops these days. Also, the laptop didn't have a brand, so Jingtan couldn't tell which brand it was. Usually, there weren't many people in the old tiled house area at this time. It was very quiet, and no one came to disturb them. Jingtan slapped away a cat that wanted to play with him and jumped onto the roof of a tiled house behind the person. The person was looking at a set of photos taken by the camera. Jingtan felt that many of the photos were very familiar. Some of them took a while to match. He always felt that the photos were better than the real thing, and had a more artistic conception. Because of the reflected light and the angle of the laptop screen, he couldn't see clearly from the top, so Jingtan jumped down from the roof and jumped onto the flower bed. He looked at the photos on the laptop about 1 meter away from the person. Some of the photos were taken of the old tiled house area, and most of them were of cats. The person seemed to feel something. He turned his head and looked diagonally behind him. When he saw Jingtan, he was surprised. The cat in front of him didn't seem to be afraid. Instead, it was staring at his computer screen. He moved his fingers away from the laptop and picked up the camera. Jingtan realized what the person was thinking. He raised his hand to cover his face. However, while his hand could cover most of his face, a cat's paw couldn't. Click! There was the sound of a camera. Jingtan didn't want to stay here and be photographed. He turned around and jumped off the flower bed and ran away. Another psychopathic artist. Jingtan thought. The person just now was probably someone from the art department or someone who liked to take photos. This morning, when he was walking towards the International Academic Lecture Hall, he saw the title of a conference on photography on the electronic screen outside. Even if he wasn't a student of the art department, he might be here to attend the conference. Jingtan didn't care about the person he just met. He didn't care about taking photos. After all, there were many people who used their phones to take photos of the cats in the school. Besides, cats didn't have the so-called right to be photographed. The current domestic law only stipulated that citizens had the right to be photographed. It didn't protect the right to be photographed for pets such as cats and dogs. While Jingtan was thinking about the right to be photographed for cats, in a restaurant about 10 minutes away from Tsinghua University, Tom was looking at the new investigation information that Uncle Kuan had just sent to him. The thief had been found, but the test subjects were really missing. The thief was a habitual offender. He was caught during a cleanup operation last year. Not long ago, he was released from prison. He happened to run into an accident and stole some diamonds. However, when he pried open the box containing the test subjects, he found that there were too many diamonds inside. His first thought was that they were fake. How could there be so many real diamonds? However, for people like him, they could sell fake diamonds for real money. At that time, there were people nearby who had rushed to the scene of the accident. The thief didn't have time to examine them carefully. He was also afraid of being discovered. The big box containing the test subjects couldn't be taken away either. It would be a pity to just give up on them, so he grabbed a bunch and ran away. The thief had a habit. He would hide the stolen things in a place and wait for the news to die down before going back to look for them. When the blind old man's people found the thief, he was checking his recent gains with his nephew. The blind old man sent people to follow the thief, but they found that the test subjects were gone. Tom was inclined to believe this result. However, knowing that there was no other conspiracy behind this, he was a lot more relieved. If he really couldn't find it, then there was no need to look for it anymore. He should focus on the current situation. He passed the folder in his hand to the woman beside him and turned to look at the door. Sorry for being late. I was at a meeting and was dragged over to talk for a while. A young man with a backpack walked over and sat in the chair opposite Tom. This was the guy who took the photos that Jingtan saw. Thomas, when did you and Kelly come back to China? We just came back 2 days ago, Tom replied. The three of them chatted and ate. Tom looked at the person opposite him. Yang Yi, what did you take today? Judging by the look on his face, he must have taken a lot of photos that he was satisfied with. Yang Yi took out his laptop and opened a set of photos. I took some photos of some cats in Tsinghua University. They looked like photos I've seen before, so I took some photos. Really? Let me see. Yang Yi passed the laptop over. Tom flipped through the photos on the screen. There were photos taken today and also some old photos that were copied. There were also a few old photos that were scanned. They looked like they were taken in the 80s and 90s. A few cats were moving around on top of a brick house, looking relaxed. Today's photo was taken of a red brick house. A few cats were lying on top of the roof, licking their fur with their eyes closed, or taking a nap. As he flipped through the photos, Tom's fingers paused. In one of the photos on the screen, a black cat was standing on top of a building. It tilted its head slightly and looked down at the camera. It looked arrogant and didn't panic because of the sudden appearance of the camera. Tom wasn't thinking too much. He felt that if he was in the position of the camera, the cat would also look at him with a look that said, "Who do you think you are?" Chapter 307. Do you know this cat? Yang Yi looked at Tang Yamo. Although he felt that the cat was a little different, he didn't think too much about it. He didn't expect Tang Yamo to know it. Yes, it's quite an interesting cat. Tang Yamo didn't mention that he saw it at Uncle Kuan's place. He only mentioned how he met the black cat. Now that you mention it, I want to see that cat again. I want to take more photos in these 2 days, Yang Yi said. You can only stay for 2 days. Can't help it, I still have things to do over there. This time, I was invited by an old artist. Plus, there's a lot of trouble staying here. Tang Mo understood. The so-called invitation meant that Yang Yi only came to the conference because of the old artist who invited him. It wasn't just for the conference. During this period, those who came to the conference with other ideas would also try to use this opportunity to show their faces in front of Yang Yi. If Yang Yi liked them, those people's value would multiply overnight. Although Yang Yi looked like a university student, it was hard to tell his background, especially when he walked around the university in such an inconspicuous outfit. Actually, Yang Yi was only a few years younger than Tang Mo. He was almost 30. Yang Yi had an entertainment management company, Yixing Culture. The company's name was somewhat famous in the industry, but outsiders might not know about it. The company had only been established for less than 3 years, but its development was impressive. Most importantly, it had a backer. Every industry had its own rules. There were many people who wanted to take shortcuts, and many of them had their eyes on Yang Yi. Tang Mo met Yang Yi overseas. They had been working together when they were overseas. Now that Tang Mo wanted to enter the domestic market, Yang Yi's company was planning to shoot a movie to promote some newcomers. There were many scenes in the movie that required a lot of jewels and diamonds. Yang Yi valued props very much, probably because of his love for photography. He didn't allow any flaws under the camera, so many fake props were eliminated. Because of this, Yang Yi and Tang Mo decided to work together again. Tang Mo's synthetic diamonds came in handy this time. The synthetic diamonds under the camera were almost identical to natural diamonds. It was hard to tell them apart. Tang Mo took this opportunity to advertise himself. Yang Yi was very satisfied after looking at the sample diamond. If I don't have time by then, I'll send someone over to discuss it with you. There were a few scenes that would be filmed in Chuhua City. Tang Mo also planned to stay here for a while. He could afford to wait. Carrying a large number of diamonds, even if they were not natural diamonds, they had to be on guard. In the next few days, there would be another batch of jewelry shipped over. During this period of time, Tang Mo would stay in the old man's territory to be more secure. After finishing his discussion with Tang Mo, Yang Yi walked out of the restaurant with his backpack and hailed a cab to return to the hotel to rest. The next day, Yang Yi had originally planned to check on the preparation at the film set, but after looking at the photos for half the night, he decided to make a trip to Chuhua University today. It was rare for him to come across a cat scene that touched him, so he decided to go take a look again. Actually, Yang Yi didn't have any special interest in cats. The one who liked cats was his maternal grandfather. When he saw the old tile-roofed houses in Chuhua University and the cats there, he was reminded of the things that happened in his maternal grandfather's house when he was young. Yang Yi's maternal grandfather's family was quite well off. The old man liked to raise cats and take pictures of them with a camera. At that time, taking pictures with cameras wasn't as convenient as it was now, so they had to save on film. The technical requirements were high, and because of this, the old man was very experienced in taking pictures of cats. Every time Yang Yi went over, the old man would show off his shooting results to Yang Yi and show off his shooting skills. Yang Yi remembered his maternal grandfather saying that cats were a very special kind of animal. They had personalities and were also scheming. They weren't as easy to tame as dogs, and they weren't cooperative during filming. They were unruly and did things their own way. Therefore, the technical difficulty was slightly higher, and there was a lot of attention to when and what kind of photos were taken. Therefore, most of the time, the old man would accommodate the cat's work and rest schedule. Of course, the different cat's work and rest schedule had a lot to do with the cat's owner. Back then, the old man and the cat raised by the old man actually influenced each other. The old man very much agreed with Mr. Jing and saying that all scenery is love. Using the scenery to express one's emotions, and using the scenery to express one's emotions. The photographer's mission was to record images, and every photo contained the photographer's emotions. Looking through the old photos from when he was young, he realized that the person who took the photos was no longer there. The cats in the photos were also long gone. Although he didn't set foot in the pet-rearing circle that was becoming more and more prosperous with the economic and social development, Yang Yi had always been taking pictures of cats. It had a kind of chance and randomness in life. Whenever he came across them, he would take pictures. Therefore, it was rare for him to have some feelings. He wanted to take more pictures. He might not have time to come here in the future. Even if he came here, who knew if this place would still be the same? Now, many universities were undergoing renovation. The old buildings were being demolished and new buildings were being built. When the time came, would the cats still be there? Yang Yi woke up early. When he came to Tsinghua University, he saw many old people walking around outside. Today was Saturday, and most of the students didn't have classes. Therefore, there were fewer students walking around than usual. This time, Yang Yi entered from another door. It was a different route from yesterday's meeting. This side was close to the faculty's residence. It was much quieter. Moreover, most of the people he saw were old people. Many of the old people were the type to sleep and wake up early. They didn't stay up late like the young people. After taking a few pictures, Yang Yi saw an old man carrying a bag of steamed buns bought from the cafeteria. He was walking a bullhead terrier. He was probably tired from walking and was resting on a wooden chair by the lawn. The bullhead terrier was squatting beside him. When it looked around, its small triangular eyes were filled with vigilance. However, when it looked at the old man beside it, the bullhead terrier's eyes were much gentler. Yang Yi raised his hand to take a few pictures. He heard the old man shout, "Little flower." He looked over and saw another old man leading a very large Saint Bernard. The little flower that the old man shouted just now should be this Saint Bernard. Seeing Yang Yi taking pictures, the two old men greeted Yang Yi. When they heard Yang Yi say that he was a photographer, they quickly shouted for him to take a few more pictures. These two are getting along well, Yang Yi said as he looked at the two dogs that had different sizes and personalities. One of his friends had a bullhead terrier. That fellow was very aggressive, causing the dogs and cats around to run away when they saw it. Therefore, when he saw these two dogs, he was quite curious. Of course, these two grew up together. Let me tell you, back then, if it was someone who was familiar with the teachers around, when they heard, "Let me tell you," they would know that there would be a long story or an educational speech behind it. However, Yang Yi didn't care. He stood aside and listened to the two old men talk about the things that happened in the community and Niu Zhuang's heroic deeds. As they were talking, the old man noticed that the two dogs were looking in the same direction, wagging their tails. "Yo, black charcoal, where are you going?" One of the old men shouted. Yang Yi looked over. On the other side of the road, a black cat wearing a small vest was walking over slowly. It looked lazy, yawning as it walked. When it heard the old man shout, it slowly glanced over and continued to walk at the same speed as before. This morning, after the Jiao Pa went to the courtyard, he called home. He didn't bring a USB flash drive and couldn't leave the laboratory, so the Jiao Ma directly asked Jing Tan to deliver it. Similar things had happened before. He put on a small vest, put the USB flash drive in the pocket of the vest, zipped it up, and sent it to the Institute of Biological Sciences. Running over and walking back, Jing Tan didn't sleep well last night, thinking about those diamonds. There was still work today, so Jing Tan planned to take a nap before that. The benches around were occupied by old men and women who came out for a walk or to buy groceries. He didn't want to lie on the tree now, so sleeping on a branch while wearing a vest wasn't very comfortable. After looking around, Jingtan directly went over and used the flower as a blanket, a soft and warm blanket. Looking at the cat sleeping on the back of such a big Saint Bernard, Yang Yi raised his eyebrows. He looked at the bullhead terrier next to it, then looked at the Saint Bernard lying down obediently. Yang Yi curiously asked the two old men, "Is this cat not afraid of dogs?" "Afraid? Tisk, it's good enough that it doesn't bully these two, they've been bullied by it since they were young," said one of the old men. "Oh, black charcoal's vest is not bad," another old man touched Jingtan's vest. "You're so sleepy, did you catch a thief last night?" The three of them talked here, and when it was time to leave, Jingtan also got up, but he stopped at the small fork in the road and waited by the side. Later, someone would come to pick him up and take him to the pet center. Today, he wore the vest to deliver something to the Jiao Pa, and also for the pet center. If he worked overtime today, it would be just right for overtime pay. Yang Yi didn't leave, but followed Jingtan over. Seeing Jingtan waiting there, he also looked at him not far away. He was curious about why the cat was squatting there. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Jingtan finally saw the person he was waiting for. Charlie was driving his nanny van, a small two-wheeled electric modified specifically to pick up Jingtan and take him to the pet center to shoot the new promotional video. It was said that the government had recently introduced a policy related to environmental protection. Recently, various departments had been learning to implement the new spirit, and even some social groups had begun to follow the trend. Xiaoguo wanted to use this topic to shoot an advertising video to promote environmental protection. The electric car stopped in front of Jingtan. Charlie looked at the time. He really wasn't late today, it was the cat that came early. Thinking of this, Charlie's worries were a lot less. In the past 2 years, not only did Charlie have some understanding of Jingtan's temper, but he also knew a little about Jingtan's preferences. For example, he knew that this cat, whose breed was only worth a few dozen yuan in some butchers' markets but was very important in this team, didn't like things related to pets, including toys, food, most pet clothes, and so on. Instead, it was more interested in human things, such as computers, televisions, and game consoles. Once, Charlie even saw Bosco put headphones on the cat so that the cat could listen to MP3 players. After seeing so much, he didn't find it strange anymore. The nanny on the set was dutiful and worthy of the salary that Bosco gave him. Although the car and clothes didn't have the logo of the pet center, the kettle in Charlie's basket was printed with the words, obviously so pet center. Pet center. Didn't they say that this cat was raised by a teacher? Yang Yi thought. Excuse me, is this cat yours? Yang Yi walked over and asked. Chapter 308. At first, Yang Yi didn't understand why the other person had such a cold and distant reaction. After a while, he thought of something and took out a business card and handed it over. I'm from Yixing culture. I'm here to attend a photography conference. Charlie was still on guard. He didn't know what Yixing culture was, but since it involved people in the photography industry, he could be considered to have crossed paths with them. So, before he fully understood, Charlie still saw Yang Yi as a competitor. The business card Yang Yi gave was a relatively ordinary one. Yang Yi's specific position in the company was not written on it. The phone number was a spare phone number that Yang Yi bought in Chuhua City. Charlie didn't care after glancing at the business card. Out of courtesy, he didn't immediately throw the business card into the trash can. Instead, he put it in his pocket. He wanted to leave with the cat as soon as possible. Seeing that the other person didn't want to continue talking, Yang Yi didn't say anything. After the other person left with the cat on the small electric bike, Yang Yi thought about the scene just now. When the other person knew that he was a photographer, the obvious vigilance in his eyes made Yang Yi speculate a possible answer. He gave the business card out of curiosity. The movie he invested in also involved some cat scenes, but the cats in the movie had to be of expensive breeds. Yang Yi didn't consider the black house cat. His original plan was to find some trained cats that had a bit of intelligence. When he saw the words Ming Ming Pet Center printed on the bag, he thought that if possible, it would be good to cooperate with such a pet center. It was just a spur-of-the-moment behavior of him. After asking someone to check the pet center, Yang Yi returned to the hotel and watched most of the commercials and videos that Xiao Guo and the others had shot. He didn't sleep the whole night, thinking about the videos. He suddenly had an idea, but this idea needed to be discussed with the person in charge of the pet center first. Yang Yi didn't have to wait long. The next day, he received a call from Xiao Guo. It turned out that after Charlie took Jingtan to the pet center, because the temperature in the room was a little high and it was a little stuffy, Charlie threw his jacket in the place where clothes were placed. The business card and the jacket slipped out at that time. At that time, no one paid attention to it, but when Xiao Guo went to put the clothes away, he found it. He picked it up and looked at it. When he saw the words Yixing Culture on it, he immediately became excited. Xiao Guo himself had made a lot of money from advertisements and videos, and had even rented a cat to a small crew to film a TV series. Naturally, he knew a lot about the professional and commercial circles, and Yixing Culture was one of them. He didn't know who this Yang Yi was, or what position he held in Yixing Culture, but since this company was involved, it meant that there was a potential business opportunity. Without caring about anything else, Xiao Guo immediately called Charlie over and asked him about what happened. Charlie didn't hide anything and told him everything. Anyway, it was only a matter of a few minutes. Looking at Boss Guo's unpredictable expression, Charlie's heart was pounding. Boss, is Yixing Culture that awesome? Could it be that they were also shooting commercials? How does it compare to our studio? Charlie asked. In his heart, their studio was the best in the industry. Of course, this was only limited to the circle of cat commercials. Xiao Guo knocked Charlie's head with the magazine in his hand. What do you know? The difference between our studio and theirs is like the difference between braised beef instant noodles and braised beef. Charlie was speechless. Wasn't this the difference between a loser and a Mr. Perfect? Looking at the 2 yuan bag of braised beef instant noodles on the table next to them, Charlie didn't say anything. Xiao Guo pondered for a whole night, then woke up in the morning and made a phone call. After receiving Xiao Guo's call, Xiao Guo introduced himself and had a rough idea. When he was investigating the pet center, he had investigated a few key people in it. He knew what role Xiao Guo played in the team. The two made an appointment. Yang Yi came to the pet center and walked around with Xiao Guo. He also asked about Jingtan. However, Xiao Guo didn't want to say too much when it came to Jingtan. After Yang Yi revealed his identity, he revealed some secrets. Jingtan had always been low-key. Although there were many people in the cat community who knew the name Black Sea, they couldn't match it. Also, Xiao Guo deliberately hid Jingtan's real information. Since the big boss of Yixing Culture was interested in working with them, Xiao Guo decided to reveal some information to him. Yang Yi didn't immediately decide on the cooperation. He wanted to know more about the shooting. For this reason, Xiao Guo invited Yang Yi to watch the next shooting. Yang Yi's heart had been itching for a long time. He really wanted to see how the photos were taken and how the cats performed. In the videos, many of the cats' performances were perfect, especially the black cat. Moreover, although he usually took some photos of animals, there was definitely a gap between him and a professional pet photography team. Just like his grandfather in the past, he was not good at taking photos of people and scenery, but he was good at taking photos of cats. Therefore, after leaving Chuhua for a while, Yang Yi flew back to the pet center for a new round of shooting. Jingtan was surprised when he saw Yang Yi. He remembered this person, but he didn't know why Xiao Guo allowed him to watch. Normally, Xiao Guo didn't allow others to enter the set, unless it was someone he truly trusted. But this person, looking at Xiaoguo's behavior, Jingtan felt that Xiaoguo was treating Yang Yi with caution. It seemed that Yang Yi's background wasn't small. Jingtan wasn't interested in Yang Yi's background. His responsibility was to do a good job today. As soon as the shooting started, Xiaoguo's caution was gone. He completely entered his usual state and ignored Yang Yi, almost forgetting about him. Yang Yi didn't care that he was left out. He paid attention to the black cat under the camera, as well as the other cats and dogs playing other roles. It had to be admitted that a professional team was better than others. They knew which cat couldn't sleep without hugging something, which cat would start to get excited at what time, which cat hated what smell, and how it would behave after smelling it, and so on. Since the establishment of this team, they had a deeper understanding of the cats in the studio that were often in front of the camera. The shooting efficiency was high, and the results were satisfactory. Xiaoguo said that the black cat was the trump card here. It was true. Just look at the performance of these cats. Unfortunately, because of the problem of breed, the movie couldn't use this cat. They could only use other cats. According to the script of the movie, it had to be a famous breed cat. However, the fact that the black cat couldn't play a role in the movie fulfilled Yang Yi's wish. Yang Yi liked to shoot mostly because of his grandfather's influence. A long time ago, Yang Yi had the idea of shooting a documentary about the city, people, and cats. The documentary would record real life, show the pulse and life of the era, and show and record the real side of the era. Adding in the element of cats would also enhance the viewability of the documentary. This would attract many people who were not interested in documentaries to take a look at it. However, it was difficult and he hadn't been able to put it into practice. After his grandfather passed away, Yang Yi's idea became stronger when he looked at the photos in the thick album. Looking at the black cat in front of the camera, the smile on Yang Yi's face became bigger and bigger. Jingtan, who was shooting the advertisement, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He almost made a mistake when he jumped. Fortunately, he was experienced and strong mentally, so he calmed down quickly. After the shooting, Xiaoguo had a private talk in the room. When they talked about Jingtan, Xiaoguo shook his head. I can't make the decision. You have to find its father and get his approval. Otherwise, even if you take it away by force, it won't cooperate. It will also let you know what a cat's paw is. After that, Yang Yi and Xiaoguo signed the contract. The movie team picked an experienced cat from the team and sent it over. At the same time, a few people from the movie team followed along. They would take care of the cat's daily life and make it more cooperative with the filming. As for Jingtan, Yang Yi went to talk to him directly. Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma were troubled. Shooting the advertisement was one thing, but Xiaoguo was an acquaintance. He knew everything about Jingtan and agreed to keep it a secret. Even if he was popular in the cat community, it was only a small circle. His real life wouldn't be affected much. Just like Xiaoguo himself, shooting advertisements for cat food and related products was just a small matter compared to professional movies and TV shows. If he really participated in a movie and took up a lot of space, it would be a different level. Moreover, shooting the advertisement here was close to home. If he accepted Yang Yi's job, Jingtan would probably be away from home for a long time. Judging from Jingtan's troublemaking behavior, Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma were really worried. Convincing the Zhao family was not an easy task. Yang Yi didn't expect to encounter such a problem. Lure with money. Sorry, Zhao family wasn't as poor as people thought. They weren't crazy about money and wouldn't fall for it. Threaten. In Xiaoguo's words, that cat would let you know what a cat's paw was. Let's just wait until the Zhao family agrees. Yang Yi originally planned to fly back to Beijing the next day, but because of this incident, he changed his mind and played the emotional card. He talked about some emotional things, about art, about relationships, about cats, and about the awareness of caring for cats promoted by this film. This time, more people would like and understand this race that had infiltrated human society, had a bad temper, and was difficult to understand. In the end, the Zhao family relented, but that was all. The final decision still depended on Jing Tan's own opinion. After Jing Tan agreed, Zhao Pa replied to Yang Yi and agreed to act. After Yang Yi ended the call, he looked at the sunlight outside the window for a while. Then, he picked up his phone and opened the photo album. There was an old photo copied over. In the photo, there was an old man smiling happily. On the old man's shoulder was a yellow and white house cat. The cat intimately leaned against the old man's head. It raised its chin slightly and looked at the camera with a hint of laziness. Some people said that the people in Beijing had the arrogance of the emperor, but also the enthusiasm of the Hutong. The cats in Beijing had the spirit of the Forbidden City, but also the ruffian spirit of the Sihiyuan. Chapter 309. Shooting wasn't something that could be done immediately after signing the contract. It still required a series of preparations, so Jing Tan wouldn't leave for the time being. He would still stay in Chuhua City for a while. In order to let Jing Tan better adapt to the shooting, Xiaoguo decided to transfer some people from the working group to help Jing Tan. The so-called help to familiarize himself with the shooting location was that Xiaoguo thought that Yang Yi's team would probably use a similar shooting method after staying with the film crew for a few days. Therefore, Jing Tan was taken to the pet center every day to face the familiar people, cameras, props, and so on in the studio. He was brought here for special training, so the people around him were very active. Jing Tan didn't need to shoot advertising videos and pictures these days, so he was quite bored in the studio. If there was no privacy to eat, sleep, or even poop, Jing Tan didn't mind letting Xiaoguo know what a cat's paw was. Therefore, when Xiaoguo returned to the pet center from the film crew and opened the door of his lounge, he found that the sofa cushion that he bought less than half a year ago was full of scars. Xiaoguo didn't lock the lounge these 2 days, and only Li Yuanba, Peanut Candy, and Jing Tan could open the door by themselves. Jing Tan often slept here, and Li Yuanba occasionally came over. Peanut Candy basically didn't enter the door. Among them, Li Yuanba had his own special place for lunch, the bookshelf. Only Jing Tan slept on the sofa. Half a year ago, Xiaoguo annoyed Jing Tan because of something. In a fit of anger, he destroyed a sofa in Xiaoguo's place. Now, he destroyed the cushion of a new sofa as a warning. After seeing the miserable state of the sofa, Xiaoguo wailed and then lay on the computer chair. When he looked up, he saw Li Yuanba on the bookshelf. Li Yuanba's eyes made Xiaoguo feel as if he had done something stupid again. "Can't you stop him?" Xiaoguo said to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba turned his head and went back to sleep. Xiaoguo sighed. He knew Li Yuanba's fighting ability. He could beat up cats, scratch dogs, and even fight thieves. However, he just watched from the side when Jing Tan destroyed the sofa and never stopped him. They were all ancestors and were really hard to please. Each of them had a bad temper. If only they were as obedient as Prince and the others. However, these few were a little special. That's right, that black cat was different too, so he couldn't treat it the same way he treated other cats. If it was a human, what should he do? Reason with him, do some work, and enlighten him. After making up his mind, Xiaoguo immediately contacted Charlie. Thus, wet nurse Charlie was forced into a corner. For the next few days, Jing Tan didn't see any of those annoying things when he came to the pet center. However, no matter how hard Charlie worked, Jing Tan's attitude could only be regarded as normal. Charlie didn't know if Charlie had instilled Bosqua's order into the cat's brain. Bosqua had been busy these days, so he gave Charlie this difficult task to try to arouse the cat's positive emotions. Charlie didn't know what a cat looked like when it was in a positive mood. He only knew that when he was working, he talked until his mouth was dry. In the end, he found that the cat lying lazily on the chair narrowed its eyes and yawned. Then, it ignored him. Charlie's mood at that time. Speaking of it, he felt like crying. For the sake of the high salary, he accepted it. Xiaoguo came back early that day. When he came to the studio, Jingtan hadn't left yet. He was lying on the sofa and sleeping. Charlie next to him had a tangled look on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing Xiaoguo, Charlie got up and talked about today's situation. Still the same. Xiaoguo frowned. This cooperation with Yang Yi was an excellent opportunity. If the cat didn't agree, it would be fine. But since it agreed to act, Xiaoguo had to spend more effort on it. If he was passive and slack off, people wouldn't be optimistic about him. It was fine here, but if he went to Beijing and went to other people's territory, he didn't know if he would be at a disadvantage. Throwing his coat on the sofa, Xiaoguo didn't bother to change his shoes. He wiped his face, rolled up his sleeves, and walked to Jingtan. He squatted down and looked at Jingtan, who had just woken up. He waved his fist seriously to encourage him. Black charcoal, after this job, will be rich. Jingtan and Charlie, simple, direct, and effective. Jingtan's fighting spirit was finally ignited and he narrowed his eyes. Jingtan looked at the contract. The money was indeed a lot, but Jingtan felt that Xiaoguo was too nervous. He wasn't a rookie who just started shooting commercials. Did he need to worry so much? Sighing in his heart, Jingtan felt that recently everyone seemed to be a little too nervous and anxious, whether it was the people at the pet center or the Zhao family. While Jingtan was sighing, the Zhao Pa was thinking about whether to contact the people he knew in Beijing. He knew people there, but they definitely didn't have time to take care of them. It was also inconvenient for them to take care of them. After thinking about it, the Zhao Pa contacted Feng Xiaokong. The third Master Feng's base was in Beijing. It was more reliable to ask him for help. The third Master Feng, who was busy in other provinces, was surprised when he received the call from the Zhao Pa shooting a documentary. The third Master Feng waved his hand and asked his assistant to leave. He put his feet on the desk. Who is it? Mr. Yang from Yixing Culture, the Zhao Pa said. That kid Yang Yi. Okay, I got it. Don't worry. Even if I don't have time, I will ask someone to take care of him. The third Master Feng gave the Zhao Pa a phone number. If there was a need, he could ask someone to contact this number. With the third Master Feng's promise, the Zhao Pa suddenly felt a lot more at ease. But he wasn't completely relieved. After all, that cat was really a troublemaker. After the third Master Feng hung up the phone, he flipped through his contact list and dialed the number. It rang for a long time before it was picked up. Hello. The other party didn't seem to be awake. Hello, Yang Yi. It's the third Master Feng. I heard that you are shooting a documentary about cats. Yang Yi was a little confused. He didn't sleep the whole night after organizing some materials. He went out again in the morning and only started to catch up on sleep when he came back at noon. He didn't expect to receive a call from this person. Oh, Uncle Feng. Yang Yi was of the same generation as Mao and the others. He wasn't very familiar with Feng Xiaokong. They had cooperated a few times in business in the past 2 years. He used to call Feng Xiaokong Uncle Feng like Mao and the others. Yes, that's true. What's the matter? Are you interested in investing? Feng Xiaokong had invested in many movies. Yang Yi was just casually mentioning it. He didn't expect Feng Xiaokong to laugh. Yes, but I want to ask, do you still need a role? I have a cat at home too. It's very smart. It's not much worse than black charcoal. Yang Yi paused for a few seconds. Third Master Fong had a cat at home. What he didn't expect was that unlike other people who recommended actors, celebrities, or relatives, the Third Master Fong only recommended his cat. Since Third Master Fong had asked, Yang Yi didn't immediately refuse. Instead, he asked, "What's the breed of your cat?" "My cat is a crossbreed. It's not a famous cat, but it's very smart. It's much better than those famous purebred cats. Do you have internet there? I'll send you some photos." Fong Xiaokong took out his laptop, selected a few photos taken at home, and sent them over. He always thought that the smartest cat in the world, other than black charcoal, was his demi. If his demi wasn't good enough, what other cat was qualified? Crossbreed cats referred to cats with impure bloodlines. Yang Yi didn't plan to use many expensive purebred cats in the documentary. Basically, he was going to use house cats and crossbreed cats. Hearing Fong Xiaokong's words, Yang Yi was relieved. He opened the file he received and checked the photos. 10 seconds later. "How is it? Good enough, right?" Fong Xiaokong asked. "His eyes are sharp enough," Yang Yi commented. Fong Xiaokong didn't ask for much. He just wanted to make a cameo appearance as a souvenir for himself. After Yang Yi agreed, Fong Xiaokong immediately looked for an opportunity to ask his daughter for credit. Fong Mengmeng was happy, but she thought of another. "Dad, since our demi is participating, can we get Xiaomi to make a cameo appearance? I haven't seen Xiaomi in a long time." So, after Yang Yi slept restlessly for another hour, he received a call from Fong Xiaokong again. "Hello, Yang Yi. It's me, Fong San. Yang Yi, I just wanted to ask, are you still looking for roles? I'll recommend another one. She's also a crossbreed. She's from the same family as our demi. She's called Xiaomi. She's just a little dumber than our demi. Her looks are passable, but there's a mole near her mouth. Are you still in front of the computer? I'll send you the photos." Yang Yi, Xiaomi had always been with Zhao Lu. They stayed in Chuhua City for a while. Later, when Zhao Lu got busy, there was no one to take care of her. Even the nanny couldn't hold her down, so Zhao Li's mother brought her to Beijing to keep her company. Her husband and daughter were usually very busy, but Zhao Li's mother liked Xiaomi. When she returned to Beijing, she couldn't bear to part with her, so she brought her along. Although they were both in Beijing, Xiaomi didn't have much time to see each other. As for Jingtan, ever since Xiaomi was taken away, they hadn't seen each other. Xiaomi only saw Xiaomi when they went to the cat exhibition. Knowing that these two would also participate, Jingtan was looking forward to it. He wondered if Xiaomi would still be as aggressive after inheriting her father's mole. In the middle of November, Jingtan followed a group of people selected by Xiao Gua and set off for Beijing. Charlie's sidekick took care of them. This wasn't the first time Jingtan went on a long trip. The people of the Jiao family couldn't help but worry. Jingtan's ears were about to grow calluses from all the reminders he had heard. Before leaving, Jingtan went to the old tiled house and hid the phone and the bag of diamonds separately. He also moved some broken tables and chairs to block the entrance. This way, he wouldn't be afraid of other cats entering. They didn't have the strength of Jingtan. Yang Yi had already arranged a place for them to stay. There were also some other staff members of the film crew there. These people were very curious about Jingtan. They heard that the big boss Yang Yi had brought up the plan of making this film again because of this cat. Charlie and the others who were entrusted with the important task by Xiao Guo were worried that Jingtan wouldn't be able to adapt after seeing so many strangers. It turned out that they had thought too much. Jingtan wasn't nervous at all. Although he didn't know these people, he could feel the kindness from them. Even the ugliest one, the big bearded man with a fierce smile, was actually kind. Since there was no threat, there was no need to worry. After Charlie called the Zhao family to tell them that he was safe, someone came to pick up Jingtan before Jingtan could get familiar with the people of the film crew. It was Fang Xiaokong's people. After going downstairs, Jingtan glanced around and his gaze fell on the silver private car. Black charcoal, over here. Fang Mengmeng opened the car window and waved at Jingtan. Chapter 310. Demi still looked the same as when Jingtan saw it at the cat show. It still did not have much of an expression and seemed to be indifferent to the people and things around it. Only when it looked over did its eyes widen a little and its pupils dilate a little. This made it look a little less sharp than usual. As for Xiaomi, this was the first time Jingtan saw it after it was taken away. The pattern in his impression and the mold that was the same as its father's made Jingtan recognize these two features. Unlike Demi, this was the first time Xiaomi saw Jingtan after it left. When it looked at Jingtan, it was a little confused. Jingtan did not know if this guy still remembered him. Xiaomi's line of sight followed Jingtan. It probably felt that the space was too small, so it squeezed Demi beside it. Demi slapped its head, but it did not care. It continued to squeeze and its head was slapped again. The two cats were squeezed by the car window, so Jingtan could not enter. It was the driver in front who called out to Jingtan and jumped in through the front window. Jingtan had never seen the driver before, but from his conversation with Charlie, he knew that this was the person that Fang Xiaokong mentioned to take care of the cats in Beijing. Since they had informed him in advance, Charlie was relieved. After watching the car leave, Charlie reported Jingtan's whereabouts to the people in Chuhua City. This was what his boss, Xiao Gua, and Professor Jiao had instructed him to do. On the other side, Jingtan, who had jumped into the car, sat in the front passenger seat. Fang Mengmeng and the two cats were in the back seat. There was another person that he did not know. She was sent by Fang Mingming's mother to take care of the children and cats. Jingtan noticed that Xiaomi was wearing a leash, and the other end of the leash was in the hands of the woman that Jingtan did not know. Xiaomi's cat tag was hung on a buckle of the leash. It was made quite delicately. The leash even went under Xiaomi's forearms so that the cat's neck would not bear all the force when the leash was pulled. However, most of the cats that used this kind of leash were more active. Demi was not like that. Just as Jingtan had guessed, Xiaomi was prone to hyperactivity. It was completely different from Demi's calm and steady nature. After Jingtan got into the car, little Me was very curious at first. From time to time, she would get close to him and sniff. It was unknown whether she had remembered or felt that Jingtan was not a threat, but she kept walking around. She even raised her paw to touch Jingtan. She kept moving around in the back seat until Fang Mengmeng forcefully pressed her against the car seat. Even though she was lying down, Xiaomi didn't stay idle. She rubbed around and played around, wagging her tail. Who did she take after? Even peanut candy wasn't like this back then, right? Another thing that made Jingtan unhappy was the difference in size. From Jingtan's point of view, peanut candy was 1 generation younger than him, and Big Rice and Little Rice were 1 generation younger. Standing beside these two juniors, Jingtan had to look up to them. After arriving at Fang Mingming's house, Jingtan realized that he had underestimated Xiaomi. Jingtan lay on the sofa and watched Xiaomi play with a tennis ball all over the house. From time to time, she would provoke Jingtan, who was on the sofa, and Demi, who was on the cat tree. Then, she would be slapped by the two of them. She never got tired of it. He didn't know if she would get into trouble during the filming. However, those were the worries of Yang Yi and the filming crew. Jingtan didn't think about it anymore. Fang Mengmeng took many photos of Jingtan, Demi, and Xiaomi with her camera. Demi was already used to it, and Xiaomi didn't seem to care about the camera. Sometimes, she would curiously move closer to the camera and take a few photos of her big nose. The mole beside her mouth was especially obvious. Jingtan didn't stay at Fang Mingming's house for long. The next day, Yang Yi drove over to pick him up. The filming crew didn't have much free time. There were many areas that needed to be adjusted. Yang Yi had placed a lot of hope on Jingtan. Many people said that documentaries were the eldest son of movies and the poorer brother of feature films. Just as Jingtan knew, not every documentary could be recognized by the public. Most of the documentaries were shelved. Many people had never heard of the title of the film. Even if they had heard of it, they wouldn't be interested in watching it. Many people were also not optimistic about the film that Yang Yi had spent so much effort on. Of all the things to film, why did he choose to film a documentary? He might as well use that money to film some celebrity commercials. Regarding this, Yang Yi didn't care at all. Jingtan wasn't a Beijing cat. Since he wanted to tell the story of a Beijing cat, these stories definitely wouldn't be the real Jingtan. Authenticity was the essential attribute of a documentary. It recorded objective things so that the audience would have a more realistic experience. Therefore, Yang Yi wouldn't make up nonsense, and he wouldn't let Jingtan act in those fake stories. Jingtan wanted to act in something that used to be real. In other words, Jingtan wanted to act in another cat that was no longer in this world. He had to change the location and the mentality. Compared to 20 or 30 years ago, the current Beijing had changed a lot. The scenes and things in Yang Yi's memory couldn't be recreated as they were. Therefore, this involved a method of using scientific and technological means to create a virtual reality. Of course, virtual didn't mean that the story was real. The scenes and things created by scientific and technological means were also real and had historical basis. Therefore, some parts of the documentary needed to use a combination of virtual and real shooting techniques to recreate the real story. Humans had the ability to recreate the past. Those past events were scenes that existed in Yang Yi's memory. Yang Yi said that he wanted to achieve a resonance in terms of thinking. Jingtan felt a bit of pressure. Whether it was the lineup or the atmosphere, it was very different from Xiaoguo's studio. During the shooting process, the focus was on the control of the light ratio to improve the visual effect of the image. Therefore, the technical level of the camera and the cameraman was higher. The cameraman had to adjust the light ratio to ensure the beauty of the image, so that the filmed content could be shown to the public at the most beautiful angle. The advanced shooting equipment and the skillful cameraman showed the importance Yang Yi attached to this documentary from these two aspects. The post-production requirements for the technical processing of the image were also high. They had to be able to ensure the authenticity of the filmed content and modify the image to enhance the visual effect. This required the relevant filming technicians to have strong technical skills. Sure enough, there was a big difference between filming a pet commercial and this kind of documentary. No wonder Xiaoguo had been nervous before, and even Charlie had been nagging at the side for fear of causing trouble. Yang Yi, Charlie and the rest of the team sent to Beijing by Xiaoguo talked about the next few scenes to shoot, how to walk, where to look, how to bark, and so on. Jingtan listened at the side. The old man who acted with Jingtan and many people in the filming crew did not understand Yang Yi's approach. At the beginning, when they knew that Yang Yi wanted to shoot this documentary, they knew that it would be very difficult. People were easy to deal with, but cats were notoriously difficult to deal with, much more difficult to deal with than dogs. Looking at the proportion of dogs and cats in the movies so far, one would know. One would not know how difficult it was to deal with cats if they had not filmed it before. Therefore, they felt that Yang Yi was still too young and naive to think about things too simply. Yang Yi also knew what others would think, but what he learned from Xiaoguo and Professor Zhao, as well as what he saw with his own eyes at the filming site at the pet center, made him have high expectations for this cat. This involved the story of his grandfather, and the significance of the film itself was great, even if it was not a big production movie and was only a documentary that many people did not think highly of. Every time Yang Yi filmed an animal, he liked to guess the animal's mood by looking at the animal's eyes that were fixed in the photo. Compared to humans, animals were more eye-catching. In fact, most of the time, an animal's gaze could instantly kill the celebrities on TV. It was not that they performed better than the celebrities, but it was how much of an impact their gaze would bring to the people who saw it. Those who loved pets, sometimes even if their pets did something wrong, they would be prepared to reprimand them, but when faced with the pet's coquettish or pitiful eyes, they would abandon their armor. The eyes of animals were also filled with emotions. Although it was a documentary, there were still some things that had to be done, especially Jingtan, who was acting the life of another cat. Before shooting, Jingtan had to do makeup. Yes, makeup. This was something that had been discussed before. Yang Yi's grandfather had once reared a cat that wasn't pure black. That cat had 3 white legs and 1 black leg. There was a small white dot on its nose and an inverted triangle on its chin. Compared to the sheriff, the proportion of white on its body wasn't much. Jingtan had seen the photo that Yang Yi took out. As for the dye, Yang Yi specially got it. It was said that it was harmless, edible, and could be washed off. For this reason, Zhao Pa specially took some for testing. After getting the results, he agreed. Before this, Jingtan had always thought that dyeing was an easy task, but when it came to makeup, he realized that it was not so. The makeup artist that Yang Yi hired was too conscientious and meticulous. Of course, the effect was also very good. Jingtan was guaranteed that many people would not recognize him if he went out now. Most people recognized animals by their color at first sight. A little white would change a lot, and the all-black aura would be reduced. Charlie held the mirror for Jingtan to look at. Jingtan was satisfied with the rest. At first glance, he did not see any makeup. The only depressing thing was the little white spot under the nose. Jingtan now felt that peanut candy and Xiaomi's mole were not bad. At least, it was better than Jingtan's current one. The white spot under the makeup looked like snot, flowing directly into the mouth. After the makeup was done, the shoot began. There were many questions that could only be answered when the shoot began. For example, Yang Yi said how to make a coquettish sound and a defensive sound. That black charcoal doesn't know how to make a sound. No, it's that it can't make a sound like a cat. Charlie said helplessly. Yang Yi. What do you mean by, can't make a sound like a cat? Jingtan expressed that this was indeed beyond his ability. A normal cat sound was already difficult enough, let alone a coquettish sound. Charlie was afraid that this master would be angry, so he quickly explained to Yang Yi. Yang Yi thought about the advertisements that he had seen. It seemed that he had not seen this cat sound in them. Sighing, Yang Yi said, "Forget it. I'll think of something when the time comes." Continue. Okay, I'll bite the socks later. What's wrong? Don't bite the socks. Hate smelly socks. Sigh, that's new. It's just that I purposely made it old. If you don't believe me, smell it. Okay, continue. Okay, I'll let it squat on the wooden stool and lick its paws later. What? Don't lick its paws. What kind of cat doesn't lick its paws? Humans suck their fingers too. There's dye. It's okay, the dye is edible. I've eaten it before. Or I'll let it lick the paws that don't have any dye. Okay, continue. After a day of shooting, Charlie and the crew were sweating profusely. Jingtan was not much better. Yang Yi was too demanding. The director did not feel that there was anything wrong, but Yang Yi was not satisfied. If one thing went wrong, he would reshoot. He probably wanted to have a high degree of overlap with the scenes in his memory. Chapter 311. As for Jingtan, before he came, the Zhao Pa had told him that he had to play dumb. What did he mean by, when necessary? For example, if he didn't want to shoot a scene, if he didn't want to work with someone, if he wasn't used to the place, if he didn't feel well, or if he needed to pee, he could play dumb and pretend that he didn't know how to act. He could just roll around on the spot. After all, he was a cat. How much could the filming crew ask of a cat? The troublesome things could be dealt with by the crew. Xiaogua didn't send so many people over just for show. Jingtan didn't believe that Xiaogua and the Jiaopa didn't have a private agreement. However, this was for his own good. Jingtan understood that it was okay to be smart, but if he acted too smart, it would arouse suspicion. To avoid unnecessary trouble, sometimes it was safer to be a little stupid. There were many scenes that Jingtan wouldn't shoot in the past, but this time, he tolerated it. After all, this kind of documentary was different from commercials. It took a lot of manpower and material resources. Since Jingtan had accepted this job, he had to be responsible. Moreover, these scenes were very common for ordinary cats. It wouldn't make sense for him to refuse to act. Jingtan didn't feel very comfortable with the makeup on his body. He had to touch up his makeup every now and then, especially the eyebrows and whiskers that were accidentally rubbed off. After all, Jingtan's whiskers were black, but the whiskers of the cat in the photo were white. Fortunately, Jingtan was more efficient. The whole shooting process was much shorter than Yang Yi's plan. The filming crew thought that it would take a long time to shoot these scenes. They didn't expect the cat to be so cooperative. In their opinion, the cat's intelligence was one of the reasons. More importantly, they heard that the few people who came over were a team that specialized in taking care of cats. In their free time, the filming crew even talked to the team members sent by Xiaogua. Little did they know that the team members were smiling so much that their faces were almost stiff. They didn't dare to say some things. They had signed several contracts, and they would do whatever Xiaogua told them to do. Jingtan didn't know how well he acted. He could only tell from Yang Yi's expression that he wasn't up to standard. He could only wait for the final production to be completed. The old man who was acting with Jingtan looked like Yang Yi's grandfather from the side. Of course, he had also put on makeup to make it look more alike. Coupled with some filming techniques, Jingtan believed that Yang Yi would be satisfied when the movie was actually produced. Among them, Jingtan had also come into contact with some of the things that were commonly used in that era, such as the gray cat litter. At that time, almost every house burned coal, which made it easy to clean up. There was also a handmade catwalk made by the people in the Sihiyuan for the little rascals who came in and out all day. A half-foot square hole was made and a curtain was hung. Fat cats and bigger cats would also make the hole bigger. There wasn't any high-tech technology, but it was used well at that time. Other than Jingtan, Xiaomi and Xiaomi also made a cameo appearance. Yang Yi wanted to film some scenes where the cats were usually active and having fun. Among them, Yang Yi liked what Little Me did the most. Even when it was alone, Little Me would immediately get high. It would kick, scratch, and bite its own feet as if it was schizophrenic. It would quickly run around the narrow wall, and after it was done playing, it would raise its tail in an S shape. Its chrysanthemum faced the setting sun, and it would stretch lazily. Then, it would start calling for food. Everyone was happy when they were filming. Zhao Li's mother even came to the scene personally. She didn't care about her cat's embarrassing appearance at all. Instead, she thought that cats should be like that. Jingtan could see that Zhao Li's mother valued Xiaomi. It seemed that Xiaomi was to her liking. As for Xiaomi, although it didn't have stage fright, it was too calm and quiet. It stood on the high wall and didn't move. Yang Yi didn't know what to do. After all, this cat was requested by Feng Xiaokong. He had to film something, right? Are these two really brothers? A member of the film crew asked. He was referring to Xiaomi and Xiaomi is a girl. Feng Mingming's ears were sharp. After hearing it, she corrected him. Oh, a girl. Quite gentle and quiet. The member of the film crew laughed. He didn't know much about cats and didn't know how to determine the gender of some special cases based on their patterns. After laughing, he looked at Fong Meng Meng and said, "Then can you make your Xiaomi smile?" "Smile? Can a cat smile?" Fong Meng Meng teased Xiaomi under the wall for a long time. Xiaomi, who was squatting on the wall, finally moved. Its front paws stepped on the ground twice, it straightened its back and looked down. Finally, it pulled out a terrifying smile. All the members of the film crew who were watching, damn, so scary. A few of them even unconsciously scratched their arms, feeling goosebumps all over their bodies. Fong Meng Meng didn't think much of it. Xiaomi was usually more natural in front of people it was familiar with. Once it was unnatural, it would either have facial paralysis or this kind of expression. It was even worse when it was in a bad mood. Fong Xiaokong knew this very well. Now, Xiaomi probably felt that there were too many people it didn't know under the wall. The atmosphere was a little dull. It wasn't as active as Xiaomi and didn't usually take the initiative to stretch out its paws. Fong Meng Meng teased it for a long time but didn't see it stretch out its paws. Fong Meng Meng could only judge its emotional changes through its facial expressions. Of course, it wasn't really Xiaomi's smile just now. It was just a change in its face and mouth that made it look like a smile. However, this was the only way to continue. Okay, that shot just now was good. Every cat is different. If we want to shoot something new, we need to shoot something unique. Yang Yi was quite satisfied. At least they shot something new. At the same time, they could explain it to Fong Xiaokong. At the end of the shoot, Xiaomi was taken away by Zhao Li's mother. Before they left, Jingtan heard Zhao Li's mother talking to the people beside her about Xiaomi. She was glad that she brought Xiaomi back. Otherwise, she would probably be depressed if she met a cat like Xiaomi. As for Xiaomi, Fong Meng Meng was even more glad that she chose Xiaomi. Xiaomi was too troublesome. Her Xiaomi was more obedient. Perhaps to some people, other people's cats were always good. However, even if they praised other people's cats, in the hearts of cat owners, their own cats would always be the first. No matter if it was a mischievous person or a taciturn person, they would love their own cats. This documentary didn't only talk about Jingtan's grandfather. The filming crew also went to interview some other people. Although the latter interviews didn't talk about Jingtan, Jingtan couldn't leave yet. Some scenes might have to be res hot. Jingtan had to stay for a while, just in case. Therefore, Jingtan followed them to see the people who were being interviewed. The first person they went to was an old writer's house. Both the old man and the old lady were there. The interview was more realistic. The filming location was at the two old people's house. Their children were often not around, so the two old people raised a cat. It was a white field cat. When it saw Jingtan, the cat was very curious and vigilant. It hid around the old man and the old lady and stared at Jingtan. Jingtan walked around the house. The cat didn't have any reaction. It only stretched its neck and stared at Jingtan. When Jingtan came to its cat nest and approached its cat rice bowl, the cats first stood up. It rushed over, arched its back, and waved its paws at Jingtan and growled. "Hey, don't worry. That black cat won't fight." Yang Yi comforted the worried old lady. Then, he asked the two old people when they could start. After Jingtan left its rice bowl and cat nest, the cat immediately ran back to the old man and the old lady. The two old people had been interviewed countless times. Therefore, they could handle this kind of situation calmly. The director wouldn't deliberately ask them to do what they wanted. When the old lady was reading and cooking, when the old man was writing, when he was listening to the radio, and the cat's reaction were all filmed. When the old man was writing, the cat would jump on the desk and cause trouble. It would step on the old man's paper and couldn't be pushed away. If it was pushed away again, it would directly lie on the paper. It would only get up slowly when the old lady called it. The old man wasn't angry. He smiled and scratched the cat's chin with the end of the pen. This guy is very arrogant. When I sit here, it comes over to bully me. Wife? My wife doesn't say anything about it. Instead, she asked me to write some articles to praise it. Looking at the old man's face, he didn't feel wronged or angry at all. Instead, he was very happy. The old man said that the literati in the capital liked to raise cats. He also gave a few examples of writers of the same generation. Under the literati's pen, the cats in the capital were somewhat like young masters who were spoiled in every aspect. Although most of them went from catching rats to eating, drinking, and playing in high-rise apartments to pets, they still had a sense of manliness in their bones. They didn't care if the person they were facing was a literary expert or a small citizen. What were the morals of Chu Hua's cats? Jing Tan thought about the few cats he knew. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the few cats he knew were somewhat special. Perhaps they were representative of Chu Hua's cats. In addition to the current cat, the old man also recalled the cats he had raised in the past. The old lady also took out a photo album and showed it to everyone. During the interview, the two old people were often immersed in their memories. Sometimes, they would quietly think, as if they forgot that there were people filming the interview around them. There were several times when there was silence. However, neither Yang Yi nor the other people in the film crew turned off their phones or interrupted them. There was no impatience on their faces. Before coming, Jing Tan had been told by Charlie about this situation. It was probably Yang Yi's instructions. Every time after the silence, the old man's words were more vivid, very real, and very lively. When talking about the last cat, the old lady's eyes turned red several times. That cat had accompanied the two old people for more than 10 years and had died of old age. The filming crew then went to interview a Chinese art master. During the interview, the old man even took out a painting full of cat footprints. At that time, the old man was painting a fish. In the end, his cat jumped on the table and caused trouble, leaving ink prints everywhere. After that, the old man fixed the painting, framed it, and collected it. When the guests at home talked about related topics, the old man took out the painting to show off, saying that his cat was quite talented in art. Jing Tan also went over to take a look at the painting. Needless to say, it was quite artistic. As expected of a master of Chinese art. Just like in the movie about Tang Bohu, he could always turn something rotten into something magical. The photographer was very good at capturing some details, which made the whole film more vivid and full of soul. During the whole filming, among the cat owners interviewed, there were artists, educators, several famous schools in Beijing, libraries, and some ordinary people. Jing Tan followed them through the streets and alleys. Different venues, different backgrounds, all kinds of cat owners, cats with different temperaments, combined together with the professional production and polish, Jing Tan believed that this would be a good film. No matter how others looked at it, Jing Tan thought that it was very good. Chapter 312. Jing Tan came to Beijing in the middle of November. By the time the part about him was finished, it was almost the middle of December. Jing Tan's part was considered finished, and there was no need to reshoot. As for the follow-up filming, Jing Tan did not need to follow the filming crew around. If he really wanted to follow them, he would probably have to follow them until next year. The filming crew's journey was not finished, and Jing Tan planned to return to Chuhua City early for the new year. Charlie and the people sent over were summoned back by Xiao Guo. They were very busy at the end of the year, and Jing Tan was urged by Fang Mengmeng to stay in Beijing for a while. In the past month, other than when Jing Tan had just arrived in Beijing, Fang Mengmeng did not have much time to see Jing Tan. She even wanted Jing Tan to stay at her house for a few days. Fang Xiaokong came forward to talk to Xiao Guo and Zhao Pa, and asked Jing Tan to go back after a while. Tan could not make it in time for the Christmas special at the pet center, but he had to rush back to film the New Year's special. According to Xiaoguo, Tan was there to hold the fort. Tan was quite famous in the cat community on the internet. Every year, many people would look at him during the special because Xiaoguo could always do some little tricks to make Tan amuse the audience. Without Tan, there would definitely be people who would be unhappy. In addition, during this period of time, Tan was absent from some commercials and video shoots. Some people on the internet had already started to make wild guesses. For example, BC is lost, BC is seriously ill, BC was sold, and some people even said that Xiaoguo hid Tan's gender, BC actually went to give birth, and so on. The people on the team were also looking forward to Tan's return. They deeply understood how hard their lives were when Tan was not around. Therefore, Tan could not stay in Beijing for long. The Jiao family also missed him and called 2 or 3 times a week. Now that Charlie had left, Jiao Pa directly called the person introduced by Fong Xiaokong. That person also truthfully told the Jiao family about Tan's situation. Tan did not go to Demi's cat tree at Fong Mingming's house. He occupied a guest room of the Fong family's house, which was tacitly allowed by Fong Xiaokong. Jumping on the edge of the table, Tan wiped the blurry water vapor on the window and looked outside through the window. At this time, Beijing was colder than Chuhua City. It was snowing outside a few days ago, but it was still very warm indoors. Tan was a little bored at the Fong family's house. Although the Fong family's house was very big and well decorated, it was still someone else's house. Tan could not secretly go online, he could not run around, he could not throw tantrums, and he could not crawl under the covers. It had only been 2 days, and Tan already wanted to go back to the Jiao family. On the weekend, a guest came to the Fong family's house. The guest was Fong Mingming's cousin, Fong Wenjie, who was in his 3rd year of high school. When he came, Fong Mengmeng was playing a game of Guess Which Glass the Pistachio Is In with Demi, and Tan was watching from the side. Mengmeng, playing games with Demi again. Hey, whose cat is this? Is it a new member of your family? Don't tell me you got it specially for Demi. Ouch! While the guy was talking nonsense, Tan threw the tennis ball at his feet, and it hit the guy's face. Tan did not use much strength. He just wanted to teach the guy a lesson, and did not mean to hurt him. Fong Wenjie had a rare short holiday because his family was not around today, so he came over to have a meal. He did not expect to be hit not long after he entered the house. Although it did not hurt much, Fong Wenjie was still surprised. Oh, this cat has a bad temper. Mengmeng, whose cat is this? Fong Wenjie did not get close to Tan, but sat next to Fong Mengmeng. However, his eyes were fixed on Tan, in case Tan threw something at him again. Who told you to talk nonsense? Fong Mengmeng gloated. This is Black Charcoal, my dad's friends. He came here last month to shoot a documentary, so I let him stay at home for a few more days. Shoot a movie. So advanced. Fong Wenjie was surprised. Not a movie, a documentary. Fong Mengmeng corrected. Same meaning. Fong Wenjie was no longer afraid of Tan throwing things at him. He got up and walked around Tan. Based on my experience, this cat is a Mumbai cat known as a little black panther. Wrong, this cat is an ordinary field cat. Fong Mengmeng despised. Even the face of a little black panther is different. How is it different? I think so. Otherwise, who would find an ordinary field cat that can be bought for 10 yuan? It is a field cat. If you don't believe me, you can ask my dad. Hearing Fong Mingming's words, Fong Wenjie thought of his 3rd uncle. He struggled for a while, then said, okay, I'll take it that you're right. After that, Fong Wenjie ran to look for snacks. He did not eat much in the afternoon, and now dinner was not ready yet. He could not wait. By the way, Meng Meng, tomorrow my mom and your mom are going to attend a banquet. Let's not join in the fun. I'll take you out to eat, okay? Fong Wenjie said as he chewed on potato chips. He hated being with those uncles and aunties. Every time, they would compete with each other's children. After that, Fong Wenjie would inevitably be scolded by his parents. He was very unhappy, so he did not want to go to the banquet at all. He would be looking for trouble if he went. Okay. Fong Meng Meng did not want to go either. Although she was young, she knew a lot of things. For example, those who did not have a good relationship with her family, because of her father, immediately came up to her when they met at the banquet. Some of them pretended to be friendly, and some of them even played tricks. Fong Meng Meng was very annoyed. When Fong Wenjie was talking to Fong Meng Meng, Xing Tan was listening at the side. Fong Wenjie was in his 3rd year of high school. It seemed that he was still in his rebellious period. His grades were not good. His family had hired several tutors for him, but it was useless. Every tutor who was hired with a high salary was angered by Fong Wenjie. It was said that many of the tutors hired were students from the top few universities in Beijing. Among them, there were even graduate students and doctoral students. It was useless. Although the Fong family was rich and capable, even if they could operate in college, their grades could not be too bad. They could not afford to lose face. Listening to Fong Wenjie's tone when he was talking, it seemed that he hated those tutors. He felt that those tutors were too arrogant and self-righteous, and Fong Wenjie was just a dandy in their eyes. Explaining to him was simply like playing the lute to a cow. Even a pig would understand, but this person still had a blank look. Now that the winter break was coming, and in the last half of high school, Fong Wenjie's parents had started to find people to tutor Fong Wenjie during the winter break. Fong Wenjie could already see the dark winter break this year. Moreover, Fong Wenjie's family had restricted him from now on. He was not allowed to go out and have fun with his friends frequently. His pocket money was limited, and he was even cut off from the internet. Thinking that this kind of life would continue for another half a year, Fong Wenjie felt that his vision was dark. Just the last half a year. After that, it will be easier. Fong Meng Meng said. It's easy for you to say that. When you reach my age, you will know how unhappy it is. It's stressful. Fong Wenjie sighed. Xing Tan and Fong Meng Meng both looked at Fong Wenjie. They did not see any stressful expression on his face. The next day, after lunch, Fong Wenjie went to Fong Meng Meng's house. He was not yet 18 years old and did not have a driver's license. His family was strict, so he could not drive his own car. However, they had a driver. Xing Tan would definitely follow them when they went out for a meal. If they did not go out for a big meal, were they going to stay here and eat cat food like Demi? Xing Tan would not do that. Therefore, Xing Tan decided to follow them out for a big meal. Xing Tan felt a shiver when he walked out of the door. He quickly got into the car. It was really cold outside. No wonder Fong Meng Meng was wearing so much. Xing Tan's fur was short, unlike Demi and the rest. However, Demi did not seem to like going out with Fong Wenjie. After seeing Fong Wenjie, Demi jumped onto the sofa to sleep. Fong Meng Meng did not call it anymore. It was already used to this. When Fong Meng Meng got into the car, she was carrying a big backpack and a white pet suit. This was bought when Demi was still young. However, Demi did not wear it much after buying it. It did not like to wear clothes, so Fong Meng Meng did not throw it away. She liked the suit very much. It was in the style of a polar bear, so she kept it. She did not expect it to come in handy today. Xing Tan also did not like to be tied down by those clothes. However, when he thought about the temperature outside and did not know how long he would have to stay outside in the afternoon, Xingtian decided not to treat himself harshly. He let Fong Mengmeng put on the white clothes that looked very warm. There was also a hood on his head. After putting it on, Xingtian looked at himself in the rearview mirror. The clothes looked a little silly. Fong Mengmeng even took a few photos. Fong Wenjie sat in the front passenger seat and laughed. It was still early. Lunch had not been long ago. They would not go straight to eat. Before that, they had to go to the bookstore. Fong Wenjie wanted to buy a few reference books. His mother had listed them for him. He could not refuse to buy them. Fong Mengmeng was not against going to the bookstore. Instead, she was looking forward to it. Children who did not need to buy reference books, and practice questions were good. The driver was sent away by Fong Wenjie. The bookstore was very close to the place where they had lunch. There was no need to keep the driver waiting. After lunch, Fong Wenjie would call the driver to pick them up. When Fong Wenjie and Fong Mengmeng entered the bookstore to read, Xingtian would definitely follow them in. There were many people walking around in the bookstore. He did not know if there was a pet restriction. Xingtian still had to stay in the backpack. Black charcoal, stay in the backpack when you are inside. Don't run around and bark. You will be beaten out with a mop, Fong Wenjie said as he carried the backpack. There was a heater in the bookstore, so it was warmer. There was a section in the bookstore about the college entrance examination. It was full of practice questions and practice papers. There were quite a lot of people, but most people were only paying attention to the reference books in their hands or looking for books on the bookshelves. They did not notice the cat's head in Fong Wenjie's backpack. A few people saw it, but they just looked at it curiously and did not pay it any more attention. Fong Wenjie quickly found 2 books. When he was looking for the third book, he had to squeeze in further. He was not polite. When he saw the book on the bookshelf, he forced the person in front of him to the side. The movement was too big. The book in the person's hand fell to the ground because of Fong Wenjie's push. After saying sorry without any sincerity, Fong Wenjie did not even look at the person and went straight to find the reference book. The person who had the book pushed out, frowned and squatted down to pick it up. He was about to put it back when he looked up and saw the cat's head outside the backpack. The white polar bear pet's hat was on Xingtian's head. A white hat and a black cat's face. The person who was holding the book paused. His eyes were filled with doubt and uncertainty. Xingtian was looking around curiously. When he was at Tsinghua University, he had been to a small bookstore a few times, but he had no experience in a big bookstore like this. His curiosity was piqued, especially when he saw the few pretty girls not far away. Xingtian took a few more glances. It was not until Fong Wenjie made a big push that Xingtian retracted his gaze and looked at the unlucky guy. Xingtian was dumbfounded by what she saw.